only now picking up the pace. Did its boom, and it was also after I had already said I don't see Flight 12 until April timeframe, and then it happened in May, right? Back then, everybody was saying, "You are crazy! It's gonna be January, because the SpaceX said it's gonna be the first quarter." Blah blah blah, right? Like, I remember those conversations. I do remember them clearly. And guess what happened? Uh, so yeah, but I did say, and I remember this perfectly. I don't know if it was on that specific flame trench, but maybe a few flame trench shows after that, where I said I do see the turnaround time between flight 12 and 13 being quickly, because flight 13 will be in the July August timeframe. And somebody said, "Wait, so you think that it's gonna be July August? Why?" And I'm like, "Yeah, because flight 12 is going to be like April." So I thought maybe like 3 months maybe of turnaround time, maybe four at tops. And yeah, because
Yeah.
if you were very optimistic about flight 12, then it will have been more like a 6 month turnaround. And it was like, no, it's not going to be a 6 month turnaround. It's going to be shorter, but it's because flight 12, it's not going to be January or February. It's going to be much later. So the time between both, it's going to be shorter. But yeah.
Yeah, I will say in terms of those guesses, Max and I were both on the lower end of approximately 6. I won't say our exact numbers. EJ was 8 to 10, and then yours was 10 plus. So that was the original predictions. At this rate, I don't know if any of those are going to be correct, because we don't know when we would have Flight 14, although it seems like obviously they're trying to push for it. We did see on some paperwork that they were originally targeting mid-August for Flight 14 already, or basically advising the FAA and air traffic controllers to keep an eye out for that in mid-August. So they're really trying to pick it up, and then we'll see what ends up happening with which vehicles they
Yeah.
have left, which ones end up moving to the Cape, which ones stay launching here at Starbase. A lot in play.
Yeah, that would mean basically like if they were to do like a monthly flight, it will still be something like 8 to 9 launches, which would not hit what I said of like 10 launches this year back in at the beginning. But see, if they had launched a little bit earlier, right? If they had sped up just a little bit earlier, then maybe they could have hit 10 launches, as I said. But whatever. Things happen.
Yeah, come on, SpaceX. Messing up Alex's numbers here. Um, Here's one from Ginger Cream, who's wondering, how long does it take to refill stage 0? And how is that going to affect future launch cadence? Uh, I mean, for future launch cadence, Magnus, they're just going to make their own.
Yeah,
Right.
when we say refill stage 0, are we talking about
The tank farm.
the tank farm? Yes. So they're building a pipeline to deal with the methane demand. So it was originally called Star Pipe, but I think that name might be changing because there was too much star in the area. So, and then they're also building the air separation unit, which is located outside the tank farm at the moment. The only thing that they still have to truck in right now is water, unless they lay down a water pipe. So the irony here is the most difficult utility here is probably going to be water for the water deluge, not propellant anymore. At least if they keep a somewhat slow cadence, because even the air separation unit is not enough to support multi-launches per day. They're going to need a lot bigger air separation unit. But at least the pipeline and the air separation unit is going to basically increase and reduce the amount of trucks that are on the road and hopefully increase that launch cadence.
Yeah, and to be fair, right now none of that is in place, right? I know
Yeah.
people have been asking us if the air separation unit is active. It's not even complete right now. So yeah, but as you said, in the future, once it's complete, that's the plan.
It's a good plan in theory, because they're going to need a lot of commodities, a lot of water, as we were discussing during yesterday's stakeout stream, just to be able to keep up with liquid oxygen for their flight rate of 1 an hour. There is not enough liquid oxygen in the United States to allow for that, as is currently. So
Yeah. Yeah, basically natural gas pipeline that then gets purified into methane and liquefied for the methane on Starship. You've got the oxygen from the air separation unit, the nitrogen as well from the air separation unit. The water will be piped in through the municipal water at Brownsville. A desalination plant will just take a lot of energy, so it's a lot easier to just take the one that it's already from Brownsville, and then deal with that later down the line. And so, yeah, you've got nitrogen, oxygen, methane, and water taking off. I think they also use in some places like a bit of helium for the tank farm, but that can be trucked in very easily.
exactly. Speaking of using a lot of energy, I know Alex Magnus, you've been on here since the beginning, so I want to give you
Yeah,
guys a little bit of a break. Alex, thanks for hopping on the stakeout stream.
yeah, it's been a pleasure, and I'm sure we have something else to talk about more about the pad later.
Oh, absolutely. We're not going away here. We're just gonna give some people a rest of their voices and bring in some fresh ones. Uh, Magnus, thank you as well.
Always fun to be on. Hopefully we'll launch in 6 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's what we're all hoping for. By the way, we were talking about the cadence there. I mean, one of the things that they're going to need to get that cadence up is having more launch pads. A lot more launch pads. And right now, they're down to just one operational one anywhere, and that's Pad 2 after stopping Pad 1's use. How about we take a look at Pad 1 versus Pad 2 in this video?
Pad 2 was first used for Flight 12 and will once again support upcoming Starship launches, but what makes it so much better than Pad 1, which supported the first 11 Starship flights? Well, Pad 1 was very much a Pathfinder pad, something designed to be built quickly and relatively cheaply to get SpaceX up and running. As a result, it was always a little rough around the edges. Pad 2, by contrast, is a complete ground-up redesign, built with Starship's rapid launch cadence firmly in mind. This pad no longer has 6 exhaust exits between the 6 legs, but rather 2 exits via a flame trench and split flame deflector. This flame deflector is the same kind of design as Massey's flame trench and the newer McGregor test stand. It comprises many separate pipes welded together with holes drilled in a pattern based on where the exhaust plume will hit the deflector. The main part that sits atop the deflector is the ridge cap, which has many holes drilled inside to spray high pressure water to help suppress the exhaust and protect the trench itself. This system is a major departure from the single plate design of the old launch pad, and as shown in the 33 engine full thrust static fire, it can handle longer duration static fires even at full thrust. Next up is the mount itself and the service structure to the side. These are also completely redesigned. The old launch mount was just a circle with tons of critical hardware on the inside. The new launch mount has moved all critical propellant, hydraulic, pneumatic and electrical hardware into the side service structure, enclosed it and isolated it from the rocket's exhaust plume. This setup, along with better gap sealing on the hold down arms, a positive pressure nitrogen environment in the mount and service structure, and finally the top deck deluge plate, should keep the launch mount very well protected against the exhaust of 33 Raptor 3 engines during liftoff. Along with these additions, SpaceX also split the booster quick disconnects and placed them opposite the tower to avoid the blasting that would occur to the old BQD. As we said, there are now 3 separate water deluge components, the 2 buckets or diverters, the ridge cap between them, and then the launch mount top deck plate. Each system has its own water tank supply and pressurization systems. This new system is very different from what was used on Pad 1. The old system used banks of high pressure gas tanks and then opened a valve to pressurize the system. Pad 2 uses sets of gas generators that use an oxygen and methane burner to turn liquid nitrogen into gas, which then enters the water supply tanks to pressurize each system. This then pushes water out at a high enough pressure to counteract the exhaust plume's pressure and protect the launch pad and flame trench. Next to the launch mount is the launch tower, which has newly designed shorter chopsticks and a completely redesigned ship quick disconnect arm. The tower itself has some major improvements over Pad 1's and even LC-39A's. The interior of the sections are much more organised with the high pressure electrical and main propellant lines. The tower also has a new roof covered with cladding to protect the top of the tower once SpaceX begins attempting ship catches. As for the chopsticks, they are much shorter than the ones originally used on Pad 1, which themselves had their ends chopped off after Flight 11. SpaceX has removed 2 full truss sections on these chopsticks. Now, you may think that this would not leave enough room for the booster or ship to land, but with the 3 booster catches already completed, SpaceX always landed on the inside part closest to the tower. These newer chopsticks also have changed stabilizer arms and are missing the ship lifting pins, since Block 3 ships no longer use that system to lift. The main chopstick actuators are also now electromechanical. And finally for the tower, the next biggest change is the newly designed ship quick disconnect arm. The shoulder, or part that connects to the tower, has some structural changes compared to Pad 1's arm, and added reinforcements to help the arm withstand a quicker retraction. In addition, the innards of the arm are completely redesigned for a simpler, more compact design. Unlike the older arm, the QD plate itself isn't raised in a janky way because of constant modifications over the years. Last but not least is the tank farm itself. The pumps, supply lines and subcooling systems have been completely changed compared to Pad 1. Starting with the pumps, SpaceX, beginning with Pad 2, has adopted a fully modular design for all of its pumps and valve skids across its launch pads, Massey's and McGregor. This is a stark change from Pad 1, where the entire thing was a bespoke one-off design that had many problems to start with. Part of the changes includes adding more cryogenic pumps and subcooling capacity. On the LOX side, booster pumps have gone from 4 to 5, and subcooling capacity has increased by about 75%. For the ship, the number of pumps has increased from 1 to 4, and the subcooling capacity has increased by nearly 300%. For the methane side, booster pumps went from 3 to 4, and subcooling capacity increased about 100%. And for ship, the pumps went from 1 to 4, and the subcooling capacity went up 300% as well. Now, these upgrades, along with doubling the radius of the supply pipes, are allowing SpaceX to reduce their load times from 49 minutes to 38 minutes for both the booster and ship combined. Following Flight 12, the launch pad looked as though it had barely been scratched by the most powerful rocket ever flown. In fact, it sustained more damage during Booster 20's record-setting 33-engine static fire. A few changes have also been made to the tank farm, where the liquid and vapor return from the booster's liquid oxygen chill-down system now feeds back into a dedicated set of tanks. It is possible the same change has been made to the tower as well, although SpaceX had not used it as of the time of recording. We'll have to keep a close eye on the tower to see when the tower vent next comes to life. With these upgrades and following the success of Flight 12, we can't wait to see how Pad 2 performs as it supports more launches in the months ahead. All of these changes are set to help SpaceX push the envelope with the world's most powerful rocket and, hopefully, achieve a rapidly reusable launch pad.
And you can see all the changes there between Pad 1 and Pad 2, and Ryan Hare version 1 and Ryan Hare version 2 as well. Hopefully you're all still with us here. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein, continuing to host this portion of the Stakeout stream for Flight 13. Now, as mentioned, we have more people joining us. You saw him earlier getting into a bout with Dan. We have Max on for commentary from the field. Max, how is it going out there today, and what's the vibe like?
Can confirm Dan and I are A-okay. Nobody was harmed in the making of that bit. But good morning, everybody. Well, it's still morning here in Starbase. But the vibe today, I guess, overall is much, much better. The weather is much more promising. Far fewer clouds in the sky, a lot more blue. A bit breezy like we've had in previous days, but nothing Starship can't handle right now. And an overall feeling of optimism. So we're hoping to keep that up through the launch window.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you're the same way, Max, but there are certain launches where you wake up and you're like, I just don't feel like it's going to go today, and then it doesn't. There's others where you get that vibe of, it's going to go today, and it does. I don't know if you feel the same way during any of these.
I don't try to jinx it, you know. Some launches definitely do have better feelings than others, but this one being lucky number 13 for Starship, I don't want to jinx it or get like too far ahead of ourselves. So it's not like, oh yeah, it's gonna go today. But I think its chances of getting off the ground are certainly the greatest than the other two tries. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you just get that vibe. You can't say it out loud all the time, but you get that vibe of like, yeah, this is a much better day. I'm I don't know if our next person also feels the same way because, which by the way, everyone was wondering in chat, where's EJ? Where's EJ? EJ's here. Hi, EJ.
Where's EJ? There he is. What's up? How you doing?
Good to have you back with us again today, especially after the long stakeout stream that we ended up having after yesterday's attempt.
Fun? You guys have a fun time yesterday? I had a fun time yesterday. It was good.
I had a fun time yesterday.
You know, you really enjoyed doing that stakeout stream. Love, maybe we should do it again sometime. Like now.
Yeah, just maybe not with no launch attempt with it. How about that?
Well, there's no launch attempt during any stakeout streams. That's all I'm saying.
Facts, no printer.
Or we end the stakeout stream and are able to transition over to the launch stream so that it will actually lift off at its planned T0.
Yeah, no, that's fair. All right, that see, that's technically correct, and that's the best kind of correct, Sawyer.
All I gotta ask then, do you kind of get those vibes as well, EJ, for certain launches? Does today feel, as it says on the ticker, favorable?
Oh, why is it spelled? Oh, no. Did Chris do that?
No, I think that was Ryan Caton.
Favorable. I don't know. I think the weather seems pretty rich, and the weather seems very rich and very well off. I would congratulate the weather on all its success because it was poor yesterday. It probably smells terrific out there. Just saying. But I think the weather. Serious time. I think the weather looks great. Very, very clear skies. I was watching the stakeout stream earlier when we had the radar. Well, not the radar. It looked like a ghost satellite picture up. Yeah, it looks like the clouds are through. And you guys remember the reason why they didn't go yesterday was not necessarily because of Bertha, because of Tropical Storm Bertha, which is due north a little ways. It was because it was too cloudy. And this is a test flight. And ideally during a test flight, you want clear conditions, right, Sawyer? Like we want clear conditions. So that's why they're going today. And it looks a lot clearer today, right?
It sure does, yeah. And obviously Max being out there can confirm that too.
It's also incredibly hot today. I don't know what it was. I mean, I just pulled up to River maybe 45 minutes ago after spending the morning getting cameras refreshed and ready for the launch attempt today. But I stuck my head out the window when I pulled up, and I was like, "Oh boy, it's certainly a warm one today." But it's also July in South Texas, so what do you expect?
Yeah, for those wondering, at 11:40 a.m., it is 90 degrees Fahrenheit or 32 degrees Celsius out. So, and it's only going to get hotter from there. I know you love hearing that, Max.
I mean, it's like this is nothing that we're not used to from Florida, obviously, but we are actually a bit farther south than we would be in Central Florida here. So the sun does feel ever so that just feels just that much stronger. But it's just part of the game out here.
But does it really feel that much stronger? Are you wearing one of the NSF sun shirts at shop.nasaspaceflight.com?
Oh my god. Oh my god, Sawyer. Oh god.
We saw it on the screen, though. I know Dan was. Were you wearing one as well?
I was, and this is not meant to be a store plug, but like a sun shirt out here is like one of the must-haves. I mean, if you're going to be outside for more than 10 or 15 minutes, like you need something to cover your skin, unless you want to look like Mr. Krabs, right? Just completely roasted. So like having adequate protection from the sun here is a must, and genuinely, I know I say it all the time, and it sounds kind of cliche, but I literally wear one of the many that I have every single day, whether it's here or in Florida, at this time of year at least. You definitely need it, and if you don't, you will. I promise you will regret it.
And it's also great for at night too, because then it blocks the mosquitoes with the long sleeve. Well, it's better at it.
I mean, it's kind of thin, so the mosquitoes can, I guess, kind of bite through, but it does give them something else to get through before your skin. But yes, the bugs out here are also no joke.
Yay, Texas and Florida, nothing changes when it comes to the bugs.
No, same, but different.
Yeah, true. That's fair. But yeah, definitely go check out the sun shirts shops at nasaspaceflight.com. They are UPF 50+, which I was looking it up, means they block out more than 98% of the UV light. So, prevent you from getting burnt
What we're trying to say is that the sun shirts will give you a legendary farmer's tan if you buy the short sleeve versions. They will give you a legendary farmer's tan. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Legend. Wait for
Wait
it.
for it.
Dairy.
Yes.
Oh, such a good show. Mary, or username Lady May, saying, thanks, guys. Fingers crossed for the successful launch today, getting one of the regular shirts. And then Alex getting one of the patches, which, again, once those are gone, they're gone with the patches. Saying, thanks for the amazing views. Unfortunately, I'll be working during the entire launch window, but looking forward to the replays. Looking forward to seeing it launch, too, and the replays. Topfall is wondering, how close is Starbase to fully self-sufficient LOX and methane with the air separation unit and star pipe planned? EJ, what do you think?
Oh, we heard about Starpipe a couple of months ago. So I mean, and the ASU seems to be making good progress. I'd say a couple of months, maybe. Probably the ASU I think is going to get done before Starpipe, but yeah, we'll get to the point. We'll get to a point where you basically tapped into an infinite energy supply known as the South Texas oil industry, right? Like, this is the kind of stuff we were talking about yesterday, Sawyer. Like, we're almost to the point where they basically tapped into a like almost infinite fuel reserve here, which is pretty cool. And I'm pretty sure the atmosphere isn't running out of oxygen anytime soon, you know, and there's enough nitrogen. There's actually more nitrogen than oxygen in the atmosphere. So, you know, we got enough to make liquid oxygen. We got enough to make liquid nitrogen. We basically tapped into the main fuel supply for the entire U.S. just north of here. So yeah, I mean, couple months before we're basically playing on infinite fuel. You know, that's fun. I like that. You like that?
I like that.
Especially anything they can do to reduce the amount of tankers coming in and out of the launch site to ease traffic is nothing but a bonus. Because that's really all it is right now. It's just a whole bunch of tankers. And especially after, whenever they have to abort a countdown, especially once they've been into prop load or have completed prop load, immediately after the count stops and the road is open, it's nothing but tankers for like a mile and a half down the road. It's absurd. So anything they can do to reduce the amount of tankers coming in for each day and each attempt would benefit, I think, everybody.
Oh, yeah. And again, there are other places that need liquid oxygen and things like that. It's medical purposes. There's plenty of other uses for it. So yeah, other places are kind of going to need some. So it's better just make your own.
You know, I see people saying in chat, Brianna, I see what you said. It's a pipe dream. I mean, yes, that is correct because they're making a pipe.
Oh my God!
I mean,
and you said Sawyer was rubbing off on me.
I didn't make the pun. Chat did. Just saying.
Sure, but you were the one that
sure. Blame chat. Sure.
I will. I am the streamer, man. That is my job.
Anyway, Starbase Sam going the extra mile, going to tips.nasaspaceflight.com for some support as well, which helps more directly, which we appreciate. Saying thanks for their great coverage as always. Godspeed, Ship 40 and Booster 20. Thank you so much for that. Space Gaucho is wondering, and this is very much an EJ question if I've heard one, does temperature change max Q by any meaningful amount?
Dude, that's a really good question. Let me think about this for a moment. Okay, so, I mean, it probably does. I wouldn't say it's a meaningful amount because, I mean, you're going to have shifts in pressure, but if you think about shifts in like atmospheric pressure, and I know this from flying around in flight simulators, so like you have there's localized pressures, you know, but the pressure doesn't really. I mean, what's the lowest pressure you've seen like in your flight sim days, or like 2.8? You know, 2.8, 2.7 maybe. There is a shift, and it probably does affect it to an extent, but not really. It's really much more about the surface area of the vehicle that's getting exposed to oncoming velocity. So it probably has something to do with it. I wouldn't say it's an inconsequential amount, but it's more about the shape. It's much more about the shape of the vehicle and the speed you're going at the altitude that you're going at. That has a lot to do with it. But yeah, I'm not going to say pressure and temperature don't change that. it's probably there. It's probably something you have to take into account, but I'm not going to say it's like the difference between launching and not launching, right?
It's, if anything, I think temperature and pressure have a greater effect on the speed of sound than they would on max Q on the rocket. So, depending on temperature and humidity, the speed of sound can vary anywhere from like 2 to 10 miles an hour, sometimes more. I mean, there's a reason why at very low altitudes, to go supersonic, some fighter jets have to run full afterburner for a long time, and then once they're up at 35,000 feet or higher, they can super cruise or cruise beyond the speed of sound without afterburner at much lower speeds. And then that's just because the air pressure, temperatures, and the levels of just moisture in the air are so much different than on the ground. So, if anything, it has a bigger effect on the point of which, or the speed of which sound travels, than it would of max Q.
I love hearing just the back and forth on that and trying to think it out in real time. It's one of my favorite things to listen to. Also, max Q would be a great X handle, wouldn't it?
Some might say.
I don't know. Someone should do that, like underscore max Q underscore or something.
Some say.
Anyway, yeah. Follow Max on the socials, or at least you follow the NSF socials, and I know we repost a lot of Max's stuff. X, Facebook, Threads, TikTok, Blue Sky, Instagram, all of that. Starship V3 Wiki Fandom is wondering, Max, will the engines be at full thrust today? They weren't at full thrust on Flight 12, right? Question mark.
I mean, I feel kind of bad for not knowing that officially. Has SpaceX said they weren't at full thrust for Flight 12 anywhere? Because I don't think that was the case. I think they were at full power. And that's one of the main differences of Pad 1 and Pad 2, is that Pad 2 is able to support the forces of a booster or just a full stack launch vehicle at full thrust, whereas on Pad 1, the engines for a full static fire on the booster had to be throttled down to its minimum thrust, their minimum thrust settings, to avoid damaging the hold down clamps and the actual launch mount itself. Whereas Pad 2, that isn't a concern. The booster also stays on the pad a lot less for a lot less time than Pad 1, just with how much quicker they are able to ignite all 33 engines and then get the vehicle moving. Right now, each Raptor produces, I want to say, 250 tons of thrust, and their goal was 280. So, but I want to say that they were running at about the full thrust marker during Flight 12. Although, as Raptor 3 evolves through time and they make improvements and it's designed for efficiency and power, that obviously that thrust number will go up. But as far as we are aware right now, they were all at full power.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it at full power. And yeah, once they upgrade them even more and we get that 280 versus the 250, it's crazy enough as is.
Yes.
It's going to be even more insane.
And mind you, that's already a jump from Raptor 2. I think, what was it, 220 or 230 tons? Like, that's 20 tons of thrust is already a massive improvement for a single engine. And now multiply that amount of thrust gained for 33 engines in one launch vehicle. And then I'll obviously do the math again when they do end up reaching that 280 ton marker. So yeah, Raptor is one of the most impressive, if not the most impressive engine I think ever built in the history of spaceflight, although there have been a lot of incredible engines built in the history of spaceflight. But Raptor is certainly a unique beast.
I mean, RS-25, you can't ignore it. For me, it's the F1. I mean, the F1 was just so beautiful. The intricacy that they did, the power that they got out of it, especially using 60s technology. I mean, Raptor is amazing, but I do like
There's
F1.
something about the RS-27. You know what I mean?
Wow.
I know.
There's a
They
throwback.
were
I don't know.
back.
That's just me. That's just me. I'm a goofball. Like, don't listen to me. Like, I'm a goofball. But that
the
is
H1
that is
engine?
one of my favorite engines. Yes.
Really? Huh.
Yes.
All right. It's a good choice. It's a good motor.
It's all right. It gets the job done.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was related to Saturn V's, wasn't it? It was one of the upper stage engines.
No, the H1 engine was the first stage on the Saturn 1B.
Oh, the 1B, that's what it was. Okay.
Yeah, they're actually they were borrowed from the Thor missile. The Thor missile, which is an IRBM, which is a Keralox IRBM, that for intermediate range, right? And then that made its way into a 2-stage vehicle, Thor Able, and then it became Thor Delta, which became the Delta series of rockets. But the engines were used on the Saturn 1B first stage. There was 8 of them.
Yes, and mind you, it was an incredibly fuel-rich engine, so it was like rolling coal the entire time it was running. It was one of the most wicked sights ever. But speaking of Delta, EJ, I go back and forth between the RS-27 and the RS-68 on the Delta 4 core stages. I go back and forth. Obviously, Raptor. I don't know. If I had to list all my favorite engines, I don't know how I would classify the order, but certainly the RS-27 and the RS-68 are, I think, at least in the top 5.
I mean, the
I don't
RS-68 it lit the rocket on fire.
I don't like RS-68s.
Don't you dare go there. No. How could you not like it? How could you not like the RS-68?
It's objectively an awful engine. There, I said it.
I mean.
Do you know how heavy one of those things is?
Yes.
They're 15,000 pounds.
I never said it was a great engine. I just said I liked it.
Dude, no, that's fair. I mean, to be fair, Chad, it does make a good amount of thrust. We're talking over 3 meganewtons of thrust. That's a lot of thrust. But it's 7 tons. The thrust to weight ratio is awful. I mean, if you ever see a Delta 4 Heavy lumber off the pad, there you go.
Yeah.
There's like I did this thing where I was comparing okay, we had a conditional hypothetical when I was doing a stream on my stream the other day, and we were talking about what to replace RS-25s with on SLS, and I kind of looked like, because at face value I was like RS-68s would be great on the core stage, and then I went and actually crunched the numbers, and no, they wouldn't. The RS-25s would give you way better performance. RS-25s are extremely light for the amount of power. They have great thrust to weight ratio. It's double what the TWR on a shuttle engine or an RS-25 is double what an RS-68 is, and it produces almost as much thrust. The shuttle engine Sawyer putting out about 2,200 kilonewtons of thrust. I mean, once again, the RS-68 will give you 3,000, but honestly, thrust to weight on a core stage or first stage or even a second stage is the name of the game. But the shuttle engines, of course, give you both of those things. You get very high TWR, right? And you get hydrolox efficiency.
And you also get the road being closed on your screen, by the way, before we
you're absolutely right.
That conversation. Want to mention what we're seeing there.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that the RS-68 is like that Cybertruck there. It's big and it's heavy. But it has a lot of power.
Which, by the way, Max, as you are there, for those who don't know, which road closure is this, and what does that typically mean?
So this is the hard road closure right at LBJ Boulevard, just past the production site. So this is essentially the point of which no personnel at all, regardless of who you are, unless given specific permission, can pass. This is the closest any human can be to Starship when it is fully fueled and during launch. SpaceX employees do watch from the front lawn in front of the factory, in front of the offices. And that's already very close. But also here at River and at Rocket Ranch Outpost, we're also pretty close. I mean, we're only 3.5 miles away, and that's the distance from the press site to Launch Complex 39A and 39B. So we're already very close. And LBJ Boulevard is also incredibly close. It's like a mile and change. No, maybe it's like a mile and a half away, I think it is, from the launch site. Maybe closer to 2. But either way, it is incredibly close, and that is the point at which no humans can pass unless you are given specific permission, say like the Pad Red team or anybody else. So at this point, we were actually coming up on the start time for the road and beach closure right at 12 o'clock. It is currently 11:58 a.m. local time here, almost 11:50. Oh my goodness gracious, 11:59 here in just a few seconds. Getting there. Oh, well, yeah, we're close. But yeah, the road and beach closure begin at noon and should last at its latest until about 9 o'clock this evening. So we are approaching operations beginning, and that shows we are currently on track.
We are indeed on track. That is what we like to hear. We also like to hear the words from Bideford with $50 of support here. Goodness gracious, Bideford, it's always great to see you regardless of that. Hopefully all is well
Thank
with
you,
you and your
Bideford.
family. Yes. Who said first date, not so good. Second date, definitely no good. And now third date, great for launch. Oh,
Yes.
sounds like my dating life. There you go.
Oh God.
Thank you, Bideford. That was beyond appreciated. We also had Archangel gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Perfect time to join with the members multi-view and behind the scenes coming up in just a little bit. So you'll get all the views from all the different cameras we have out. It's over 20 of them, and it will keep growing the number that you'll see as we get closer to launch and more come online. And then the behind the scenes where you get to see the production side of things of what's going on. Sonny also grabbing one of those memberships, and Kevin getting the collector's patch from the shop at shop.nasaspaceflight.com, which I'm being told we have just over 30% of them remaining, and once they're gone, they're gone. Just a reminder, so if you want to get it, make sure you get it before they're gone. They're asking, why does NSF hate Cybertruck? Asking for a friend.
I don't hate the Cybertruck. I like the Cybertruck, actually. I'm one of the few of us who actually likes it.
I think
To be fair.
it's very easy to criticize something that you don't like, but it's a challenge to criticize something that you like. I don't really hate the Cybertruck at all. I think the 48-volt architecture is actually really smart for an electric
I was
vehicle.
just gonna go there. Yes.
Yeah, and it's
Steer-by-wire, 4-wheel steering, which isn't novel to obviously Cybertruck, but the steer-by-wire, I believe, is I think it's the first of its kind.
yeah. I mean Max, that's great. Yeah, the steer-by-wire is fantastic. I think the reason why the Cybertruck looks the way that it is because the looks are as avant-garde as its electronics suite on board. Like the 48-volt architecture allows you to use data cables for power and data connections. You can send 2 signals through 1 wire. That ends up making the wire harness on Cybertruck ridiculously simple. There's 1 wire that goes to the back of the truck, guys. That's it. 1 wire. 1 wire to carry the directional controls, brakes, different lights, etc., etc. It's actually really cool. And I think the avant-garde styling of Cybertruck is there to reflect how crazy of a departure it is from the underpinnings of it, comparatively to the rest, like to any other car. How that thing is put together is like nothing you've ever seen. There's no other 48-volt architecture cars out there, and that's like pinnacle electric car design. It's really good. Hopefully it finds its way into the Roadster. Am I right?
I hope so. So actually, staying on the Cybertruck for a second, if I can.
As we see a cyber
there
helicopter
is-
coming in to refuel.
Ooh, look at this!
Ooh, that was a sweeping
Yeah, so
view.
the-
That was cool.
What the heck? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as we
Shout
take
out
a
to
look at
SPL Ops.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yes.
By the way, as we
100%.
take a look at that, EJ, I'm going to hand over the controls to you for the next hour or so. I will rejoin you
Oh, no.
all in just a little bit. But as of right now, the road closures are going into place, and the weather looks good, and helicopter coming in to refuel.
Killer. All right. So, Sawyer, thank you very much for popping in. I have the controls.
Oh God, he's gone
controls.
mad with power. Oh no.
I've gone mad. I've gone mad with power. So, no, it's good. So, once again, guys, this is the Starship Stakeout stream. We are 5 hours, 42 minutes, 23 seconds away from hopefully a good Flight 13. Now, this is the 3rd attempt. There was 1 attempt last Thursday, or 2 Thursdays ago, I should say. There was 1 attempt yesterday, and now we're on the 3rd try. What you're seeing here, though, on the screen is a good sign that we're good for launch operations today. It's a good sign. Now, unfortunately, on the 1st attempt, they had a problem with the engines. They got to T0. This was last week. They got to T0, fired the engines shut off. They did some testing on the booster, and they put the stack out yesterday, and we never really got into any of the terminal count yesterday. SpaceX decided not to go because it was too cloudy. If you see, there is clouds, don't get me wrong, but it's not like it was yesterday, right, Max? It was very, 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 very cloudy yesterday, right?
It was, yeah, yesterday overall was pretty much doom and gloom in terms of how it looked for weather. I mean, there was constant cloud cover for the entire day, fairly low altitude. And what I found rather interesting on SpaceX's post confirming the delay or the scrub for yesterday was they wanted to prioritize imaging from the ground, which I never thought was going to be a priority for them for flight. Considering how previous flights have looked, but I guess for version 3 going forward, they want all the imagery they can get, right? So very interesting, but if that is to be one of their priorities, weather today is a lot more favorable, and hopefully the clouds overall stay away, because right now they certainly are.
Yeah, we can hope. I mean, this camera shot here, and shout out to the SBL ops, especially for tracking that helicopter coming in just a second ago. Shout out to the Starbase camera operators. Thank you very much. And then bringing us this shot. This shot compared to yesterday. Yesterday looked like something out of like Blade Runner or something. Now it looks really nice. It looks like we got a clear range.
It was like Blade Runner or Day After Tomorrow or like Twister. Like, yeah, the clouds were actually pretty wicked, and they were really, really cool. There was one shot, I think it was from this very camera on our trailer by Hopper, where the clouds were like super wavy. The texture was crazy. The coloring was kind of nuts. But yeah, we don't want any of that today, folks. None of that today.
Yep. So. Actually, okay, all right. We have an update in our control. Who's controlling the stream? They figured they must have figured out. They're like, oh crap, EJ has the controls. No. You're not breaking into song in here. Now, speaking of that, Chris, are you there? You gonna run the stream now?
Was that your Mary Poppins impression again of an English accent?
No, that was Monty Python, man.
I've got to get the chimney sorted, governor. Like, what? No one talks like that, AJ.
What are you talking about? It's direct. You're not breaking into song in here. Now singing.
There is Vic Van Dyke is like, what? I don't
what,
know.
mate?
Well, it's like I get the what is it? Hugh Grant. That's right. Yeah. Oh, Hugh Grant. Nobody talks like that. Nobody talks like that. Americans, trust me. Come over here. Go to the north. Get a proper accent, you'll understand. There we go. Right, anyway.
All right.
An accent's a proper
Starship.
accent, Chris?
Hey.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Chris, I'll tell you, I can do a good Chris Kamara impression. I don't know, Jeff.
Hang on. How do you know Chris Kamara?
Because I know football, dude. Your football. We call it soccer, though, because you don't know how to call sports correctly.
No, it's because you kick it with a foot. It's a ball.
No.
We are going way off. We're going way
Common
off here.
sense? No. Look at the helicopter. Just look at the helicopter. See,
that's nice.
Isn't it nice? That's great.
Isn't it? Yeah, that's cool. Anyway, Starship. 5 hours and 38 minutes to launch. I actually thought I was on in an hour's time, so I've just rushed on. I am literally going to publish an article live on stream because I've just finished off the Blue Origin. New Glenn second stage is going to go to Stennis, the B2 test stand for testing. So when they usually test their second stages and their first stages, they do it on their launch pad that no longer currently exists as activity. So they've sent it to Stennis, which is a really clever move, and I really like it because it was repurposed for the exploration upper stage, which was SLS's second stage, which is no longer happening. So they've found a purpose for B2. They've found a solution for Blue Origin. It's brilliant. Typical Jared. Really is.
Now,
They're finding solutions. I love it. I absolutely love it. So I've written an article on it. I'm nearly finished with it. I'm going to try and find some questions that let you go on forever, and I'll get to it. There we go. Oh, we've got members multi-stream as well. Everything's happening. I can't multitask, Kevin. I can't multitask.
but anyway, we can multi-view, though.
Well, I'll tell you what we can do. I'll tell you what we can do. You're not Sawyer. What we can do is we can status update where we are with the weather, because I know every time I've looked at chat, the question is, what's the weather like? And it's a fair question because that's what caused the delay yesterday. So how we're looking so far, Max, on the conditions right now and also as we come up to the window, because that is the key point, isn't it?
It very much is. And in 2 words, much better. Obviously, a lot more blue skies overhead today. Some clouds more inland, but obviously being right next to the Gulf, that's typically where the clouds end up forming, and anything close to the coast usually ends up being in the clear, and that is, of course, one of SpaceX's objectives, or I guess criteria for launch today, is a decent enough visibility upwards for their tracking equipment. But overall, weather is looking much better today. Still on the breezy side with a wind coming out of the south right now. Excuse me, but certainly nothing that I think would cause any issue for Starship right now. You would think that Starship would be one of the more vulnerable rockets to wind, kind of like Falcon, because of just how large it is, and also the flaps on ship at being at the top of the rocket, making it somewhat unstable in terms of aero. But Starship is a pretty robust beast, and I don't really foresee the winds causing that much of a concern or a headache for Starship or its launch controllers at all for today. If there is going to be a problem and Starship ends up going into the launch window, I do not foresee the weather being the concern unless the winds pick up dramatically and go beyond the threshold of what it can handle. But overall, weather is looking much better today. As you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, the overall cloud cover for the Gulf from Florida to the east coast of Texas and Louisiana, and all the way up there as well. So overall, much better for today, as Bertha has thankfully cleared out. We don't want Bertha around these parts anymore.
Very good news. Very good news indeed, because we do want to stress that, because I saw a few people on social media saying, what is wrong with this rocket? Why won't it ever launch? There was nothing wrong in the countdown. It was purely to do with the weather and also the imagery. SpaceX did go a little bit further than just saying delayed because of weather. They said they wanted the weather conditions so they could get the proper photography of the vehicle going through Max-Q with the TPS, which is an objective of theirs. So that was a perfectly good call. And hopefully this time round that won't be a problem for the actual launch being given the green light. I do now have the member multi-stream madness posted to the community on our member thing. It is all member level areas. So you don't have to think, oh, it's like tiered. No, anyone who's a member, gifted or not, you could be gifted a membership. You've got access to all our cameras now. Not just the full screen you see on right now, all the cameras, all the time. Literally crazy. You'll see what I mean when you get in there, because it's hard to describe. Alex has got is it breaking news? EJ, is that beach closure breaking news?
They're going to hit us with the stinger? I'm waiting for it.
No, because last time we did that, the stinger happened after we finished. Oh, there it is. It's fast this time.
They did it! They did it! All right, so Boca Chica Beach is closed. Another good sign here for a trending positive launch today, right, Chris?
It does, yes. Thank you, EJ, as I was taking a drink. It's very good positive news, yeah.
My bad.
I'm used to hosting with Ryan and Alex, where I basically ask a question and I can just pop off for 5 minutes and pop back when they're finished. But it is good positive news. It's all part of the progression. It's all the checklists as we check things off towards this launch. Because people will be more and more popping in. There's like 11,000 people in now. There's 6,000 in early when I was on first time round. So you can see the audience growing as we get closer. And then it gets really crazy about 1 hour to launch. And then properly bonkers at T-minus 10 minutes. You watch that count going to 6 figures. It's crazy the amount of people who just latch on to the last 10 minutes of the countdown. Which is also really great, because I think that has continued on right through to this Flight 13. It's not something where it was the first attempt, second attempt, and everyone just kind of lost a bit of interest. It's still there, and that's important. And then it's only going to gain again, because we're going to start seeing booster catches return. We're going to start seeing ship catches. And a question related to that, almost a designed segue. It wasn't. It was just perfectly in order. Ian asks, based on the catch mechanics, what do you think is the biggest bottleneck preventing rapid restacking on the pad? GSC recycling or tower inspections? EJ, that sounds like something you want to play with.
Okay. Think about this. Based on the catch mechanics, what do you think is the biggest bottleneck preventing rapid restacking? Pads. It's like, I don't mean to, just be so sure about it, but Chris, I honestly think it's the launch pads. I think, Ian, if the question is like, are we going to land a ship? Are they going to land a ship and a booster on the same pad? I think eventually, yeah, that type of what's called con ops or concept of operations is absolutely a thing. It's absolutely a thing that can be done. However, yeah, I mean, unless it's a Starship tanker, right, where you can fill your payload right on the pad, right, you're gonna need the Starship is gonna need some downtime, right? You got to reload it with Starlinks, right? You got to reload the PEZ dispenser. You got to reload the payload bay. or, you know, maybe way into the future, like, you got to get people off of it, right? You know, you could solve the you know, crew egress with an access arm on the tower, right? That's totally doable. But what about reloading payloads? I really think that more pads is going to solve this problem, right? You know, not necessarily catch towers, guys. Catch towers, I think, would be a temporary measure, right? But I'm talking about a whole pad. You know, with the flame bucket, the bidirectional flame diverter, the whole pyramidal launch structure, sub-Sharpie. You guys know if you watch Critical Path, right? That is really what you're looking for. More pads can solve this problem easier because, you know, you launch one, booster comes back down, they catch the booster, put it back down on the pad, the ship will come back down a couple hours later, land on another pad, and while that ship is landing on the other pad, you can bring a fully loaded Starship out, right? And you could stack it on the first pad, and then you launch it again. I think multiple pads, Ian, is the real big way. Like, that is the biggest bottleneck here. And I think that is the reason why SpaceX is working on 2 pads at Boca Chica, 2 pads eventually at Slick 37, 1 pad at 39A. And then whatever they're going to do with that purchase in Louisiana in Vermilion Parish, I think there's going to be like 8 pads out there. Like, that's just a number I pulled out of the Aether there. But yeah, I think that having more pads is the serious bottleneck there. You know, Chris, we harken back to the shuttle. Their plans with the shuttle was have the shuttle fly a month, have 4 shuttles fly every month, right? And then a month downtime for each orbiter, right? So the idea is that you'd have OPF 1 and 2 at Complex 39. You know, you have 2 orbiters in there. You have 1 orbiter in the VAB being integrated, and then 1 orbiter up in space, right? So it's just a cycle, right? SpaceX is going to use a similar cycle to that, only swap out the OPFs for other pads. Right? And then go from there.
If anything, I think it'll be easier just to reuse the booster on that front as well, just because ideally just catch the booster, put it back on the orbital launch mount, either safe it or refill it, and then have the next ship in line ready to be stacked with the chopsticks. I think the booster there, is probably the main bottleneck. I think rapid ship reuse is many years down the line, simply because depending on the ship's purpose, whether it's carrying Starlinks or other payloads or people, it sounds more plausible to get a booster caught and turn around a lot more quicker, considering that is obviously what gets the whole ship off the ground and can just be put on the launch mount and not having to worry and wait for a ship or anything else to be ready. So yeah, I would also agree with EJ, and that pad is the main bottleneck though.
It's amazing that the shuttle reference there from EJ is spot on. I mean, it's also very relevant. We can talk about history, about rockets and whatever, but there is a very, very big relevance in that before the shuttle first launched, their plans were exactly that, 1 a month, and they were looking at manifests. I've got a manifest in L2. I've got several actually in L2. They're PDFs now, but they were originally just paper documents, and one of our shuttle friends, shuttle managers who's retired, had them in his loft, and he scanned them to PDF, and they're actually quite beautiful. They're hand-drawn, before the days of graphics, from 1978, and it was showing the shuttle manifest, the envisioned shuttle manifest, with the orbiters, with the payloads.
I wish.
And it was every 3 weeks they were launching.
Oh, that would have been so good.
They never got close. They never got close to that. And there was a rotation. 1 in space, 1 in the OPF, 1 going to the pad, 1 in maintenance, back to Palmdale. It really was. It looked amazing. And you can look at Starship and think, well, Starship's going to do this. And then you have that back of your mind, well, the shuttle didn't manage it. It's so different now. I mean, EJ, this is not the same issue shuttle had. They're not looking to go through this major maintenance. It's always a question mark until they prove it. But it's a completely different kind of rocket. And they may just finally get that sweet spot of rapid reusability that we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. I think they can get it, and I think with more pads, you can really solve this problem because, you know, it's not like we have the VAB to stack stuff in. The whole point with Starship, Chris, right, is to have the things on the pad ready to go, like. And in this kind of analogy, I suppose that, you know, a pad is basically a quote unquote OPF for the booster, right? So if you have more pads, you have more OPFs, you could support more throughput that way. And then you can support simultaneous catching and launching operations, even with just 2 pads at each site, right? You know, they have 3 at the Cape, right? And then 2 at Boca. And then, you know, however many they'll end up having in Louisiana. Yeah, multiple pads really are the solution to throughput here. And once again, fellas, like, just to be very clear, that's not necessarily the case with the space shuttle. The case with the space shuttle was more or less just doing it. And Chris, I would have loved to have seen that. Like, a lot of people don't know, in 1985, guys, with the shuttle, they launched 9 times. That's almost a shuttle launch a month. That's, if you think about scaling rockets nowadays, and how complicated of a vehicle the shuttle is, 9 times in 1985 is actually really good. Even before STS-51L, which was in January of 1986, there was already a shuttle mission that had flown. In 1986, guys, what they were aiming for is 1 shuttle launch every 2 weeks. And then 1987 would have been 1 shuttle launch a week. It would have been great, you know, but
I kind of like, whenever I remember that, I think, wait, that's when it went too far. There's go fever. It's a horrendous saying, but there were many factors involved with the path towards 51L where shortcuts were taken, and look what happened. You can't take shortcut with rockets, and not with crew on board. They learned the lesson the very, very hard way that day. But yeah, we need to go through a shuttle history. We need shuttle Sundays back. That's that's what we need. Back to Starship though. Max, got a question here from Action Slats, who says, great username. Do you think SpaceX will test docking between Starship and Dragon prior to Artemis 3?
Ooh. That's a really interesting thought exercise there. I don't know. It doesn't seem. It seems both like a good idea, but also like a nightmare for I can't say the word, logistics. There we go. Just simply because they only have, I think, 4 or 5 Crew Dragons in rotation right now, and each of them takes a long time to refurbish after their 6 or 8 month stay on the space station. Those are not rapidly turnaroundable vehicles. Turnaroundable? Those vehicles cannot be rapidly turned around, and they're all, I think, refurb for a mission, for a future crewed mission or something of the sort. That being said, though, they could use Cargo Dragon. They do have a handful of those as well, to test the docking system on. I guess technically, yes, they could, and I mean, it's just the international docking adapter. If they want to test the actual docking system itself, they could just put 2 docking ports together. Like, it's not that difficult to do on the ground. But in terms of having it dock with a separate vehicle in orbit, technically, yeah, they could. Like, there's nothing stopping them from launching a Dragon up and then launching a Starship up and trying to dock with each other in orbit, to try the exercise. But do I see SpaceX actually doing it? No. I think there's already a lot on their manifest, and they're already still they're all in on Starship right now, and Dragon is kind of the how did Eric Berger refer to it? Was it the something doll or egg? I can't remember what it was. Like, it's a very a what?
A Matryoshka doll?
No, it was an egg, actually. It was a something egg. Anyway, it's a very delicate spacecraft by comparison. So there's a lot of risk there as well, as we can see a photo of 2 docking adapters almost put together here, testing on the ground. But I don't know. That's an interesting thought. I like where your head's going with that. I mean, I'm thinking it through in real time, just as you were asking it, honestly.
Yeah, well,
tough
I mean,
to see. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Chris.
we can thought process this for about 10 minutes. It really is an interesting question.
It is.
I would say when we ask questions like that, chat join in, because it is an interesting thing where we've seen, for example, with Blue Origin, and the completely irrelevant to the docking part, but to do with second stage testing, they aren't going to be stood down and not doing testing. They're going to use the B2 test stand at Stennis, which is a great fit for getting ahead for when they get the pad back So there's lots of get-aheads, and that would be a get-ahead if they could pull it off. I did see a question while we were talking about it saying, will Starship ever dock to the ISS? There was a render back in the early days of, it might be in the MCT days or the BFR days, where we saw a render from SpaceX of Starship docked to the ISS, and it looked hilarious. It was like, that's too big. It really is too big. I don't think we'll ever see it. There's no real need for it. I think the whole focus will be on the path that SpaceX has provided us all now, which is to launch Starlink, to launch the data centers, to get to the moon, and then to Mars. And then beyond then, because I don't think Mars is going to be ever the end goal for SpaceX. They want to go from Mars and further. And that's what Starship brings. It is, I'm desperately trying not to mention shuttle every time I talk, but it is a kind of shuttle thing where the basis of shuttle was to do multitasking things. It was not just a one-trick pony, and Starship is not a one-trick pony either. I'm going to quickly thank some people, by the way, because we get support, and I'm always extremely grateful for people who support us, what we do, because these cameras you're watching right now, we're going through these cameras. They're all our cameras. We're not just talking over somebody else's stream. We're not talking over the SpaceX stream here. These are our cameras, and they are not cheap, and all the equipment that goes with it are not cheap either. So, thanks to the community, we can afford to do this. Archangel, we be vibing. That's the comment. William has got something from the store. So, look, thanks for all the coverage. Sun shirts and broadcast. Have you got a sun shirt? Oh, you have? Awesome. Oh, it's a TPS one. Hey,
yes.
There we go. No guarantees or any promises from NSF of any protection during re-entry. I'm sorry. If you feel like doing a skydive out of a vehicle in space, it's not going to help you. But it's an awesome shirt. So there we go. And you will look very unique and different, and people, your fellow rocket friends will get it immediately. There we go. That's a cool thing. William Smoothers, Ship 36 aka the Disaster is a t-shirt. I'm wondering what the reference is there, but I'm reading it out either ways. Fair mentions RS-25 paved the way for reusability we're seeing today. Starship owes so much to Shuttle for really paving the way to reusability. Right, let's dissect that. I'm sorry, but that's a question. We've got to deal with this, AJ. Right, let's start with you, AJ.
All right.
The RS-25 is an amazing engine.
Yeah,
and
great.
I actually know SpaceX Raptor people who say the same thing. They say RS-25, yeah, amazing engine. They all agree it's an amazing engine. It was a reusable engine. Obviously, with SLS, it's getting one final go, and that's it. It's not going to get reused. How would you say RS-25 as an engine has helped pave the way to our new era of reusability?
Ooh. Okay. I would say that, Chris, not to change the subject, but if there's one big thing that the shuttle paved the way for in reusability, it's definitely the tiles. I mean, look at the tiles on Starship. Those tiles exist because they're not necessarily based off of the silicate tiles from the shuttle, right? But the tile systems are something that came about from the shuttle program, first and foremost. Now, if we're going to talk RS-25s, in terms of technology, I'm not 100% sure that, Raptor is in the same family tree as an RS-25 engine. If we're talking about like specific parts on the motor, I think it's the idea of what a reusable vehicle should be and how reusable engines should work is what really is the big contributor for SpaceX. Because a Raptor is a helicopter coming in. So that's November 429 X-ray coming in for refueling here on Highway 4. I think it really has more to do with the idea of what a reusable engine should be. The RS-25, and later the Space Shuttle main engine, was designed to be reused 55 times. It's something they never really ended up doing, but having reusable engines is something that, the shuttle program kind of started. And I think Starship is carrying that torch, so to speak. In terms of, if we're going to talk actual specific, like technical architecture, right? Let's just go right off of like the ignition actuation. Raptor is using some type of trick ignition system, but it's an ignition system that can be lit every single time. Like you could start it. So it's kind of like a torch igniter or a spark igniter. I do believe the shuttle the RS-25s, in chat, correct me if I'm wrong. I do believe the RS-25 is using a spark ignition system, right? And just right there, a spark igniter is something that you would use on a reusable engine because it's reusable, right? If you consider like a Merlin 1D engine, and this is not to denigrate a Merlin engine by any means. It's one of the best rocket engines ever designed, period, right? The Merlin engine it has pyrophoric ignition, meaning you have triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane. And when it's called T-tab for short. When T-tab combines, it becomes a pyrophoric chemical, meaning that when T-tab combines and finds oxygen, it makes fire. It's pyrophoric with oxygen, so it combusts if it finds oxygen, just because weird chemicals do be like that. Chemists just look at me funny if you're watching the stream. I know what it does, but that's the plain English way of saying it, right? That is something that needs to be, that's a wear item. Obviously, you can only carry a certain amount of T-tab on every Falcon, right? And that was a good bridge technology for reusability, but it's not full reuse. Every time a Falcon 9 lands, it has downtime where they have to refuel, they have to replace the T-tab. I mean, generally they're in a cartridge, but they have to replace the T-tab. I don't know how they do it on the Merlin engine, but it's a cartridge, like a little CO2 cartridge that you'd use on like a paintball gun or something. But generally the cartridges. SpaceX probably has their own way of doing it. But even like the shuttle engine using a spark igniter, or like Raptor using some crazy, I think it's an acoustic igniter, I think. Using something like that paves the way towards reusability. And it's the ideas that came out of the shuttle program that really SpaceX kind of cherry picked, so to speak. I think there's much more. It's much more like, oh, we should use that. Oh, we should use tiles. Oh, we should use this type of ignition system so we don't have downtime on our Raptor 3 engines, right? And I think that's really where Starship is carrying the torch of the shuttle program in many ways. Anyway, sorry for the long-winded answer. Chris, back to you.
I actually, now chat knows I'm a shuttle fan. So don't think I'm being negative about shuttle for a reason. I'm being negative about the shuttle here because it's a reality. I think a lot of the reusability we've seen today is learning from the mistakes of the shuttle program.
Yeah, ideas, good and bad, right?
Yeah, good and bad. I mean, you're completely right, EJ. I completely agree with everything you said. But also, as a balance, I would say, as we all know, anyone who followed the space shuttle program knows it was not a perfect program at all. I mean, the vehicle was designed wrong from the start, and that's actually documented. There's no that's Chris's opinion. It's documented as such. But that's a legacy, and it's still a positive if you think about it. Let's learn from the mistakes of the past and implement the solutions into the future. And I think SpaceX are very good at doing that. Not only with previous rockets, but with their own rockets. They are the test, fly, fail, fix, fly again kind of people. I'm sure I butchered that, but there's a saying that SpaceX use, and that has been employed, and we've seen it being employed with Starship. And I think that will put them in a very good stead going forward. We'll be looking back on these programs, these test flights, in years to come and go, oh, I'm glad they learned they'd lost the vehicle then and not like now with a crew on board or something like that. It's very important these test flights find the issues and they find the solutions, and we've seen them employ it because we're on block 3. So there we go. There's your proof. Yeah, I'd love conversations like this because a lot of people are getting into rockets now because of SpaceX and because of Starship. And it's important to give them some historical context because it wasn't like there was nothing before. There was lots before, and there was a lot of things you can learn from before that really can apply to what we're watching today. Anyway, moving quickly on. Oh, Max, Teddy wants to know, what was the closure for last night, the road closure?
Last night?
Yep, there was a road closure last night. I know the answer, but I was letting you answer it.
I can't. Maybe I feel bad. I'm not aware of a road closure last night.
Yeah, there was.
Was it from Massey? Oh, was that 18-3 coming back from Massey's?
It was ring walls. Ring walls were moving, but everyone got really kind of like panicky when the closure came up because everyone's thinking, uh-oh, it's not just where there's something wrong with the vehicle, they're going to destock it, and it wasn't. It was just like rings and stuff, so it was nothing to do with the vehicle itself. But that's why people were asking what the closure was about in the end, because I think most people went to bed after that and it was late at night. S S S S S F That's the username. I'm going to put it on screen so that people don't think I've just gone completely crazy. Excited for launch. That was the message. Someone's got the username NNNNSSSF. I like it. Graham got something from the store. What did Graham get? Graham got the Raptor Wrangler mug. How powerful? And a question with it, because you can ask a question while you're actually making your purchase. It's like a super chat almost. How powerful would a giant SRB the size of Starship be? Oh my, AJ, help me out here, because it's going to be big.
A gigantic SRB? Oh,
yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying I don't want that. I know a lot of, in the spaceflight community, a lot of people don't like solids. I don't mind solid rocket boosters. Big solid rocket boosters are cool. I mean, just saying, they're really, really good. They're really simple for what they are. You have one moving part, In terms of how powerful would a giant SRB the size of Starship be? So if we're talking about a solid rocket booster that's, the size of Super Heavy, man, I'm not gonna say it'd produce as much thrust as 33 Raptor engines, but it would definitely be up there. Okay, so guys, this is off the top of my head. This is not doing any specific number crunching, and we could if we really want to. There's a couple of factors that would really depend on thrust output, namely, the expansion ratio on the nozzle. So what shape is the nozzle, right? Where are we optimizing it for? Is it a first stage? Are we first stage? If so, are we optimizing it for sea level? Are we optimizing it for 50,000 feet up or 100,000 feet up? How long is the burn time? How long is your duration? And that, and then throat architecture would also have to do with that too. So if we decided on a certain throat diameter, so that's like if you kind of picture what a rocket engine looks like. It's called a De Laval style nozzle, so a convergent divergent design, basically an hourglass, right? What's the shape of the hourglass? That would really denote what kind of thrust you have. Also, what type of solid propellant are we using here, right? I mean, okay, if I'm just gonna make stuff up, let's just say we're using hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene and ammonium perchlorate, which if some people, I can see it through the computer. So I just said those words and some people are like, yeah, all right. Well, yeah, we'll use that, man. What is that? I don't know. It's very spicy solid rocket fuel. It's what eventually maybe SLS will use. I mean, they're using HTPB and AC, I think on the Bole boosters, but I digress. Yeah. They use P-band right now, which is a less spicy solid rocket fuel. HTPB is the new hotness, right? Conservative estimate for super heavy, something pushing 40 meganewtons. So that would probably be about 20 million pounds of thrust. That's a very conservative estimate right off the top of my head. I'd have to go do the analysis. But I'd say about 20 million pounds. So now for reference here, those Raptors are actually... maybe a little bit more now that I'm. No. Let me dial this back a little bit.
We're literally listening to EJ think live on stream in front of 12,000 people. So.
If smoke comes out of my ears, Chris,
yeah.
Just say something.
I will say the SRB mixture is amazing. I've seen photographs of them mixing the SRB propellant, and it's called the Forbidden Cake Mix. Don't lick that bowl. That would make you very ill very fast. Okay. But it does look like cake mix. It really is. And they literally do mix it with a giant cake mixer. I'm not even joking. It's incredible. So that's a lot of fun. Thank you to a few more people. Padrat members, Paul and AD Evans, thank you very much for your support. Very much appreciated. I've got a kind of relevant question here from SR War, who asks... Could Starship do a submerged launch like Sea Dragon? Oh my word, now, for all mankind, immediately comes to mind the end of that series where we see Sea Dragon lifting off from the ocean. It looks incredible. Was Sea Dragon one giant SRB? AJ, I'm trying to think.
No, Sea Dragon used a pressure-fed hydrolox.
Right.
Yeah. I got some better numbers, guys. I actually went and started... thinking about it with a calculator.
Was it Hydrolox or was it Carolox? I thought it was Carolox.
Yeah, Hydrolox in the second stage. It's all pressure fed though. It's pressure fed liquid fuels. That's the only way you're going to create enough flow to support the flow rate to move 450 tons into space. Guys, I did do some math out. 20 million was a little bit of an overestimate. I would say a solid would probably produce 10 to 12 million pounds of thrust, which is it's a lot, but it's not as much as 33 Raptors. It's a lot. Like that 20 or 10 to 12 million pounds of thrust that's really, really powerful. For instance, like, okay, so Starship with the 33 Raptors is pushing, I believe it's 17 million pounds of thrust, or about, it's somewhere in the ballpark of like 72 to 74 meganewtons of thrust. Saturn V is 7.5 million pounds of thrust, or about 35 meganewtons. SLS is about 8.8 million pounds of thrust, so it's pushing almost 40 meganewtons. So yeah, I'd say 10 to 12 million if you had a solid rocket booster the size of Super Heavy. The thing is that thing, your burn time would not be, I mean, unless you were using so Chris said it's like baking a cake, right? In ways that you can bake a cake into a different shape, like a bundt cake versus a layered cake. You can do that with SRBs to get to change your burn time around. It's called grain packing. And how the grain gets physically packed into the SRB will adjust your burn time, because it changes combustion chamber geometry over time to be either bigger or smaller to produce different flow rates, so you can modulate thrust with an SRB. It's just pre-programmed into how the grain is physically packed into the booster. Yeah, with something like that, I mean, yeah, it wouldn't produce as much as 33 Raptors, but it would go. It would be powerful. Now, in terms of Starship being able to do a submerged launch like Sea Dragon, I would say no. I don't think so. The stainless steel, provided, like, let's go off the conditional hypothetical that Raptors could fire underwater. I mean, they probably could. It'd probably be fine. I mean, maybe test it. I don't think the stainless steel. So SpaceX with Starship is using 304X stainless with a 4mm tank wall diameter. See, that's where I think you would run into some issues. Sea Dragon was using basically ship grade steel. The whole idea behind Sea Dragon is that it was built in a dry dock, the same dry dock that you would build an aircraft carrier in. And because of that, it's made out of similar steel that you'd find on a ship, on a sailing ship, right? Well, not a sailing ship, but you get what I'm trying to say. Yeah, the end result there is that you'd have a tank wall. 429 X-ray is still sitting there. The end result there is that you'd have a rocket that'd be able to handle the hydraulic pressures associated with igniting an engine underwater, right? You wouldn't necessarily get that with 4mm thick stainless. I think that would be, if anything, guys, that would probably be the issue. That and Starship tiles really don't like getting wet. Chris, you know good and well, moisture intrusion into a porous silicate-based tile is something that the shuttle program had a big problem with for a long time. I wouldn't do that just on that alone. Like, do not get those tiles wet. They absorb water better than a sponge. And once it's in there, it's very difficult to get it out. Anyway, helicopter's taking off there.
I've got a short story.
A shuttle story? No,
Sorry.
Come on.
Sorry, I've got like thousands of shuttle stories, and just listening to like EJ and Max talking, a shuttle story will come in my head. Are you ready for this one, chat? This is a true story. During the filming of Armageddon, the Bruce Willis movie, they did a scene. If you've watched the movie, it's a scene where the oil riggers are in an OPF next to what Shuttle Endeavour. The real Shuttle Endeavour. They were filming. They had so much access from NASA, it was ridiculous. Because NASA thought this is going to be great for us. It's going to make us look good and what have you. They were filming a scene coming out of the OPF where they're talking about the daughter, Liv Tyler, who was playing the part. And they were having an argument about it. Before that scene was filmed, Bruce Willis walked around Endeavour and got a little bit too close. And one of the shuttle engineers in the OPF got right in his face and said, "You do not touch those tiles." True story. Because it's what even fingers, you could not touch them with your fingers because of that.
I mean, the tiles are fibrous. It's like touching fiberglass. FOD aside, Chris, yeah, if you touch fiberglass, wash your hands. If you touch the tiles, wash your hands, or else you're going to be itchy for the rest of the day. Also, yeah, you don't want any type of FOD egress into the tiles, which was a hard problem to solve. I've read many papers about many technical reports about how NASA, even up to the very end of the program, even up to STS-134, 135, they were still looking at ways to prevent moisture ingress into the tiles. Because, if the shuttle's landing down in Florida, right? Florida's humid. Max, you live there. There's a lot of moisture in the air. And the tiles, guess what? The tiles will wick that moisture right out of the atmosphere like a sponge.
Yeah, indeed. I'm seeing people in chat saying there's a small convoy arriving at the roadblock. Can we go to the highway view of that, if possible, please? That's a lot of Cybertrucks, isn't it?
It is a lot of Cybertrucks, yeah.
But Max, isn't this quite normal? There's no panic just yet because we're still 5 hours to launch. Yeah.
No. Certainly no time to panic whatsoever. So even though the hard roadblock is there at LBJ, just past the production site, if the pad is still safe to be around, they will still allow tankers and the necessary personnel through, being like pad red teams or pad personnel who need to go tweak hardware, get an eye on something or what have you. But mostly tankers. But that Cybertruck convoy could have been Elon. That could have been just a convoy of workers. I don't know. But just because that roadblock is there does not mean it's permanent from that point forward. But I think once we reach probably the T-3 hour mark or so, thereabouts, where the pad will be deemed unsafe to be around due to tank farm activity, and there will be nobody out that way, and it will be cleared of all personnel completely. And we just showed the roadblock there that is closer to our river site than that is the soft roadblock at Richardson. And that is the point where anybody from the public cannot go past. And beyond that point, it is badged SpaceX personnel only. So that is where we are actually. That camera is above my head somewhere. Can't exactly see it. But that roadblock is also in effect. So, yeah, we are getting close. Just crossing 5 hours away now.
Yep, that's good news. Chris. Again, no, it's fine because people will see these when we're transitioning through views. And they will see, oh no, cars to the pad, because that's what, if it was like 1 hour to launch and we start seeing cars lining up, that would be bad.
Yeah.
But because this is still an open situation where they've still got tankers going backwards and forwards, it's good to answer it and say, no problem at all.
Yep.
But speaking of milestones,
absolutely.
Terrence wants to know, is there any limit to how long a ship and a booster can stay stacked? We don't want these to stay stacked for much longer. We want it to launch. But I don't think we've ever heard of any kind of limitation on how long it can stay in a stacked configuration, have we?
I don't think so. I mean, it's not like once you begin stacking SRB segments in the VAB, you have an allotted 12-month time frame before you need to get everything recertified. Don't know if we're aware of any limitations to how long Starship can be stacked. I mean, they're designed to be stacked for as long as they need to be. But if they have to be stacked for a longer period of time, that usually suggests a larger issue, which would then probably warrant a destack and vehicle inspections over in their respective megabays. But not aware if we know of any exact timeline or restriction, do we, EJ?
No, we have no shelf life on how long they can keep that out there. I really don't think you'd want to keep it out there for like a month. You know what I mean? And with the rapid reuse, right? Like, yeah, I mean, we were talking about moisture ingress. Well, Starship with those tiles sitting out there in the salty air, I'd be a little worried about that. But then again, what's up?
No, I was just going to say that the bigger limitation there is just the vehicles being outside rather than actually being stacked on top of each other. Because the air here, it is not a friendly environment here in Starbase. It is hot, it is humid, the air is salty and corrosive. It is not friendly to any piece of space hardware. So I think the bigger limitation is just how long the vehicles should remain outside.
Very good. Speaking of milestones as well, because people are asking what happens when the chopsticks go into launch position. What milestones can we look out for as SpaceX moves close to launch. So what? We're 5 hours to launch now. We're going to see the chopsticks release from the top of Starship. That's not really a technical way of putting it, but for people who are new to this, it's probably best to talk in that kind of language. What would be the next milestone we'd be looking out for, Max? Would be looking out for full road closures, for example?
Yeah, I would say watch out for how many tankers or any personnel left at the pad leaving. There will usually be a final convoy of those who were closing out the pad and give it the all clear. And then obviously the most noticeable one, I think, is going to be the sticks opening and rising to their launch position. There is no set time of when they do that. I mean, just from the first 12 flights, it was never the same time each time. So that is probably the next major thing, is waiting for the sticks to open up and then raise, which actually should be somewhat soon, probably the next hour and a half maybe or so, if it's to keep in a rough pattern with previous missions, and also the previous launch attempts here for Flight 13. But that's probably the next thing to look out for.
Very good. I did see a question I've got an answer to. In fact, we'll deal with this one first from Alan Rose, who says Saturn V only launched 2 test flights, or required 2 test flights. Well, even the space shuttle literally didn't launch any test flights. STS-1 was a crewed launch. I think, EJ, is it fair to say that was an era, especially Apollo, where risks were taken? Risk was the business. They were in a space race with the Soviets. They had to take risks. I say had to. They did take risks, compared to nowadays, where there isn't really the need to take the risks and we're more risk adverse. Would that be fair to say that way?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, there were much different motives back then, and it was basically essentially Apollo was like reach the moon by any means necessary, and then and unfortunately that meant a heavy emphasis on risk. But obviously, we have learned from not just Apollo, but every other space program that has followed, especially here in the U.S. But yeah, we are certainly a lot more risk adverse nowadays. Although, whether or not it's good to be super risk adverse or not is a point of discussion in itself. But I want to hear EJ's topic on that, or EJ's take on that.
Yeah, Max, I would say that I wouldn't call it less risk aversion, because look, there is what happened with Apollo 1, and that is awful. January 1967, the plugs out test, no good, right? And that we ended up losing our 3 most experienced astronauts. But, guys, we did, let's see, Apollo 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's 10 flights beyond low Earth orbit. And all of them came back. Apollo 13, we'll put a little asterisk there. 6 landings, right? You could say that it's risk aversion. I would say that, with the concrete deadline that the Apollo engineers had, they knew exactly what they were up against. And I think that ended up making the vehicle just a little bit that much more safer. I mean, Saturn V, spotless track record, but that's not to say that, the risk aversion wasn't still there, Max, right? Because, the post from Alan is saying, Saturn V only required 2 test flights. I would argue that was not enough for the Saturn V. They were still dealing with pogo oscillations well into the operational flights of the Saturn V. The Saturn V had really nasty problems with, essentially vibrations going up and down the fuel lines. And that came from combustion instability on the F1 engines. And then also because of the harmonics of the plumbing of the second stage, that also did happen on the J2 engines on the second stage. Apollo 13, what was that, April of 1970, did have pogo oscillations, and the second stage almost shook itself to pieces on the way up. I don't know, we'll call that a bad omen, right? Here's some cars.
We can reference thrust oscillation, by the way. Whose cars are those? What we're looking at right now?
Those are
cars. There we go.
There was a blue one. There was a white one.
Yeah, we're cycling through camera views. I love it if we got for like 3 views at the same time.
I think I saw a grill
I
there
just tried
too.
to explain it. I tried doing it. I was talking on mute the whole time. Classic. But this is a view towards the river lot. I'm actually in the Jeep on the right hand side of your screen there. But this is a behind the scenes shot over at our river lot. So we have some people coming over to watch the countdown so far, and we'll be here for launch. Very, very good view of the pad from here and the production site. But yeah, that is one of our behind the scenes shots. And there's also a grill on the lower right hand side of your screen. So it looks like Dan will be getting ready to grill here somewhat soon.
Well, there we go. That's an important countdown milestone towards the launch of Flight 13. I'm sure you'll agree.
Right.
Speaking of which, look at this from Thais, who says the really important question: any news about flight food for human transport? Hoping for a nice steak and ale pie. Well, the funny thing is, Starship's habitable volume would allow for a Greggs to be installed in any flying Starship. The UK people on here will go, well, that's me flying on it, because that's our staple food these days. But no, that is something crew launches. Let's make it more about crew launches. Max, when do you think we'll see the first crew launch on a Starship? And not including HLS, where they're going to dock with it on orbit. I'm talking about crew launch from the ground.
Crew launch from the ground. It feels, I want to be on the more optimistic side and say before 2030, like maybe 2029, 2030, maybe, depending on how far they get with the program this year, next year, and obviously in 2028. They might get there before the end of the decade in terms of launching humans from the ground and not just meeting them in orbit. But I can see before the end of the decade if things go well with the program. I think that might be fair to say.
Well, the fun thing is here, we've got a question from the real Mr. JG. That's hard to say. Do you think Starship could ever launch Dragon capsule from its payload bay while they're still developing Starship's crew capability? I'm instantly reminded, EJ, of the X-38 CRV, which was a baby orbiter inside the payload bay of a space shuttle orbiter. And that was going to be a crew rescue vehicle they could have used for, like, the ISS, for example, or even the shuttle itself. It was amazing. I've got many a render on it. I think we wrote an article on it way back ago, but that was an example of a small vehicle inside a big vehicle. Dragon inside the payload bay of a Starship. We'd be talking about the chomper system here, wouldn't we? It's not going to fit through the Pez dispenser. That's for a fact. Any viability at all? I can't think of any, but any viability that you can think of using a Starship launch to have an Orion inside with a crew on board, launched by Starship?
Chris, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do it. I have a rule when I play Kerbal Space Program. The rule is Kerbals aren't cargo. You know what I mean? You said it yourself right there. Put an Orion in the payload bay. That de facto means that Orion is cargo. I don't think that's healthy for crew survivability. I mean, especially in KSP. Now, that's not to say that a crew can't ride in a fairing, right? Orion has its launch abort shroud, right? But that is a specialized fairing that's carrying the launch abort system, so if something goes wrong, you can get away. If you flew an Orion inside of Starship's payload bay, we're right back to square one where we were with the shuttle. No launch abort system. So I guess, to ask a question with a question, what I would ask is like, okay, if we wanted to do something like that, what year is it? What year is it? That's what I would wonder. If Starship has a couple thousand flights under its belt and you know that the reliability is key, it's fine, yeah, sure, go ahead. Right now, you never know, man. You never know. Think about what happened on Flight 12. So on Flight 12, that Starship they lost a vacuum Raptor engine about 40 seconds after staging. The computer shut it down. Now, Starship was able to correct with its trajectory, right? And it had about 37 to 40 tons of Starlink, Dumblink V3 in the Dodger Dog satellites. And it was still able to make it into orbit. That bodes well because Orion's about 25 tons. But in the event you had, once again, we're going back to the shuttle, Chris, right? If you had like a two engine failure mode, right? If they lost another Vector, you run the risk of not being able to get into space. And that means Orion inside of Starship's payload bay is coming down somewhere west of Australia, like the trajectories that we're flying right now. You see, what are we going to do? Open up the payload bay doors, dump the capsule, get the capsule up into space? Or, open up the payload bay doors, eject the capsule, and then have Orion come down in its heat shield, with its heat shield? That would work. But are we doing that next to a Starship re-entering? There's a lot of operations there that become way too complicated very, very quickly. Now, that's not to say that that might not happen in the future. That would be awesome. I'm not going to say that I wouldn't appreciate it. But I would really, really, really want some empirical evidence to prove that Starship is a reliable enough flight system to get you up into space every time before you put people in the cargo bay. People aren't cargo and vice versa. It takes specialized applications and specialized systems to launch people into space, like Orion, like Dragon, like the Space Shuttle, like Soyuz, right? It takes a specialized system. It's not just that you're putting these capsules inside of a payload bay and calling it a day. That's dangerous, right? So could it? Yeah, I'd say in the future, sure, absolutely. Right now, I wouldn't risk that. I think that's super dangerous.
Cool. Let me speed run through it. A lot of patches have been sold just recently. I've misclicked one just straight away, so I'm going to read it out. Go Flight 13 under suborbital era, Flight 14 hopefully in 4 weeks. That's a good point, because we are hoping that once Flight 13 achieves the goals we're looking for, we can start looking forward to the return of milestones, not least the booster couches, but the goal to go orbital. It is potentially the last suborbital mission. It very much is the case. Thanks also to Michael, who's starting my patch collection. Daniel asks, Pad Ninja shirts when? I do like the idea of Pad Ninjas. They were amazing. The first time we saw Bob and Doug go to the pad, it was incredible to see those pad workers looking like ninjas with their... It really did. I mean, that's what they call themselves. They even call themselves Pad Ninjas on Twitter as well, which is quite funny. Trevor, watching since SM4 Hop. Keep up the fantastic coverage you do. Well, thank you for your support. That allows us to do that. Very much appreciated. I do believe now that we're going to be doing a transition from my good self to the glorious tones of Sawyer. Sawyer, are you with us?
It's like deja vu all over again, taking
Isn't it?
controls back from you.
Thank you, Sawyer. I shall get back to getting our Blue Origin article on site, actually, by the way. That's something I should be doing straight away. So look out for that on the news site. That'll be going up straight away. And thanks for listening, and over to Sawyer.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. It is good to be back, folks. Man, it's been such a long time. What, an hour? But we are back here. And I think EJ and Max are both still with me right now, correct?
Yeah, I'm here, sir.
I think so. I think I'm here.
So we've got you, and then I think we have another voice that's joining us as well. Do we have Ryan Weber with us too?
I might be here. I don't really know what reality is like right now, but we'll go with I'm here. Hi, everyone.
Oh, God. Ryan's
You didn't
here.
go into the
Ryan.
TARDIS, did you?
No, I went through this. I went through the gate. I don't know what
Oh.
galaxy I'm in right now.
You're in the good one.
The good one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good, man.
Or I might have used Daniel Jackson's the reality, the multi-universal reality device, where you just kind of touch it, it transports you to another universe. Might have used that too. I don't really know.
I don't know. Just don't
Either
look at
way.
the heart of the TARDIS. That's fine.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, I saw someone in chat saying they're with you, Ryan. Kind of feel out of sorts. It really is. I don't know what reality we're in right now, but it's the one where Starship is trying for the third time to launch Flight 13. I think that's the one thing we can say for certain, as we're now 4 hours and 43 minutes away from the opening of today's launch window. So, just joining in here. Where are we at this point in terms of road closures, preparations for launch? Max, can you fill us in?
So at this point in time, all roadblocks are currently in effect, both soft checkpoints down Highway 4 up to Richardson Avenue, and the hard roadblock / checkpoint right here in front of this camera right here at the LBJ Boulevard, right in front of the production site. And this is what you want to see as operations progress, and they and people are evacuated away from the site as they deem necessary. We should be. I don't know if we have a view of any of the tankers that may or may not be towards the tank farm still, but coming up on 4 hours and 42 minutes away, we should be seeing a lot less tankers in the area for now. Assuming any are left. But one side of the road is open, so that leads me to believe there is a tanker or tankers or other vehicles still by the pad. So not a complete pad clear yet, but having about 4.5 hours left in the countdown, that is nothing to fret at or panic about. I promise you that. So we still have a ton of time, and based on SpaceX's timelines for tank farm chill down and of course propellant load operations, that's still a couple of hours away at least for systems chill down. And of course, obviously, when that comes, they don't want anybody near the launch site whatsoever. Wow, there's actually a line of tankers still at the tank farm. Wow, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 tankers still left. One pulling away. Good grief. Yeah, I don't see any more coming down the road, though, nor did we see any that were at the LBJ Boulevard roadblock. So whoever's left there those may be the last tankers there to fill up the tank farm for today.
Take about an hour and a half to unload, depending. So it should be out by T-minus 3 hours, give or take, which kind of tracks what they've done lately. And they don't have to move the transport stands this time around because those got moved over the course of the night. They're back in the rocket garden, back in Sanchez. So pad clear will just be a bunch of SpaceX security Cybertrucks and maybe there's one last sheriff that sits right near the beach entrance that'll also go as well. Once they're gone, that will be beach clear and tank farm spool up around T-minus 2.5 hours for launch.
But here's my confusion with all of this is I'm surprised how many tankers we're still seeing today, given the fact that they didn't fuel the thing yesterday. How much boil off is there, or how much do they need to refill when they didn't even get to really booting up the tank farm to its full capacity?
Well, that's the one thing about this is that you never keep this thing at max at all times. If you keep it at max at all times and then you don't bring in tankers for a while, you're just boiling stuff off and venting it out, and eventually the level just keeps going down and down and down. SpaceX doesn't constantly bring in tankers to top off the tank farm at all times. If you go to watch a highway camera that's staring in one location for a good chunk of time, you'll notice that when we get closer to certain events, like whether it's a static fire, a launch, a wet dress, or any kind of testing at the launch site, a couple days before, you'll start seeing tankers come in. That's when they then order all of the liquid your liquid propellants, your liquid nitrogen, liquid oxygen, liquid methane, and any refuels on helium they need for subcooling in the tank farm and stuff like that. That's when they order all that. They order it just before the big events are supposed to take place, so that they all arrive in just before that, and then they start filling it. So that's what they're doing, basically. These were probably already scheduled to come in. Either they're from the Brownsville ASU or from somewhere else, but these were probably already scheduled to come in, even possibly after the launch. I don't remember how long there is to a schedule for it, but SpaceX usually around the big events they top off the tank farm as much as they can. They do their event, and then a lot of times they kind of trickle in, refills here and there, but otherwise they don't really bring in a ton of tankers until like a big event's close. That's kind of what they do.
Well, I don't know if there's any big event close to happening or anything in 4 hours, 37 minutes, and 50 seconds.
Absolutely
not. Let's see here. We did get some support that also has some really good questions in it, so I want to make sure that I hit those questions. Drunar is wondering, with Falcon 9 possibly ramping down and Starship needing many launches to prove safety, is there a time when Starship flies a Dragon on the nose? EJ, I think that's a little too on the nose.
Here I am teeing up a response, and now that I'm just. Sorry.
I do want a legitimate response to this, though, because I know we talked about it yesterday of putting one inside just to carry it up, but is there a way to integrate once they retire Dragon from normal Dragon things to be used as part of Starship?
I wouldn't. What I would do, Drew, is take Dragon systems, take what you learned from Dragon, and basically make Starship into Dragon V3, so to speak, if that makes any sense. I don't think you'd see Dragon 2 integrated onto the nose of a Starship. I don't think so. Ooh, tanker truck. What kind? What do we got there? Kenworth? Looks like Kenworth there. It's got some nice stacks on it. Yeah, baby. That's awesome.
I don't know which.
Got a K-Whopper, baby.
It's not the shuttle tanker, is it?
Yeah, I think it is. Is it?
No.
No.
Freedom one
tanker.
Hey, that's pretty good too.
It's either LOX or LN2.
What was the load indicator?
I forget what Gen X, which ones they do. I'm trying to remember which set runs between the Brownsville ASU and here.
So we can figure this out by looking at the load placard on the side of the truck. There's a diamond-shaped international logo. If we can see it, guys, we'll be able to see what this one's moving. It's up there on the left. That's it's not a diamond-shaped placard. That was methane.
It's not methane. It was not at the methane offload point.
Okay, so if it's not methane, that was 1977, so it would have been nitrogen.
Because so basically where all those tankers are right now, like where those specifically are, is the liquid oxygen liquid nitrogen offload point. The methane offload point is kind of around the corner where the old comms bunker used to be, because that got demolished, and it's a little bit more out of the way. It's a little bit of ways away from the road. They used to have it in a completely different location, but then it got moved when they started to bring in more tanks in. But
yeah. But anyway, so you're saying basically not smart to, or no real point to integrating Dragon, especially given that Starship is eventually supposed to be its own human-rated version.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that Drew, I think doing anything like that is really I don't want to say like a dead end thing, but it's kind of a dead end thing in the same way that Falcon Heavy is kind of a technological dead end. Falcon Heavy is a good rocket. I really think it's a good rocket, but Falcon Heavy it is a super heavy launch vehicle by definition, but it's not really designed to move heavy payloads into low Earth orbit. What it is designed to do is move decent-sized payloads further into higher orbits. That's why it was conceived in the first place. But, like I said, really a technological dead end unless you want to redesign an upper stage and payload fairing to accommodate super heavy lift capability. And if you're going to do that, might as well build what you see on your screen. Now, going back to, Falcon being retired by 2028, personally, I really don't think that SpaceX should retire a human-rated system until they have a replacement human-rated system. That's putting a lot of chips on the table, all in on Starship. And don't get me wrong, Starship is the future for SpaceX, I think, but man, there was a time where I'd say a human rating in 2028 is not out of the realm of possibility, but even by my most optimistic estimations, that is a tall order. For sure.
Well, it's not like we've ever had that in the past where, we have Saturn V and a capsule and a way to get people to space, and then we put all the money in on the shuttle and it doesn't launch till 1981, or the shuttle ends and we cancel all the plans we had to finally start launching humans again, and so we end up using commercial contractor 9 years after the last shuttle launch to finally get Americans back to space from American soil. We've never done that.
Why would you remind me of all that? It's supposed to be a good day, man. We're supposed to see a Starship launch. Why you got to remind me of that?
Just saying. But that's, learning from the past of, I'm with you. Don't put the cart before the horse. Don't retire Dragon before you have crew Starship ready. And, there's still plenty of use for it. The ISS until 2030. Vast with their first station. I know their second one is supposed to use Starship integrated, but again, until that's ready, you have Falcon and you have you have Dragon. So,
Sawyer, I personally think that
exactly like it's not. Yeah. It's also not like exactly Starliner's ready either to replace it or pick up the load. But hey,
also true.
Personally, dude, I think that there was like an article released today, I think by Bloomberg, that says that SpaceX is no longer accepting Falcon missions past 2028. I don't think that means that Falcon's going to stop flying in the 2020s. I'd say we'll see Falcon launches well into the 2030s. Especially Dragon.
They have a backlog of things to fly.
Bingo.
I think they said they stopped the manufacturing the expendable components. Part of me wondered that doesn't feel right. Like, I don't think they would stop second stages like now. I think if you were to stop production of anything, you should stop production of the fairing and the main booster, because those are the things that are going to be reused. And then once you're done with them, you chuck them away, or save them. I hope they save a bunch of those Falcon 9 boosters for museums, especially the high flight ones. As much as we want to see rockets fly, do what they're supposed to do, if you're really going to retire a rocket, those high flight ones would be really cool to see up close.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, a 30-plus flight booster to see all the soot on that. Oh.
It'd look awesome. So I hope they save them.
This is a perfect Max question. Juan Breezer is wondering, if you could place a camera anywhere on either the rocket / Starship or the launch pad, where would you place it for an NSF feed?
Ooh. Oh, man. Okay. I thought about this for Pad 1, but I can't really say I've had the same thought exercise for Pad 2. For sure, I would love a super wide camera at the very, very top of the tower, looking down at the nose. And then also probably a somewhat tighter frame looking up, also at the very top of the tower, to see all the bells singing away once it reaches tower clear. But also something else in the launch mount, similar in position, probably in between the hold down clamps on the launch mount.
Did Max's Starlink just cut out on us there for a second?
I don't know.
All right. I think SpaceX was like, we can't tell them where all the secret cameras are and cut them off.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me? I'm here.
Now we can.
Okay. All right.
Oh, goodness gracious. I don't know what happened.
You might have muted yourself on accident.
Oh, God, I hope not. Where did I leave off?
Something about the clamps?
Yeah, having a camera in between the hold down clamps on in the launch mount to see them all, or the ones that you come back at the same time for that symmetry. Then also see the engines coming up through frame, frosty power heads and all, and then of course the super hot engine bells and the subsequent exhaust coming out of them. I think those are probably the three that come to mind first, but also, I mean, the views that we've gotten so far, whether it be on the live stream or imagery released after launch, are all pretty much where I've wanted to put cameras around Pad 2 for a while. If I had power, or if I had my way, I would also have a camera where we've had ant cam previously for static fires, for wet dress rehearsals, kind of out towards it's basically southwest of the rocket. I would also love to have a camera there, like right in between the both exits of the flame trench there. So those are so I think those are probably the four spots I would like to see most. On the vehicle, I mean, also that's also kind of covered so far with what we've seen, with cameras inside the ship, looking down at the hot staging ring for hot stage separation, looking up and down from the booster. SpaceX is really spoiling us when it comes to cameras on the version 3 launch vehicle. So it's getting kind of harder to choose.
Know where I want one?
Where do you want one?
Center point on the booster aft puck, looking down at the engines while they're running.
That
Yeah,
would like
I like
break
it.
my brain.
I like it.
Because that would be like a God. I'm struggling to even think how that would look. I don't know.
You're just seeing you'd be seeing a massive low pressure zone,
Yep.
especially in the initial phases of flight. Well, almost the entire ascent. You see a massive low pressure zone right in front of you as all 33 Raptors are just running at near max power. For a good chunk of that, like that would look, yeah, it just look amazing. I want to see what that looks like. Yeah. What? Go ahead.
I got one, guys. How about a 360-degree camera on the end of the SQD?
Yes.
So when the rocket launches, you see the SQD umbilical separate, and then the SQD rotates out of the way. But because it's a 360-degree camera, you could turn and you could see the ascent go past you too. There's no doubt that SpaceX has that.
SpaceX actually had a 360 camera at the very top of Tower 2 or Tower 1 for Flight 2, and it's still on YouTube, I think, where you can scroll through and see the tower, see the rocket from all different angles as you want. 'Cause it's a full 360 like immersive video. So yeah, we want more of that, please.
Actually, a 360 in the position that you were talking about, Ryan, would also be good, so you could see all the engines.
The only other one, but the problem is the area it's in. And a lot of those areas, the cameras would survive fine. The only place I'm thinking of where a camera very likely would never survive. Plus, I really don't know what we would see, would be dead center, tip top on the ridge when engines ignite. Because the ridge will fire off, and then the engines will ignite. The environment inside there, I mean,
It's going to get a little spicy.
you're not really going to see much is the problem with that, because you're going to see
water.
You see a bunch of water, you'll see a bunch of steam and fire, and then you'll see a bunch of water again as it actually leaves it. So you really wouldn't see much. The only other thing I could say is cameras attached to the side of the trench walls too. Yeah, that could look cool.
Ferris was saying in the cryo tanks to watch them drain.
Well,
that as well.
Nice.
That as well.
Mine would be in the integrated hot stage ring looking up at the ship. I want to see the hot staging and the fire.
Oh.
That's a good one.
You could do a dead center, right in between all the. You could do a wide camera, dead center, looking up at the ship. You would see ignition and a bunch of exhaust, and then you see the ships just start to pull away from it. And you're not going to get really impinged by any exhaust once it's far enough away, because you're in rarefied air at that point. There's basically no atmosphere up there, so that exhaust just like exponentially expands out. I know people see what looks like a slight Mach diamond off the center engines. That's because of the recirculating gases and everything that's around the aft of the ship. Allows you to still see those gases coming out of the center Raptor engines. It's a weird environment in which that's in there because there's no atmosphere. So it's one of those weird interactions of gas and engines. I think once they add 3 more RVACs, it'll even be more prominent, because you basically have the gas from the RVACs. While it's not pushing in, it expands out, and then that compresses the stuff in the center. So that's why you can see that stuff when it's flying. If for anyone wondering.
Good discussion. Leighton Hickman was wondering here, are they going to attempt to bring the ship used during Artemis 3 back in one piece because of there being a docking port in the nose cone? And I know one of the things that we've been discussing about the last couple of days, with it being in the nose cone and the Orion renders and everything, is where they can put the header tanks, and aren't those used as ballast, so to speak, to help it during the re-entry? Would they even be able to re-enter it in a controlled manner? Ryan, what do you think?
So the headers were moved to the nose cone in ship 20. I think was when the methane header got moved. Yeah, ship header got moved in ship 20. So before that, the methane header was The common was at the bottom of the common dome. It was basically the common dome sump. So that's where the methane header used to be. They then moved it for pressurization reasons plus for balance reasons. Because when they went to stick the RVACs on the back end of the ship and they went to strengthen the aft of the ship, they added a lot more mass to the back and needed to offset that. So the methane header helps do it, along with the LOX header, which basically is the tip of the nose cone. Like the very, very top of the nose cone is the tank wall for the LOX header, the top of the tank wall. Putting a docking port there means both those headers can't go there. So you either put the headers a little bit lower or kind of like attach them to the side on the nose cone, which would take a slight redesign, which I don't know if they would do. Or you would have to add in like a mass sim to simulate the mass of the headers. The funny thing is, though, is that part of that mass of the headers is the liquid. So it's kind of hard to simulate that when you use it. Especially if you use it during the deorbit burn, or when you go ahead and use it for, the flip and burn. I don't know if they would recover that vehicle. I think the most they would do is you would have some left over in the main tanks. You do an ullage burn with your RCS, with your tank vents, or RCS in quotations is what I call it. And then you fire the main engine off the main tank and deorbit the vehicle, and you can do a controlled reentry. There's nothing saying you can't do a controlled reentry, and I have no idea if they would have like a closable cap on where the docking port is, or if it would just be open. If it's just open, maybe they'll see, well, what happens if we lose all the tiles in the tip of the nose cone, kind of thing. And then they just re-enter and see what happens over the ocean. They could do that if they can, because they're going to have to deorbit it. So either they need to move the headers somewhere else, they need to design a tank to where they can just do deorbit burn without, or they use the main tanks to do that. So there's a couple of different ways they can do it. We'll see what they decide to do, but it looks like they're just going to take a ship off the production line, stick a docking port in the nose cone and whatnot. Though it'll be obvious when we look at our nose cones in the Star Factory which one it'll be, because it won't have any header tanks in it. That could be a sign that is the one, but of course we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. Again, we haven't seen a full HLS one yet.
Sticks are opening.
Yeah, there you go. The sticks are indeed opening. That is another good sign and is part of the plan ahead of launch. So that means everything appears to be proceeding at this point.
Indeed.
See that. Oh, man. This is, again, it feels more real today. I know I've been discussing it earlier, but today is just, I've got the vibes today. I've got the good vibes today. And the weather remains favorable up to this point from what we can see. Looks like a couple of puffy clouds in the background. Max, what's it like where you're at right now?
More or less what you're looking at on the screen. I mean, the clouds that you're seeing are well west of the launch site, which is pretty on par with an area like Starbase being in such close proximity to the Gulf. Because of that, Starbase is essentially its own microclimate, in that the weather can be totally different from here compared to like South Padre Island, which is maybe about 6 or 7 miles north of the pad, and then Brownsville, which is a few miles inland. Especially Brownsville being so far inland. There are times where it's raining and pouring in Brownsville, and it's perfectly fine over here in Starbase, and vice versa. That's just how it is. But also just the nature of the wind patterns and the weather patterns. The clouds do tend to form more inland. Once the wind coming off the Gulf has a better chance to mix with the warmer air coming off of the ground, and of course doing whatever it needs to do in that sense. But right now, directly over the launch site, we are looking at perfectly clear skies. A bit hazy, but that's what we kind of expect for this time of year in South Texas. Yeah, certainly much better than yesterday. I think that is the overall big point of conversation big point of conversation that I have seen people asking about as well is how does this weather comparing to yesterday? And the overall question, or the overall answer is in 2 words, much better. So things continue to be trending in the right direction.
That is what we like to hear. We always like things trending in the right direction. Let's see, what else do we have going in the right direction here? We got the chopsticks going in the right direction. We've got the winds going in the right direction. So that's a good thing. Let me clear up some more support here. I shouldn't say clear up, because they're all really appreciated. And then get back to more questions, too. Archangel, a solid rocket booster built roughly the size of Starship. Stack could theoretically produce 20 to 25 million pounds of thrust, according to AI. I wouldn't trust that totally. Mirko, thank you. Joel Diaz, thank you for becoming a PadRat member.
Imagine how loud that would be.
Oh my god.
Like a nozzle of that size and a SRB that tall. It's not really the width of it. It's more the height of it would just be insanity.
Yeah. Fares on the rise. Holding a tile sample right now. My fingers are fine. You just couldn't touch because the oils in your hands would carbonize on re-entry and damage the tiles. No, better than a shuttle tile where you could scrape it with your nail. Not that I've done that to a tile before. Crafty Geek. Tiles take on water better than a sponge, but hasn't Starship sat through wet weather for tests and pre-launch? I mean, they're treated for that specifically. So that's what Shuttle did. And if you ever notice on any of the Shuttle tiles, they have that little circle in the middle. It's a previously flown tile, that's them re-injecting the material that is used to waterproof it while it's on the ground.
Yeah, a little bit more on that because people were talking about it in Sawyer. People were talking about it in chat, Sawyer. The re-injection is Thompson's water seal for the people that care. Like that's the solution that they came up with. They have this multi-million-dollar orbiter and they put deck sealer on it.
That sounds like a SpaceX solution. Not gonna lie.
NASA used to cook, man. I'm telling you. Even during the shuttle era, they used to cook. They just paint it with deck sealer. What is it going to do? Get wet? The deck sealer doesn't get wet. Just deck sealer, baby. It works.
It works, right?
And the other thing to think about, dudes, is that, the water ingress with the shuttle tiles was a problem because of the glue. Their manner of adhesion for the tiles, they glued the tiles to the shuttle. The glue ended up being water soluble. So if the tiles trap too much moisture, tiles fall off. They figured that out when they shipped Columbia to the to Kennedy Space Center in 1979, and all the tiles fell off. Yeah, good times.
What the heck happened?
Yeah, they left the shuttle in the hangar, and then they came back the next day. A bunch of trapped water from flying in a humid atmosphere. All the tiles fell off. So they had to do a redensification process at the early part of the shuttle program. That's what ended up delaying the shuttle program by a couple of years. And even then, they were still dealing with water ingress problems, and why they had to re-inject tiles all the way to the end of the program. Now, that's not to say that that's not happening with Starship, but most of Starship's tiles are mechanically adhered. They clip on. They're like a clip-on tie, but with a tile. Now, that's not to say that some of Starship's tiles aren't glued on either. And I'll bet you that that's a problem that SpaceX is looking to solve here. And that's the reason why they went with mechanical adhesion in the first place. And Chris and I were talking, Chris B and I, a little while ago, we're talking about, based off of your question, what we learned from the shuttle program. Well, there you go. There's one of them right there. Mechanical adhesion on the tiles. That is exactly from the space shuttle program, and how they glued on tiles, and they knew the tiles would trap water. So SpaceX opted for mechanical adhesion right there. There you go. Something learned right from the shuttle program.
And I'll add to that is SpaceX started off with a lot of it mechanically adhered, but there was a lot still glued. Earlier on in the program, all the dome welds, the seam welds between the sections were all glued. Like the flaps and the flap fairings were glued. The tip of the nose cone is still glued today, but over the course of Block 2 and now into Block 3, SpaceX has come up with a way to when they have external stringers around the dome welds, they have smaller tiles. So they do smaller tiles, but they're still mechanically adhered. Even the tips of the leading edges and other things on the flaps are all mechanically adhered now. They've been basically trying to pin everything, and lately, and it's even on this ship on the leeward side, they've been testing a newer adhesive to see how it works. It's a purple adhesive. They want to see how well it adheres to and everything like that. They have some of that added on to Ship 43's forward flaps, is where some of that is added to. So 39 did give them good data on that, and they're going to hope for more on this one. But they're still figuring out the heat shield, and I mean, it looks good. There's a lot of little things that they've changed on it, but it looks good.
It does look good, that's for sure. Rankley, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. And we had a couple more people become members as well, which is great timing because the members multi-view is live. So become a member at any level, like the people that you see on your screen, you will get access to that members multi-view that you can pull up right now, which is flicking through all of the cameras that are currently online. And spoiler alert, there are a lot more that will be coming on after that, as teams set up cameras in the field and get everything running. So you can go ahead and check that out as a thank you to all of our members. And then again, the behind the scenes live stream will be happening as we get closer to the launch broadcast. Also, John coming in saying, I'm off work this afternoon, able to watch the stream today. Great coverage, fingers crossed. Getting the Flight 13 patch. We do have the patch available, shop.nasaspaceflight.com, but only about 30% of our stock remains. So if you want to get the patch, and the pins are less than 30%, if you want to get those, now's the time to grab them. Warp Space is wondering what happened first. What happens first in your opinion? There's 4 options here. Boeing fulfills its crew contract. Ariane Space responds to SpaceX quote-unquote dream. SLS cuts costs to under $150 million per launch, or the heat death of the universe.
Heat death of the universe.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to.
Kind of with him on that one. Let's see. Let me read this. So Boeing fulfills its crew contract. Okay. Ariane responds to SpaceX dream. SLS cuts costs to under $150 million per line. Heat death of the universe. yeah, I'm gonna go with option D. I mean, I think okay. We want to break those other things down. Boeing fulfills its crew contract. NASA's already cutting crewed missions to the ISS with them, so fulfilling the crew contract would require them to use those other missions for going somewhere other than the ISS with Starliner. Don't know if that's ever going to happen. That would be nice if it did. It'd be a lot cooler if you just sent all of them to the space station on time, but whatever. Ariane responds to SpaceX dream. I think Ariane wants to make sure that the Ariane 6 production line stays open for a long time. SLS to 150 million. Dude, you'd need to launch a lot of SLS to do that. It's conceivably possible. I'd say 12 a year.
Yeah,
that's
like that.
Conservative estimate. That's getting SLS to launch cheaper than a space shuttle. So the shuttle stacks by the end of the program about 400 million a pop, which I still would say is a bargain considering what you get and all the capability that the shuttle orbiter had. I wish we'd done something with it other than just build one space station, but whatever. It's fine. Heat death of the universe. Yeah, option D sounds right. Anyway, Sawyer, yeah, back to you.
I want to know what Max thinks first.
Well,
yeah, it's a good answer.
Well, this is going to be a hot take. The most realistic, I think, of those is going to be Boeing having a chance to fulfill its contracted obligations to the space station. I'm honestly probably going to say option A. To be a hopeless optimist here, if I may. Starliner has an incredible team of people working on it, and it's just a shame it's been managed the way that it has. And obviously, the problems that it has had to this point are more or less inexcusable. But they are still pushing ahead with the program as far as we are aware, although when we think our hopes for the program can't get any lower. It was supposed to launch an uncrewed flight test this year, and that's not looking like it's going to happen this year anymore. That has slipped to an unknown period in the future. Don't really trust ESA to respond to that, really. And SpaceX under 150 million per launch. Heat death of the universe. Probably option A. I think option A is going to be my take on that one.
Really?
Yes.
Starliner.
Yes.
I guess it also depends on how you define fulfilling its contract. Is it the 6 remaining capsules? Is it just until the end of the ISS and they don't fly all of them?
I don't think it'll get all 6 off. I'll say that first and foremost. I think there'll have to be a modification to the language in the contract there, because by the time Starliner is ready to go, there's not going to be much left for it to do. So I think it'll do 2, maybe 3 crewed missions to the space station operationally before the space station is decommissioned.
Huh. Interesting. I mean, yeah, I think it would have to be heat death. I hate to say it, but I mean, Arianespace is never going to respond to that. Boeing is not going to get rid of all those capsules. And I mean, it depends on how many more Artemis flights there are and how they share it. I know Jared was talking about up to Artemis 100, but at the pace that it's going, I don't think we'll get to that. So, yeah. By the way, Severin, we're aware of it. Thank you for the support. But yes, the ticker is fixed. The road is closed, for those wondering, ahead of launch as we approach 4 hours, 5 minutes until the opening of today's launch window.
Yeah, we got Chris to yell at somebody.
This was a question for Chris, but I think I'm going to have to give it to the person who gave the appropriate answer to Ryan. Just curious, what's a box fan? What differentiates it from a normal fan? Also saying this makes 14 out of 14 Starship patches collected. Gotta catch them all.
14 out of 14?
The shrug patch as well, I think.
Oh, right. A box fan. Well, we call it a box fan because it's a box of fans on the side.
There we go. There's the Ryan Weber answer.
I had to, yeah, but for anyone who wondering what it actually does, basically it takes LN2 or liquid oxygen exhaust off of either the vaporizer systems, the pump chill down, or the subcooler exhaust, and it dumps it over a pair of incredibly powerful fans. Those fans are at the bottom of a box or basically a rectangle that goes up. The fans are at the bottom, so it pulls air into an updraft. And when it pulls that air in, it then mixes that air with the exhaust, and then it dumps it up into the air, thus diluting it and not having the issue like you had with Pad 1, where when the subcooler exhaust and the grass vent and everything else, the bunker vent, they just dumped LN2 and LOX exhaust over just into the wetlands. They bypass that entirely. They don't do it anymore. That's their solution to that.
Sometimes it's the simplest solutions that are the best ones. Just fan, blow it away. There you go. Let's see here. Considering early flights of crew Starship won't be quote-unquote proven, HLS Hiding in Star Factory is wondering, do you think that early cruise ships will have some kind of launch abort system? I mean, Max, we've seen the in-flight abort test for Dragon. What is the equivalent of that for Starship?
A launch escape system for Starship is an entirely different conversation that I think we need to have on a future Flame Trench episode. Because right now, I don't know what that would entail, because that would depend on what fails, at what point in flight it fails. If super heavy fails, do they just ignite all the engines and steer it away from the booster as quick as possible? Do they integrate some sort of escape pods for the crews on board? I don't know. To be perfectly honest, I don't know. Starship is a very complex launch vehicle, and its design is very unique. But like all launch vehicles, like the Space Shuttle and Starship alike, where the upper stage is also the vehicle that is going to carry meat bags one day, i.e. people, a launch escape system is going to be a tricky problem to solve, assuming SpaceX wants to go down that route. I'm not quite sure what they want to do. Those first two options seem the most plausible to me. But again, that all depends on what fails, when it fails in flight. But if Starship loses its engines, I don't know what they're going to do. I'm not sure if the crew can ride it out, depending on what happens, or again, either some sort of pressurized escape pods to escape as quickly as possible. I don't know, to be perfectly honest.
Did you say meat bags?
Yeah, I said meat bags.
What are you, HK-47?
Yeah.
What?
I wonder who's gonna get that reference.
Reference acknowledged.
Oh God.
Reference, yes.
Let me guess.
EJ knows.
Let me guess. Okay.
Hunter killers, man. Just saying.
Yeah.
Anyway, I know, Max, you need to use your escape system and go get all of your cameras and everything else set up, so we're going to be losing you on the stakeout stream. But, Max, thank you for joining us from the field.
That was like one of the more smooth and like teed up, low-hanging fruit send-offs you've ever had, Sawyer.
I'm proud of that one.
But yes, it is time for me to depart stakeout stream here and get ready for maybe some launch stream coverage from the field for at least a little bit. So pleasure as always hanging out with everyone here and everyone else who was watching along with us. There's no day quite like Starship launch day, except maybe in Artemis launch day. But Starship launch days are always very special. So thank you very much for everyone for coming to hang out, and I will see you all again very soon.
Thank you, Max. And you mentioned Artemis, by the way. We can't get rid of Max just yet, because we have a video from Max talking about how Starship is essentially a part of the Artemis program, or I should say an essential part of the Artemis program. So let's listen to past Max.
Pad 2 was first used for Flight 12 and will once again support upcoming Starship launches, but what makes it so much better than Pad 1, which supported the first 11 Starship flights? Well, Pad 1 was very much a Pathfinder pad, something designed to be built quickly and relatively...
Starship is under contract to serve as one of 2 lunar landers for NASA's Artemis program. But there is a lot of pressure from the agency to beat China back to the moon. With the newest version of Starship now flying, all eyes are on how it progresses. If all goes well, it may indeed pave the way to beat not only China, but also fellow lunar lander contractor, Blue Origin, to be the first landing humans on the moon. The first since 1972. For those unfamiliar, here's a quick recap into the Starship human landing system, also known as HLS. For this variant, Starship flies with no thermal protection system tiles and without aerodynamic flaps. It is, however, flown in a white color to reduce propellant boil-off while in the sun in space. The lunar Starship for Artemis is fitted with dedicated landing engines placed high above the body of the ship to prevent dust from being kicked up while in final descent. Its nose cone and payload bay sections contain a spacious main cabin, with a dual airlock area and elevator located just beneath it. The ship's own header tanks are also removed from the nose cone area. In its place is a docking port on the tip of the nose cone, which is used to dock with NASA's Orion spacecraft. Now, getting to the moon takes a lot of energy, and landing takes even more. Then on top of that, you must also launch back to lunar orbit so the crew can return to Earth safely. All of this in rocketry means that is a lot of propellant needed, especially for a vehicle as large as Starship. Since Starship is also the rocket's second stage, it uses up most of its propellant just to reach orbit around the Earth. So once it's in orbit, it doesn't have enough propellant left to go to the moon and carry on the mission. Thus, it needs in-orbit refilling. For this, there are a series of propellant aggregation flights that would happen first before the launch of the Starship lander. That sequence starts with a Starship depot launching into orbit. Then, multiple tanker ships, perhaps over a dozen, would launch and dock to the depot and fill it up. This is expected to take a few months during the initial missions, with a cadence of about 1 tanker per week. Once the depot is loaded, the lander would meet with the depot to be refilled. Then, under the current plan, Orion and Starship would dock in low Earth orbit, with Starship performing the TLI, or the Trans-Lunar Injection burn, to head out to the moon. 2 crew members would then board Starship for their descent and landing onto the moon and start their mission on the lunar surface. After a week-long stay, the crew would then use the Starship lander again, but this time to lift off and meet with Orion in lunar orbit. From that point, Starship would then perform the burn to come back to Earth. But these plans could very well change or be modified. A few months ago, NASA announced changes to the Artemis program in order to accelerate schedules and buy down risk ahead of the first crewed lunar landing. The ship assigned for Artemis 3 will be a modified version 3 ship fitted with a docking adapter to meet with Orion and perform its required objectives in low Earth orbit. When the time eventually comes to send HLS Starship and Orion to the moon, they will then be docked together, as mentioned before, with Starship performing the TLI burn, or Trans-Lunar Injection. But before that first crewed lunar landing on Artemis 4 though, SpaceX has to further demonstrate the capabilities of version 3 vehicle design. A solid result for Flight 13 means they can trust the system more to finally send the ship into a stable orbit. This, in turn, opens up more possibilities like bringing a ship back to Starbase for landing and future reuse, which is pretty important if you want a high launch cadence of those tankers, as we mentioned before. Success on Flight 13 would also breed confidence that SpaceX can safely launch from Florida, where SpaceX is building 3 more launch pads for Starship. More launch pads, more better. Finally, getting into orbit will enable them to conduct in-orbit refilling, as that is one of the key capabilities for HLS. For that mission, SpaceX will need to prove that a ship can loiter in orbit for a longer period of time, as that will be needed for the depot to survive these several weeks in order to fill it. SpaceX also has the Artemis 3 mission, which has now been modified into a test of Orion with one or both lunar landers in Earth orbit, the other lander being Blue Origin's Blue Moon. Without orbital flights, this is simply not possible. Finally, prior to the crewed lunar landing, there is a planned uncrewed landing of the system that will need all of the above in order to work. A negative outcome for Flight 13 wouldn't exactly mean that any of these objectives are not possible, but it would certainly mean that delays are forthcoming, which, of course, means SpaceX being overtaken by Blue Origin, and NASA could face even more pressure in the race with China. So, what do you guys think? Will Flight 13 succeed? There's only one way to find out.
One final comment there from Max with that video, taking a look at Artemis and Starship. We got there, folks. But yeah, I mean, it's so significant. I think people forget the role that it has in it, and just the role of this particular flight even, so they can get to those orbital flights and then get to the tanking tests. I mean, EJ, everyone talks about, oh, it's NASA versus SpaceX in this battle. It's really not.
Now, commercial rockets have different purpose than national, like in-house rockets. I think SLS is there to serve a market that isn't necessarily there. And I know what people are going to say. So here it comes. Like, well, but Starship will do what SLS can do and better. But yes, I understand that. But is Starship good at sending a probe to Europa? I would argue that SLS is probably better suited for that. Now, am I annoyed that SLS is expendable? Yeah. NASA should get back on that reusability hype train, just saying. But I don't think they're ever directly in competition with each other. It's a public-private partnership. They work together. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's in competition. The rockets do different things. We're comparing. Starship is basically Space Truck 2.0, right? Because the shuttle was the original space truck. This is a bigger space truck. We're comparing a semi-truck here to an RV. You know what I mean? That's basically what Orion is, and with SLS on it. It's more or less an RV designed for long duration stays up there, up in space, up in deep space, right? You can't really compare an RV to a semi-truck. Those aren't the same thing. So, they serve different purposes. And I'm not saying that one or the other isn't useful, but I never thought of it as a competition, Sawyer,
A lot of people have. It's always like, oh, NASA should stop doing it and just give everything over to SpaceX. I mean, in a way they slightly are, but it's a partnership, just like with Blue Origin. People, SpaceX versus Blue Origin. I mean, yeah, it's competition in that sense, but not with NASA. And that competition is good because it's pushing forward the Artemis program and the landers, since both of them, as Max was talking about there, both have a contract for it. So it's the push of who's going to get there first and who's going to provide the most benefit and the most value. And if we get both of them up and running and get that dual redundancy that we didn't have with the commercial crew program, that's even better.
Yeah. Sawyer, I've always thought of it this way. You know, NASA is designed, really what NASA's goals are to grow economies where the amount of monetary investment required, it couldn't be handled by the private market. That's the reason why SLS exists. That's the reason why Saturn V exists. That's the reason why the space shuttle existed. Because no commercial company was going to just go build and operate a space shuttle in the 70s, right? The only Uncle Sam had the pockets deep enough to do that. So when we get to a point where Starship, New Glenn, whatever can be, where the market is plentiful enough and there's enough competition in the spaceflight aerospace industry for NASA to be able to pick and choose their rockets, then yeah, maybe they should get out of the lifting game and maybe they should procure rockets. Like if you think about like how the Air Force works, the Air Force buys 737s. I mean, they buy 737s in the form of P8s and KC-46s, right?
Well, the Air Force, the Navy buys 737s in the form of the P8 Poseidon to you because they are I think they're 700s or I can't remember. I think they're 800s.
Yeah,
modified for naval warfare. So they've got sonar, they can deploy torpedoes, and then you've got the Air Force, which buys 767s, which is the KC-46s.
Yeah,
for
that's
aerial
correct.
refueling.
Mm-hmm. So, that. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. That's not necessarily what I'm getting at. Like the point that I'm getting at is that there's enough of there's enough of commercial airliner market to be able to buy these things and modify them for whatever your purpose is, be it, maritime reconnaissance, anti-submarine warfare, in-flight refueling, et cetera, et cetera. If the commercial rocket market got to that point, yeah, I don't think it makes any sense for SLS to exist at that point. What I do think is that NASA should be buying Starships and New Glenns wholesale and their launch pads and then operating their own in-house space program that way. But until we get to that point, we get to the point where the market is healthy enough to support something like that, I think that NASA should stay in the launch business.
Hey,
I really do.
EJ.
Yes, sir.
I have some updates for you.
Oh, so update me. Let's go.
So, tankers are now being turned around at the roadblock, so that's a good thing. So whatever tankers are currently offloading, that's going to be that. Once those are gone, that is it for the tankers, and then they will clear the pad. And I think the lock subcoolers are in chill down, if I was looking at that right. The lighting is really, really weird with the sun completely out right now, but I think they're starting to chill down the lock subcoolers. So we are progressing with things with T-minus 3 hours, 50 minutes to go.
All right, that's what we like to see. And so Bill P was wondering, does that mean that the tank farm is full, or is it just that everything is blocked?
It's more of that means that they don't want any more tankers going down there because they want to clear the entire launch site area within the next hour or so or less. They want to have everything clear before they start chilling down the methane side. And if they allowed more tankers in, then they might not leave till T-minus 2 hours, 50 minutes or later. And they don't really want that to happen. So they're turning them around now, being like, all right, just go either park or offload somewhere else or something, and you'll have to come back after the launch, basically. Or
they're gonna need it
else.
after the launch and or attempt.
Well, hello there.
Hey, the grill is out. It's officially getting to NSF launch time when the grill is out. I know Roger's not there this time, so Dan is in charge of flipping the meats.
Say hi to Dan, everyone.
Yeah, chat, say hi, Dan. And there's also Max, I believe, in the background getting camera gear set up. Yeah. Anyway, save me one, okay? Let's keep going here. This is a very EJ question. First, Zelio was saying earlier, I don't like how EJ is staring at me.
Staring at you?
EJ is always staring at you.
But this is very much an EJ question, although it says JV question. As are Starship's tiny quote-unquote nuts and bolts that hold the thing in place torqued, tensioned, clamped to very specific Newton meters and pressures?
Absolutely. Oh yeah.
Mhm.
It is. I mean, Ryan knows about this. Like aircraft, there's a lot of vibrations. There's a lot of resonant frequencies. There's a lot of stuff moving around. A lot of temperatures, pressures, everything changing on the vehicle all at once. That can, if not torqued to the correct specs and stretching the bolt to the right specifications, or not putting Loctite on there, it'll just spin itself right out of what it's holding together. Absolutely. Oh yeah.
So I would say go look on X and other places for incredibly close up, like zoomed in high res shots of the booster, and especially of the chines. And you'll see all the bolts that hold the chine on, and you'll see a stripe on them. A bunch of stripes. Heck, if you look on the valve covers for Raptor, you'll see stripes on the bolt head. That is a torque stripe. That stripe is put on there once that volt has been torqued and verified by an inspector, because I'm pretty sure they do it where they verify it by an inspector. I know for aircraft a lot of times what we can do, because sometimes we torque stripe it, usually do that out of overhaul or something along those lines. You can torque it, have someone double check it, or you torque it and torque stripe it. That's you saying it's torque striped, it's torqued to where it needs to be. I don't know if SpaceX has an inspector or someone behind them go through and double check every single bolt. I don't know their processes, but when you zoom into those chines and anything that's bolted onto that vehicle, you will see a little stripe on the bolt head, and that indicates that it is torqued correctly to their specifications.
I love having both of you on for the technical answers. It's so great. See, Neil, I think we're a little ways away from antimatter. Push for gigabit public cameras free for all. Views are going to be terrible once finished. I mean, probably, but it's SpaceX. We'll see.
For antimatter rockets, we need dilithium, okay? We need dilithium, and then they got to go to accelerated they got to create the warp plasma that goes to the driver coils so we can bend the space-time continuum and go to warp. Duh.
Yeah,
really
duh.
wish we had that.
Right.
That'd be really nice.
Jack Feder was wondering, as we were talking about before, access port or not, do you really want cryogenic liquids above the crew in any design? Does shuttle kind of count, given the external tank? Although that was on the side, not really on top.
Well,
and a different vehicle, kind of.
Sawyer, on the shuttle's design in the mid bay, they're probably about 2 to 3 feet away from a hypergolic rocket system in the form of the forward RCS pod. Like, I don't see why that's that big of a problem here, right?
Enough insulation, you're fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say they shouldn't put a bulkhead in there, like some type of structural bulkhead between the header tanks and where the crews stay. Oh, absolutely. I mean, there was a gigantic bulkhead at the front of the shuttle's crew section. So on the mid bay, right, which is more or less a cylindric design, at the front of the cylinder, there's the avionics bay. So there's where your crews sleep. Then there's the avionics bay. So if something went wrong with the electronics, they could fix it on orbit by getting into the avionics bay. And then in front of that, you have hypergolic propellants and their thrusters and the front landing gear and then the nose cone. I don't see why that's a big problem. Like I would put a firewall in there, so to speak, right? Like, to speak in car terms, or just a stringer and a bulkhead. But yeah, why not?
Firewalls even more than car terms. We use that for you. There's firewalls and or they're just a bulkhead for engine components and things like that between the compressor section and the hot section and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, I will admit, though, that it does seem like an unorthodox idea. Sorry, I almost slipped back into my native accent there. It seems like an unorthodox idea, for sure. Just because, SpaceX always says that, they're trying to achieve airline-like operations. And, the vision of what airline-like operations for a rocket, let alone a super heavy launch vehicle that's fully reusable, that hasn't been thought up yet. we can extrapolate kind of what they're doing. Ryan, you do this all the time because your extensive experience with like airplanes and stuff. We can extrapolate what they're doing and kind of come up with predictions. But that line gets very blurry, because no one's ever done this before. We're in uncharted territory. You're seeing on your screen here truly a new chapter emerging, similar to the DC-3 for the 1930s and the 1940s, and then the de Havilland Comet into the late 40s into the 50s, and then the 707 into the 60s. That's the future, man. And I'm not trying to be hyped up like a hype beast for SpaceX either. It's a truly impressive piece of kit that you see on your screen right there. And, I'm super excited to see what airline-like operations mean in the future. I think that's going to be great.
I know. It is going to be awesome. Let me see here. We had John grabbing the Flight 13 Collector's Patch, Anonymous also grabbing the Flight 13 patch, and Ryan grabbing... Not you, Ryan, right?
No. I already ordered the patch a while ago.
But they're grabbing 2 of the pins from Flight 13, and then you had Anonymous here that got Starship Flight 12 patch, Flight 13 patch, and Flight 13 pin. That is awesome. Well, thank you for grabbing all that, everyone who's getting all the stuff in the shop. A reminder, we do have our Flight 13 merch. The patches and pins are limited print, so once they're gone, and I believe we're about 30% on the patches and under 30% on the pins. So if you want to grab them, make sure you grab them now. And appreciate everyone grabbing the stuff in the shop. I know we talk about the shop and everything, but I really love it because, sure, you guys get to support us, and we appreciate that. But more importantly, you get something. You get something out of it. You get to wear something. You get to display something. Especially then when someone comes in and goes, "Oh, what's that shirt mean?" Or, "Oh, what's that pin or patch from?" You get to explain it, and honestly, then you get more Space Geeks. We want more Space Geeks. I don't care if you're just hitting the like button, you're just chilling with us, whatever. We want more of you here. We want to spread how awesome this is. I mean, look, there's the world's largest rocket on your screen right now. So it's a great way as a sort of, conversation starter too.
Sawyer, just in relation to the last one with the crew proximity to header tanks, what about every other crew vehicle we've ever made? Heck, Apollo, they had liquid oxygen tanks for the fuel cells right below them. Apollo 13, one of them blew up.
Yep.
I mean, like Orion's got them around it. Dragon, the crew is surrounded by hypergolics and high pressures. Like, this isn't the first time we've put crew close to propellants or liquid cryogenics. It's not the first, and it won't be the last. It's the price of doing business with compact stuff. And yes, Starship is big, but you're also trying to utilize the space as much as possible. And you also have to design the vehicle a certain way for just, the center of gravity to be correct and everything else. So with actual crewed ships, the header tanks will be up front because you need those for the flip and burn and stuff like that to return the crew. And the docking port will be on the side. So that's how crewed ships will be fitted.
And again, a lot of this is temporary for Artemis 3 and as they figure out everything too, for where they're going to place all the tanks and all of that. Again, the one for Artemis 3 is basically one of these that you see pulled off the line with the docking port added. Once we get to the actual HLS variant, obviously, I'm sure that is something they have taken into account and into consideration to be able to have Orion dock to the nose, which gives the added benefit, as had been discussed in one of the recent updates, that would allow Starship to be the transfer vehicle, to perform the TLI, translunar injection, rather than Orion doing it and meeting Starship at the moon.
So Sawyer, here's
Ryan?
something fun that's happening. It's been happening right now. So over in McGregor, we've had more and more engines pass by our cameras. By the way, go watch McGregor live if you want to watch engines pass the cameras. Falcon 9 boosters, second stages. Want to watch them test engines and Falcon 9 first stages. I think B10 107 is vertical right now.
1107.
1107, right? But I will say this: we are now seeing that they did swap. They swapped more than 5 engines on Booster 20. It looks like R120 has showed up, which was engine E8. I think we're up to 7 engines so far swapped that got swapped out on B20. So we're now still figuring out that they're sending more engines out to McGregor that they took off of that booster. So, yeah, just the kind of a note that we're realizing they took more off than we thought. So
Interesting. I wonder if maybe there was the ones that had the issues at startup, and if some of those were a result of that, or if they were a result of the hard start and then having to shut down.
yeah, because so far, E4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, and 13 have all been swapped. And I think 16 got taken off and put back on again because I think it made a trip to McGregor and came back, is from what we can tell. So thanks to those cameras and McGregor Live, as I said, you can go watch a lot of cool stuff over there. See Raptor serial numbers as they start to climb into the 200s now for Raptor 3s. Yeah, we're learning that how many they swapped. They could have swapped even more than that. I would say that because there are other locations they can roll Raptors to that aren't in front of our cameras. But I don't think, unless SpaceX says in like the next 3 hours and like 10 to 15 minutes, unless they specifically tell us how many engines they swap, which I kind of doubt they would, but you never know. As of right now, we can see at least of 7. So 7 out of the 33. So that must have been either that was a hard stop or something wonky happened and they took a lot of engines off to take a look at them. And then they just kind of filled it in with the backlog to get it flying, and they're going to repair engines and fly them on maybe Booster 21, which should be getting its engines and other stuff kitted out over the next few weeks for maybe a static fire in mid-August.
And we saw in the paperwork from one of the air traffic control documents that they are targeting, what is it, August 14th, which I'm guessing is going to push to the right a bit, given that this flight has pushed to the right a bit. But they already did testing with Booster 21 as they were preparing for this first flight attempt.
And to add to that, too, last night, the aft section of Ship 42 was rolled into Mega Bay 2, which completes that vehicle, or at least completes the stacking of it. Now it needs its flaps, its raceways, and stuff like that. It'll be about a month before it's ready for cryo, unless they're able to cut down on that time. So that's Flight 15. Sawyer, that might be the ship you see in person. It might be.
I
it
hope
might
the
be
Florida
the ship you
one.
see in person, assuming this flight goes well in the next 3.5 hours. And then the other milestone too last night was 2 RVACs were spotted going into Mega Bay 2, which means Ship 41 is getting its engine. We can see it's getting its engines, so that's a big milestone too. So hopefully within the next 2-3 weeks, Ship 41 will head out for static fire. So things are progressing, as well as things are progressing today as they're going through the other tankers, and we are 3 hours, 34 minutes, and 8 seconds from the opening of the 90-minute window today. And I gotta say, though, weather looks nice. Like, clear. I mean, there's some clouds in the background, but, like, it's pretty dang sunny and clear out, relatively speaking. There's some haze in there, but that's a pretty good view from the Margaritaville Beach Resort there, where we got cameras on the roof. And I think some people that we have up there on the roof might get a good view of a launch today if they make it, which, I mean, barring any other issues, I think they're going to go today.
As we hit 3:33 to go to the opening of the window. Yes.
Nice.
But yeah, the heat haze is going to happen. In case you're wondering, out there currently it is 94 degrees Fahrenheit or 34 degrees Celsius. So a little on the toasty side. So yeah, you're going to get some heat haze out there, especially, you know, on the roof of a building like that. Let's see here. Camouflage was wondering, how long is the tanking procedure? When does it start? So for those waiting to see fueling, what is the procedure for that? And also, I'll throw in there, EJ, what are we expecting to see from the tank farm ahead of that?
Hey, what you're really going to want to see from the tank farm is just a lot of steam coming out of it, a lot of condensation coming out of it. Kind of like what you see there, but when they start to flip this thing on, it'll start cheeching out a lot of smoke really, really fast. Now, keep in mind, it's not smoke. It's just
Clouds.
it's clouds, condensation, no big deal. In terms of fueling, at T-minus 37 minutes and 30 seconds, the ship, they're going to start loading oxygen into the ship, right? So what we're really looking for is about halfway up the tower, right before that, so like 40 minutes out maybe. The tower has a little vent line on the backside opposite of what Starship is. So like on the right side of your screen, there's a vent on the other side of the tower, right? When that vent starts going, that indicates that they're moving propellants up the tower to go in through the fuel lines for Starship, which is at the bottom right of the right frame on your screen. After that, they will start loading liquid oxygen into the booster, 37 minutes out. You'll see a vent down at the kind of pyramidal structure that Super Heavy is attached to down at the bottom. There's a vent down there that should be turned on a couple minutes before that to make sure that that means
That
they're
won't
moving
turn
propellants. Say again? Oh yeah.
That will turn
sure?
on. That's the drain line. That's the LOX drain line.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's two drain lines out of the service structure. One's methane, one's LOX. They usually don't turn either one of them on until they're done with loading, and that's the system drain and purge. But yeah.
Okay. So at 35 minutes and 25 seconds, they'll start loading fuel into the booster. Now, you don't have any methane vents. Like Ryan was saying, the methane gets scavenged and it goes back into the system because Captain Planet gets very sad if you vent methane into the atmosphere. Now, keep in mind, there are vent lines on Starship for like if they depress the tanks that do vent a small amount of liquid methane. But for the most part, they recapture it, right? And then ship fuel load happens 34 minutes and 48 seconds out. And then from there, it'll take about a half hour to load everything up. Raptor chill down begins at 21 minutes, and then, 0, we have a launch. Hopefully. Well, no, you know what? Not hopefully. We're launch maxing today, Sawyer. We're launch maxing
Here
today.
we go again, Sawyer.
So we're going to manifest this launch. We're launch maxing, dude. Anyway, back to you.
I will say, I think when Alex used that term earlier in the stream,
did?
we lost viewers. So yeah,
No, what Alex said launch.
yeah, something along the maxing lines.
Oh,
yes.
there's a Jack Bayer Bayer in there. Is that his name? So someone named Yak is in the chat there. I don't know who that is.
Just ignore them. It's fine.
I'm just,
Yes.
all I'm hearing is the sound of Land Rover failing to start.
Anyway,
What's up, buddy? How are you?
continuing along here, as we are 3.5 hours to go until launch, we got to start getting a little more serious this tight. It's not like the 8-hour mark. We're at 3.5 hours.
Yep, that's right.
We got to stay focused. We cannot deviate from the mission, folks. We got this
Look at
rocket on
that.
the screen.
Look at that blue sky.
That's what we want. And again, for those wondering why they didn't launch yesterday, that's the exact reason. It wasn't necessarily lightning or rain or anything. It was clouds. The issue with the clouds was that they wanted to get as much imagery as possible of the vehicle, especially that heat shield on the way uphill. And so, as a result, they waited until today, where they knew it was going to be a clearer day. And obviously, Mother Nature cooperating very much so, based off of what you can see.
This might look like SN8. It might, or at least like Flight 6. Both of those were incredibly beautiful and nice and clear. Because the nice blue sky here, it's nice when it gets a little bit later into the day. Of course, it's not December like it was for SN8, but you get that little bit later into the day, and you get that dark, deep blue sky as the sun is kind of starting to get down. But you can see there's clouds off in the distance, but there's not much over the launch pad So of course he comes back in to refuel for another run, another range run. But it's a really, really nice day out, and I cannot wait to see It's nice to see a launch go off today. I'm kind of glad they pushed a day because then we get these beautiful views.
What,
So,
you don't want SN11 type views?
I am still mad to this day that we didn't get to see probably one of the more hilarious and amazing explosions in rocketry history, as the ship went to do a flip and burn and ignited the engine and then exploded completely. It is funny because when SpaceX always does their lookbacks and retrospectives, they don't talk about SN9 and SN11. They don't. They just straight up don't mention either one of them. SN9 was still pretty hilarious, though. It failed to flip and just slammed straight into the landing pad.
Yeah, that was an ouch. But yes, what you're seeing there is the range helicopter, so they're the ones that make sure that all of the boaters are, from the air at least they can see, are out of the keep out zones. Same with other aircraft, making sure people aren't where they are not supposed to be, because SpaceX uses a private range rather than using the eastern range, such as for the Kennedy Space Center, Cape Canaveral, and Wallops. EJ, you have some fun facts about this helo?
Yeah, so that's a Sikorsky S-76, and I'll admit, guys, I did go and look this up. I see a lot of people asking, like, man, these helicopters refuel a lot. So, fun fact, I've been timing it since the last time the S-76 landed. It landed about 4 hours ago. So people are wondering, like, how much fuel could the helicopter take? So the Sikorsky S-76 takes about 1,800 pounds of fuel. That is about 1,000 liters or 281 U.S. gallons, right? So, there you go. We got a relative fuel consumption there, right? So 4 hours, it's gonna burn through about 1,000 liters of fuel, give or take about 1,800 pounds of fuel, probably less because you're not going to land on an empty tank, right? So let's say 1,700 pounds every 4 hours flying the perimeter, right?
I think that's
So,
Jet A.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So it's about 6.7 pounds per gallon. Is usually
There you go.
what it is.
Don't
Yeah.
type the number in chat, you will get timed out.
Dude, we're
I
way
said
past that.
6.7, 6.8 pounds per gallon. It also varies too based off of weather, temperature, the density can change on that front. But that's about the FAA standard or whatnot.
Mhm.
You're talking about like 7 pounds a gallon for Jet A. So yeah, just for those who don't know.
And for anybody else that's wondering, I saw people ask a question about it, so I'll let you know that fuel tank that they're using right there to refill the helicopter is about 500 gallons of fuel. It looks like a 500-gallon trailer. It has load indicators on it, so it's conforming to DOT specifications, which is the right move. If you're carrying over 100 gallons of fuel, DOT specifications, you have to indicate. So there's a red placard on the back of the trailer on the left side of your screen. It's a diamond-shaped placard that indicates it's hauling jet fuel. Now, those indicators are there for firefighters so they know how to fight the fire if this thing does catch on fire. That has not happened, and we pray that never happens. But just in case, that's what those placards are there for, to indicate, how do you fight this fire if something goes wrong, right? So, yeah, this helicopter, about 7 pounds of fuel per what Ryan was saying. But yeah, there's some fun facts about it. The other helicopter is I think it's a 209. I'd have to go look. But that helicopter refueled about 2 hours ago. This one refueled about 4 hours ago. So there's your relative fuel consumption on the helicopters. Keep in mind, it's an estimation, very much an abstraction based off of very primitive analysis. But yeah, in case you guys were wondering, there's your fun facts about those helicopters.
There you go. Fun indeed. And James, who's over at Isla Blanca, might be able to see it. They're out there for their first launch, grabbing one of the items from the shop, grabbing the pin. Enjoy. Jack Vetter saying shuttle was used to repair Hubble 2, which was perhaps the biggest advancement in telescope tech. I still want them to be able to design it to bring Hubble back on Starship. ODST Moody, hour 23 of being awake. Can't go to bed until hour 40. Rocket do be going up sometimes. I hope it does today. Jeez. Get some sleep.
Yeah. That's an oof. I've stayed up probably longer than I should sometimes. I'm trying to think. I think my record was 72 hours, and then I crashed for a day. That was a long time ago. I could never stay up for that long these days. That was when I was younger. I know I'm speaking like I'm an old person, but still.
Guys at home, NSF does not endorse this.
Nope, absolutely not. That was a there were mitigating circumstances to staying awake for that long. I'm not going to go to the story on that one, but I kind of wanted to mention bringing Hubble back. About the biggest downside of that is I don't think we'd be able to save. I don't think we could save the solar panels. We'd probably have to put on new ones when it got into the Smithsonian, but you'd probably be able to save the main part of the telescope. Tried hard enough.
I mean, you could probably, like Jared was talking about, get a mission out there instead of servicing it just to remove them.
Yeah, I think it's doable. I would love to bring that thing back after all of its years of service and then hang it in either Uvar Hazy or the Smithsonian in Washington D.C. One of the two.
I think it'd look good next to Discovery.
You know what? Yeah, hang it next to or put it on a mount on the ground next to Discovery and be like, oh yeah, by the way, that launched that long ago and it's back. That would be cool.
That would be epic. I agree.
Personal crazy Kerbal Space Program opinion. Starship should go grab parts of the ISS and we should hang that next to Discovery too.
I say if you can, save 3 modules. One, you put one near Atlantis, one near Discovery, one near Endeavor because they all help build it.
That would work.
I'm here for that. That's a good idea.
I mean, if they want to bring down more, why not?
If you can bring down more, sure. But I think, yeah, a module should sit by Hubble, and a module should sit by Discovery, and then a module should sit by either of the other 2 orbiters. And that would be a heck of preservation of history right there. And that wouldn't even be that expensive to do, just to detach the modules. I mean, it really wouldn't be. The biggest thing you got to figure out is how to get it into a Starship payload bay and then just secure it. You just have it to secure it enough, which, those were... You can secure it with the docking hardware it already has to dock between the modules, right? You just got to put the correct adapter into the Starship, and then dock it and then secure it that way. And then if you have to put struts or something, add more struts or whatever to the side of the tank wall, do it. And then you're good. You should be able to do it that way. Yeah, and just put a robotic arm, like a Canada arm, out of the Starship payload bay and grab it. Bring it back. I like this idea. Let's do it.
I do too. Let's see. Public account, becoming a PadRat member. Again, members get access to the members multi-view currently live, and we'll get access to the behind-the-scenes view as well. So if you want to join and get to see all of the cameras that we have out there and more of them as they come online, definitely join in or be lucky enough to get one of the gifted ones, like from Bob Fillmore, who gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much for that. Tyler Sherrick, do you think they could do Artemis 4 without Blue? Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a lander. So if SpaceX is ready before Blue, yeah. Artemis 3 without Blue? I think they flat out said no. Didn't Jared say they want both landers tested out?
I do believe so, yeah. So he laid into it pretty thick. I don't think he said it like exactly, but that was the expectation. I think with what he said regarding Artemis 3 con ops.
Yeah, I mean, I believe we talked to him about it on Flame Trench 100. So
that was a good time. We should do that again.
Yeah, which, by the way, we did get to talk to NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman for a half hour just on a stream. That was our 100th Flame Trench, which is our weekly Friday show normally. Yeah, you should go check it out. It was amazing. Also, speaking of those gifted memberships, Mechazilla gifting 5 memberships, and then Nobby Knobber gifting 50 Red Team memberships. Goodness gracious. Thank you so much for that. Amaze. Yes. If you got one of those, definitely give them a thank you as the chat now turns green. So much green. I love it. Unless you're colorblind, in which case it's so much gray.
Already gray, though.
Oh yeah, yeah. Wenhop. Yeah, 3 hours,
Soylent
17
Green.
minutes,
Wait,
and
what?
58 seconds if they go at the top of the window. Let's see here. Echo deal for Dan grilling earlier. This is where we get the Starship steaks. Medium rare, please.
Man.
Connor getting the patch from the shop. Everyone's saying third time's the charm. Ray doing the same with Lucky 13. I mean, everyone's got the lucky numbers going, it sounds like. And then Kevin fists my bump for a successful launch also in the shop there. The vibes are high today, it sounds like. I mean, I know it is for me. I don't know about you guys, but...
It's time go. Well, almost.
Time go statement.
Yes.
Acknowledgement. Starship is cool. There you go. I before we went to that video, I noticed a lot of people love the SWTOR reference for the HK-47.
Yeah.
It was a great game. I want it remade entirely because playing as Darth Revan was so cool. But anyways.
Also, a lot of people commenting on the helicopters while we're discussing it from earlier. Let me get those through. Sonny or Chris, gotta love the S-76. That's my ride back and forth to work every 14 days.
Nice helicopter.
And Steven pointing out that it's an S-76C specifically, so call it roughly 100 gallons per hour burn. There you go.
100 gallons.
Jay French wondering, what launch tower do you think will be cladded fully first? And do you think the arms will also be cladded in good old SpaceX fashion? Ryan, what do you think?
None of it will be. The cladding is where it's at. I think the only time they'll add any more cladding to any of this is when is if they think they need more based off of ship catches. They've added more based off of booster catches in the past, and I think the only time they'd add more is for ship catches, which they already did. The cladding on the top of the tower is because of ship catches. They will never clad the sticks. That is extra weight on the sticks for absolutely zero reason. They want those to be quick. They want those to be responsive. They cut the sticks in half, or well, at least they cut like the landing rail part in half because it weighed too much and they had too much inertia when they were trying to stop them. They aren't going to add weight back to those. They'll never put cladding on those, and then I don't see anytime I don't see them ever adding cladding to the SQD arm because that adds more weight on the actuator to retract it, and then the rest of the tower doesn't really need it. A lot of the lines are protected on the backside of the tower, and the engines don't really contact anywhere else on the tower itself. Where the cladding is where they need it. If they think they need to add more in certain locations, they will, but otherwise I don't think it's going to really get any more at all. We're not going to have those. It's not going to look like renders. That's not going to happen. That adds a lot of weight. It really does.
It's not
really any reason.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just about weight, too, Ryan. That is definitely a thing, especially when it comes to the sticks. But guys, there's a reason why if you've looked at every single service structure that's next to rockets, like, you know, it could be blue with LC-36. It could be the fixed service structures that were at 39 during the shuttle program. It could be the launch umbilical towers on the mobile launcher. They're all hollow. Every single one of them is hollow. It's not a cladded structure. Guys, the big reason why is that if you do clad it, right? When the rocket goes off, it's putting out so much heat and so much pressure that actually will put a sideways load on the structure. If you think about, like, if you had a house of cards, right, and you put a fan next to them and you turn the fan on, it's going to blow it over. It's basically that, only the towers aren't made out of a house of cards, right? But it will cause the structure to sway and move around. The reason why all these structures are hollow, mobile launchers, launch umbilical towers, fixed service structures, mobile service structures, they're all hollow, so it allows the pressure to just pass through it. And that puts less tensile load on the structure. It won't sway around. Now, don't get me wrong, every tall structure is designed to sway in the wind to some extent, right? You got to sway with the wind like a tree would sway in the wind, because if you try to fight that, you're once again getting back into tensile strength. You could snap it like a twig, right? And you're not looking to do that with your service structure, right? That's why they're all hollow. Weight has a lot to do with it too. I mean, the chopsticks are the same way. You don't want load on those chopsticks like Ryan was saying, but you don't want to blow this thing over when you go to launch either.
Yeah, it'd be bad.
Yeah, it just in parts, and I'll say this for one thing. They used to have extra cladding on the FSS over on the 39A Falcon pad. They took it off. They got tired of refurbing it, so they just took it off.
Yeah, they took it off because it keeps
It just
wrecking
didn't really
it.
serve a purpose.
Mhm.
So
the service structure.
I know people think it'll look cool when they go to clad it all the way, but that also puts a side load on the tower, especially if you only do one side. And that's a lot of extra weight to the tower. Now, not saying the tower can't take it, but why add the weight for what reason? Just to make it look cool? No, SpaceX while SpaceX does like to make things look cool, they're also a lot about function overlooking that. I mean, heck, the 3 grid fins on booster compared to instead of 4 is a totally functional thing to do rather than making it look good. Now, while I think it's kind of grown on me, just the 3 grid fins, it's one of those things. It's like they're not just going to add something just to add it. But either way, we are progressing though. The methane subcoolers are in chill down. I think there's a singular tanker left. Once that tanker's gone, the SpaceX security and the final sheriff will leave. And we are about 40 minutes from when we expect to see the methane reclaim vent start to kick on. That'll be the start of methane supply. Just before that, the methane supply line will chill down. And then they'll start reclaiming the methane as they start to chill down different stages. The pumps, the subcooler, the chilling down the subcoolers even more, and they start chilling down the lines to the pad, and as they get closer and closer to the opening of the window here. But things are still progressing, and we're getting closer and closer. And the sky is just this nice, clear blue. As I say, it just looks awesome. Really cleared up compared to yesterday.
Oh my goodness, yes. This is so much better. 3 hours, 10 minutes to go till the opening of that window, and it seems like the skies should stay relatively clear up to that point. And again, a reminder, these are much further out in the distance. When you look up, it's a much clearer blue sky. So these are not any weather concern, and hopefully not a viewing concern. Shouldn't be. Methane subcooler, as you were talking about methane chill and everything, I guess they want to know where their propellant goes. They're asking, can someone explain the ship ignition sequence for a nominal booster flip? Ryan?
Oh, I gotta remember my engine numbers right now. It's been a minute. I'd have to go look. I have a graphic somewhere that has that ignition sequence. I don't remember it off the top of my head for flipping to push the booster in the correct direction. It should be to push it towards the heat shield side, which would mean those 2 RVACs you see there. I'm pretty sure those 2 RVACs should ignite first, then the centers, then the RVAC that is on the heat shield side to basically push it towards the heat shield side of the ship, because last time it went off to the flap side. It was basically the port side of the ship is where it went off to. So it was as SpaceX said, it was 90 degrees off axis on the flip. So they wanted to push towards heat shield side, because at that point ship is basically leeward side down and heat shield side up. And by I say leeward side down, is leeward side is kind of facing towards the surface of the Earth. The heat shield side is kind of facing towards space. They want the booster to kind of flip up and over and back and then ignite and go. That's what they want it to do. If I am remembering it correctly, and then that's how it should work. So we'll have to see how well it does this flight, but if I remember correctly, that's what it is.
I mean, we'll find out, especially again with the booster. It's the big thing. We haven't seen the new booster startup yet after what happened on Flight 12, which we don't want a repeat of. So,
also, can I just say it is really cool to see the ship Arvax in that view.
You're right.
through the truss of the hot stage. Like,
yes. Thank you for redesigning the hot stage ring, SpaceX. We appreciate it.
It looks so cool to see the Arvac bells. It just looks so N1. Seriously, that hot stage truss. Man, yeah, it looks nice.
It does. Let's see. FWD, thank you for saying my picks are on point today. Ken is wondering, will there be significant aerodynamic and heat shield problems created by bolting a hatch on the point of the ship? EJ, aerodynamically, is that an issue?
You're talking about Artemis 3, right? The Artemis 3 kind of hybrid ship. More or less, guys, if I had to guess, they're probably going to put some kind of nose cone on it. You don't want that docking port getting exposed to aerodynamic forces on the way up. It's probably going to be like Dragon 1 back in the day. Dragon 1 had just an ejectable nozzle. Or not a nozzle, ejectable nose cone, excuse me. My guess is that. Either that or maybe SpaceX will cook up some type of retractable nose cone like Dragon 2. That would be cool. That'd be really neat. I mean, if you put the hinge mechanism, like a cantilevered hinge mechanism on the leeward side of the ship, I don't see why not. What I would really be wondering, yeah, exactly, right? What I'd really be wondering is the seal that you'd get on the nose cone. You'd have to make sure that the tiles that were on the nose cone and the tiles that are on the ship, so the retractable part versus the non-retractable part, you'd have to make sure they butt up against each other pretty well. The tolerances between spaces in the tiles is very, very thin. It's a very thin margin when we're talking about hitting the atmosphere going Mach 25. It has to be a tight fit. Let me put it that way. It's not out of the realm of possibility. In fact, I think they'll probably do that. I mean, SpaceX, if anything, has experience there with Dragon 2, so maybe. But yeah, I don't. Either way, there's going to be some type of aerodynamic fairing or nose cone up there because you're not going to fly with the docking port just exposed. That's a great way to not have the docking port work very well when you're up into space.
Yeah, you kind of want that. I mean, that's what Dragon has. So Shuttles was inside the payload bay, so you had the protective cover of the payload bay doors. Most people have protections for that.
Now, Mark, I'm noticing, Mark Hennon, you're asking in chat, would tile expansion due to heat G help plug the gaps? Yeah, yes and no. That's getting that seal. That's what I mean, Mark, when I'm saying getting the seal right. You have to, if you get it too tight a tolerance, the tiles will butt up against each other, and if they actually touch, they'll pop off like a pog. They'll just pop right out because the thermal expansion of the tile is going to make it change its shape a little bit, right? You have to get that seal has to be perfect. Like we're talking millimeter tolerance here. It has to make it so to take into account the expansion of the tiles, right? They don't want to be butted up against each other because then it'll break. But you don't want too far apart, or because then you lose your nose cone and the entirety of Starship on the way down, right? Holes in the heat shield is no good. It's that, really important thing to understand if you want to learn about reusable thermal protection systems. Anyway, sorry, back to you.
Yes, thank you. Let's see, Joey getting Starship assembly shirt. Ooh, that's a cool one. And the 12 and 13 patches saying, can't wait for a ship catch. Oh, we all can't, which means this flight has to be successful so then we can get to the booster catch. So then we get to the ship catch. So then we can also get to orbit and do all the fun stuff. Then we get to the
Which
fun.
might all happen next flight if this flight goes well. Which is the hilarious part about that.
Fingers crossed. Tim, is there a porta potty at the heli refuel area? I don't think so. Just hold
Yeah,
it.
yes, there is.
There
is, I think.
Yeah, Sawyer, it's they're not porta potties in the sense of like the plastic ones that are like on the ground. They actually have. Don't ask me why I know this, dudes. Okay, they have the trailer. See that white trailer? That's a really nice. That's the Cadillac of porta potties.
Wow, fancy.
Okay.
It's
Anyway,
not the one
back
with
to
the
you.
NSF sticker on it, is it? Anyway. CM Blog becoming a Pad Rep member, which again, we have the launch broadcast coming up shortly, and you'll get to see the behind the scenes in addition to the members multi-view that is currently live right now. Mechazilla saying if the launch mount wasn't concreted and rebarred into the ground, could Starship lift the OLM? I don't think we would want to find out. I'll just say that. Mass-wise, I don't know. Probably too heavy,
No,
right?
absolutely not. There's just the steel alone, just the launch mount itself is like, and this is not even the surface structure or the the trench walls, but the launch mount itself, you're talking like 1,500 metric tons.
Yeah, that's a lot. Can't wait to see a Starship that takes a page from Rocket Lab Neutron refairing design. I guess the chomper design they mean. Is net 2030 too optimistic for that? 2035? I mean, I still think it's going to be more of like a payload bay door situation, but we'll have to see what SpaceX does. Tyler, I don't even want to speak that into existence. Hopefully all goes well. And Ethereal Swordsman saying, Starship does look very N1 like this, and while N1 wasn't, good, it was a very good looking rocket. Very unique. That is true. And we have confirmation from SpaceX that they are on track for the 13th flight test later today. 90-minute window opens at 5:45 p.m. Central Time, which means we should get ready to head on over to the launch broadcast, which you don't have to go anywhere, folks. We will automatically redirect you over to that stream, so just keep hanging out like you're doing. But I want to thank EJ for joining me for this portion here.
Well, thank you for having me. I always have a good time here sitting on the stakeout with you guys. I love doing tank watching here. It's a lot of fun, and I appreciate the privilege.
Brian, thank you as well.
A pleasure as always, Sawyer. The last truck looks like it's getting, last cryo truck might be getting ready to leave soon, so that's a good sign, and they're still on track for launch and hopefully within the next 3 hours.
Absolutely. We had Chris Berg on earlier, and we've had Max Evans on, and Alejandro Cantarilla Romero, and Magnus. We've had Ryan Caton producing the first part, Daniel Brock producing this part, the second half of this. So stick around, everybody. We will redirect you right over to the launch broadcast as we now approach 3 hours to go until the launch of Starship Flight 13, if all goes well.
Starship is under contract to serve as one of 2 lunar landers for NASA's Artemis program. But there is a lot of pressure from the agency to beat China back to the moon. With the newest version of Starship now flying, all eyes are on how it progresses. If all goes well, it may indeed pave the way to beat not only China, but also fellow lunar lander contractor Blue Origin to be the first landing humans on the moon. The first
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Doubling up.
Did it just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation.
Equalize.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my god.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
This is the final go, no-go poll for today's operations. Full reusability of an engine like this is really something that people haven't done before.
We didn't know what we were doing because it was impossible to know what you were doing because no one had ever done something like this before.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition.
Max Q.
Separation.
One Raptor vacuum is off.
We lost the Raptor vacuum.
Ship FTS is safe.
Starship is turning for final approach to landing site.
And here we go.
There's the W. Here's ignition.
Doubling up.
Did it just do a Kerbal? Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, Gino.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, that sure looks like a perfect world.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No.
Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
This is the final go no go poll for today's operations.
Full reusability of an engine like this is really something that people haven't done before.
We didn't know what we were doing because it was impossible to know what you were doing because no one had ever done something like this before.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition.
Max Q.
Separation.
One Raptor vacuum is off.
We lost the Raptor vacuum.
Ship FTS is safe.
Starship is turning for final approach to landing site.
Folks, we have multiple superstitions working against each other today. It is the 13th flight of Starship out here at Starbase. Usually 13, not the most lucky, but third time's a charm. We're here for the third, let's call it the third flight attempt of Starship out here. We are NASASpaceflight.com, Team NSF. We've been bringing you live coverage all morning so far. We don't slouch. We're not going to go live like, 30 minutes, an hour beforehand. We have been here all day bringing you all a cool community hangout to watch Starship get ready to go. My name is John Galloway for NSF, and we are watching all of these different camera views here on the stream. We'll be bringing you some live commentary. We'll be talking to you about what's going on, what the status is, and how things are looking. Speaking of, recent tweet from SpaceX says they are on track for Flight 13 today. So to kick it off, let me know, which is more powerful? Is it the third time's a charm, or is it the Flight 13? Maybe the Flight 13 might be good luck for some people. Let me know over in the chat. We do read the chat when we're here hanging out with y'all. Also, if you have questions for us, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF. We've got some cool question queue sort of stuff here in the back end that we can use to answer your questions. We'll try as much as we can. There tends to be a ton of people watching. We can't always get to everything, but we are good to go for the 13th flight of Starship. Now, today is looking fantastic. There's not an awful lot of clouds. Yesterday was not so fantastic. That was a tropical storm, tropical depression, Bertha coming through, giving us lots of rain and wind and cloud cover yesterday. So we saw SpaceX push that launch back. They said they wanted to be able to see the vehicle plus the weather, and today is looking fantastically. For me, I'm over here on the roof of the Margaritaville Hotel, South Padre Island. You can't come up here to the roof with me, but you could be sitting down at the pool. I might trade places with you. Actually, if you have a spot at the pool, maybe you can take my place on the roof and I can sit at the pool, because it's one of the coolest places to watch the launch from. But that is me over here on the roof of the Margaritaville. You know, we don't do the shows with just one person. We have an entire team of people working out here today, and we've got a team of people on commentary today as well. So let's introduce some of the folks here with me, starting off with Mr. Ryan Caton. Ryan, do we have you on comms?
Hello everybody, it is a wonderful day, the weather is wonderful, Starship is on the pad, we're still going for the launch attempt, we've actually gotten the launch stream started this time, you know,
Ryan,
everything's pointing in one direction.
Okay, you're getting there, you're like, the weather's wonderful, and it's a wonderful can we roll that again from the top? Let's do some enthusiasm here.
Okay, I'll try
like
again.
the beginning. All right, so
we'll
with
edit
me,
that bit out.
You ready? You good?
Yep.
He's good. All right, so with me we have Mr. Ryan Caton. Ryan, do we have you on comms?
Everything is wonderful. The weather is good. Thumbs up. Let's be happy. We've got no clouds. We've got no rain. We've got no big tropical storm Bertha in the way. We've got clear skies up the Gulf Coast of Texas. Everything is wonderful. Welcome to the launch stream.
Thank you, Ryan. You have your requisite pieces of flair. At least you have one piece of flair on. You have the Flight 13 shirt there. Also with me in the commentary right now, we have Alejandro Alcantara Romera. How you doing, sir?
Well, I was going to say, Daz, it's also Friday, so who knows? Maybe the 13th Friday and all that stuff might also collide with each other. I'm going to say, though, for SpaceX, there's other numbers that are supposed to be lucky, like 7. It actually was not lucky. They had the CRS-7 thing, you know, and Flight 7 of Starship did not go so well. So hopefully Flight 13 actually is the one that goes perfect.
Maybe they're pushing like an inverse luck thing here, right? Where
exactly
things that normally like, oh geez, 13, walk under ladder, black cat, whatever. Maybe SpaceX is just going to knock it out of the park. One way or the other, we will be here live bringing you all the different views. We've got remote tracking cameras, we've got crew cameras, we've got stuff on the South Padre side, we've got stuff over on the other side, less than 4 miles away from launch, over on Starbase. We've got an entire team over there. We've got folks over at the Rocket Ranch Outpost. If you're looking for a public place to view something, you buy tickets, but the public is welcome to buy tickets over there. Rocket Ranch, a super close place to watch from. We've got folks all over the world who are pitching in, remote camera operators with our robotic cameras, folks helping out in chat, the social media team on all the different social channels, posting stuff up all over the map. But whichever way, if you want to keep up with what's going on with Starship or spaceflight or whatever, this is a cool place to do it. That's what we do here at NSF. We run around and we don't go to sleep until we've covered a lot of spaceflight. So let's kick it off with a status report. Let's start with the weather. shall we start with the weather? We're still ticking down here, 2 hours and 48 minutes. But we mentioned briefly here in this wide view, you can see it's looking pretty good over here. But Ryan, do you have some weather report for us, some maps to look at? How are we looking today?
Oh boy, do I have some maps for us to look at, Das. I'll wait until I'm in the right box, because if I walk off frame, then you won't see me. So just stand by, everybody. There we go, full screen, that'll do. But this again, I joked on the last time we did a launch stream, which wasn't the last attempt because we didn't get there, so it was on attempt 1, which was 2 attempts ago. Hope you're keeping up. But this is the live radar. This isn't a static satellite image. This is the live radar of South Texas and North Mexico, Gulf of Mexico as well. And you can see there's nothing here. There's not a speck on the radar, and that's wonderful. That's what we want to see. That means that there isn't any moisture or rain in the area, so that's great news. I'm going to bring up the live NOAA imagery from the GOES satellite, and you can see here, over the Gulf, little cloud. See over on this side, over Texas, pretty much no cloud up the coast. Before, the last 2 days, there was this big blob of cloud being kind of towed along by Bertha, headed towards Texas over the Gulf. And I mean, look at it now. There's barely a cloud in the sky. You know, a little bit of cloud is sometimes nice in the background. You get a little bit of that kind of parallax shot. You get to see, you know, the rocket launching in front of the clouds. But you don't want those big, thick clouds, which means you can't actually see the rocket. That's why SpaceX stood. One of the reasons SpaceX stood down yesterday. And we're not seeing that at all right now. And if I bring up the forecast for the clouds, this is the dew point versus air temperature. And essentially, when these two temperatures are the same, that's when clouds can form. And as you can see, compared to yesterday, where we were going to see huge big clouds up in the upper levels of the atmosphere, there's another band around here. I mean, these lines never touch, all the way up to 15 kilometers. This is the weather conditions today, there's no other way to say it, are significantly better than they were yesterday. I mean, this is wonderful. This is what we want to see, because we can actually see the rocket.
Exactly.
We're getting commentary in the back channel. You know, we run a YouTube channel, right? We have videos we put on YouTube, and every now and then people talk about things in the videos. They tell us about Starship, or they ask us questions or whatever. The last few days, the #1 comment on our entire YouTube channel, who wants to guess what the #1 comment on the YouTube channel? Yeah, just put them on screen.
How much money can I put on this, Das? Because I'll become a trillionaire.
You're not eligible to participate, right?
Oh, okay.
Sorry. The #1 comment on our YouTube channel, with everything that's going on in spaceflight, is how dapper Ryan Caton is looking with his new haircut. Look, we rated the double thumbs up again. Excellent. It does look nice, right? I mean, you look like a super professional. Like, we get you in a collared shirt.
It's symmetrical now, at the very least.
It is. It's
you just wait until the end of year flame trench. I mean, that's going to be on another level.
You have the sequined suit or whatever. Maybe a TPS, a thermal tile tie, maybe.
Maybe. Let's
not go there yet. All right, so the weather is looking fantastic. Ryan, you're absolutely right. It is not a cloud in the sky. Like, looking in all the different directions here, maybe inland, like once we get over to the ranch lands, I can see some stuff far inland, but they're little puffy clouds. They're the type of clouds you look at and you're like, oh man, it's a sheep or it's a howitzer or whatever. That's what those clouds over there look like. Out to the Gulf, it is fantastically clear. So we will see. I mean, there you go. There's some little puffy clouds behind the helicopter that's coming in for a landing here. But the weather's looking fantastic. It's a little windy today, so I imagine SpaceX is watching the wind constraints. But Starship is a big, beefy vehicle. It is not a little carbon composite rocket that gets blown around willy-nilly with the winds. Starship has some pretty significant wind. That's pretty loud. Some pretty significant, let's say, ability to overcome winds. I guess that's the right way to say it. It's not redundancy. But in any event, we are continuing to stand by for the flight, now under 2 hours and 45 minutes. So, Alex, we see a helicopter on the screen here. Let's check in with the range status. Let's talk about the vehicle. How long until we expect to see fueling, the venting from the tank farm, and that sort of stuff? Fill us in on where we are for that.
Yeah, we got a bit of deja vu here with the helicopter, because we started our coverage last week for that first attempt. We did not do a launch stream for the second attempt because it scrubbed basically before we started our launch stream. But yeah, we started with that helicopter that you see there on my left, and or on your right of the screen. And so right there, it is currently, it looks like it is getting, yep, there we go, they're going to refuel that helicopter. It's part of the helicopter ranges that they range helicopters, the other way around, that they use for clearing out the areas. So they look around, they have ways to, for example, in the beach, maybe there's somebody else out there that they don't want to stay out there, but it also helps with the aerial range, also with the waterways as well, because out there they also plan to splash down that booster, so we'll see about that as well, and it just helps get that aerial view of the area. Now on the top right of your screen, you can see there, that's the tank farm right now. They're starting all of the chill downs. We can see a bit of frost there. There's like a row of black things sticking up, right? On the middle. To the left, there's like 2 vertical white tanks. Those 2 are part of the methane reclaim system. The liquid methane turns into a gas as it gets used because it warms up, right? But instead of venting it, that's not great. It's not only risk and hazardous, but it also is not great for the environment. So what they do, instead of burning it off, like you might have seen, for example, at New Glen's launch pad or Vulcan's launch pad as well out there at the Cape, what they do instead, they reclaim it, they take that gas back and then turn it into a liquid. So those 2 tanks that you see there are part of that system. Those are not yet active, but they will be active later down the countdown as they get ready for propellant load. Right in front of those, there's like a row of little things, like there's a pipe, horizontal pipe, and like a bunch of little sort of hippo-looking things. Those are the subcoolers, part of the subcooler system that cools down those propellants below their boiling temperatures and densifies them to be able to pack more of those inside of Starship's tanks. So those are now getting frosty, as you can see on that view, and lots of venting right now picking up. That'll be picking up way more as we count down here, but definitely lots to look forward to in the 2 hours, almost 42 minutes to go to liftoff.
Yeah, looking at the side of the vehicle there, you can see that there's no frost on the side of the vehicle yet. That's because they have not begun to put the propellants in it. There's a whole process that we're going to go through to get this vehicle ready for flight. They've got to chill it down. They've got to sort of precondition the lines, flush things out before you start to see this thing fuel up. But when it starts to fuel up, coming up in a little while here, you'll start to see that ice, literally the humidity from the South Texas atmosphere freezing onto the side of the rocket. It's like your cold drink, right? Your cold drink in a can or in a cooler or something like that, and it gets wet on the outside because the humidity from the atmosphere sort of condenses on the colder metal surface. Same thing with the rocket, but it's so cold it's going to start freezing onto the side. We're not quite there yet, but y'all keep an eye out on the side of the vehicle, because whenever we get venting coming from the tower, even in the tower, some of our cameras are so close you can see the lines leading up to the rocket start to ice over. They'll turn white, and that sort of lets us visually see where the propellants are in the process, are in the sort of the system of pipes flowing up to the rocket. So that is our plan for now. We're going to continue watching the rocket, but we still have 2 hours and 40 minutes before flight. Again, if you're just joining us, it's Starship Flight 13. Most recent info from SpaceX is that they are on track for Flight 13 today. We've covered the weather. It looks beautiful out here. Alex just talked about some of the preparations. You'll see the range helicopter flying around. You'll start to see the tank farm spool up. It looks like it's leaking, right? But it's not. That's all the parts of the entire facility coming alive to support this rocket flight today. So, Ryan, I promised that we would answer some questions over the course of the stream. Have we pulled any questions yet, or should I keep talking while you do?
I can pull. I've got some questions in the queue right now, so we can rattle through them if you would like. We have Yeet3991Y asking, when Gigabay comes online in Starbase, what do you think will happen with the Megabase?
Oh, that's a good question. Alex, that sounds like an Alex question. What do you think the fate of the Megabase will be?
Well, I mean, right away, I don't think that they're going to be deleting them, but in the long run, yes, they're probably going to go away. In the shorter term, like once Gigabay is structurally complete, they have a few work stands and whatnot, the Megabase might still be useful for some of the ship inspections, so to speak, as they start getting used to reusing ships, which will be very important for them. But after that, I can see them removing the 2 Megabase and building like a Gigabay 2.0, right? That it's like a second version of the Gigabay, like a copy of it. In the area where those 2 Megabases are located, you can sort of build like a Gigabay and a half. So they have even room for a little bit more than an extra Gigabay if they wanted to. We'll see what they do. Definitely nothing confirmed from SpaceX. This is just us theorizing. I'm not the only one that thinks that they're gonna go away, of course, because it's so easy to think, well, the gigabay is so much better. Remove the megabase, right?
Yeah.
And just put another gigabay. It's very easy to think about that. Maybe it's not even a gigabay. Maybe it's like a terabay or something like that. Who
terabay.
knows?
What's after? What comes after tera? I actually don't know off the top of my head.
I think it's peta.
Petabay.
Petabay.
That
yeah,
sounds
just
different.
Like
Let's not go there.
and all that stuff.
Terabay. We'll just stop at terabay and not go any higher than tera. So anyways, that's a great question. We see those over there. Of course, we know that they're building that second gigabay down at the Cape. If you've seen our flyover videos, you've seen our regular reports down from Cape Canaveral. We post those here on our channel. If you're looking for stuff like that, remember you can like and subscribe or whatever. There's like a little button you can click if you want to come back and keep up with what's going on. But here at Starbase, we've got those 2 megabays and that gigabay. The gigabay still well under construction. Let's go ahead and go with another question right quick if we could, Ryan.
I mean, this question I think will probably do us for the rest of the show. Revengist is asking, how does an MVAC compare to an RVAC? So, Alex, if you just want to keep talking for the next 2.5 hours, and we'll pick it up, right as we get into the
Can
count.
we give Alex all right, 60 seconds in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so the RVAC engine is just basically the vacuum optimized version of the Raptor engine, and the Raptor and the Merlin engines are completely different. The Raptor engine uses 2 preburners to power the pumps, and those preburners are the fuel preburner and the methane and the oxidizer preburner, basically running at different fuel and oxidizer rates and mixtures, basically. And then the Merlin engine instead is an open cycle gas generator engine, and instead of using like a preburner, instead the preburner is sort of like basically dumping its exhaust overboard, right? So they are different cycles. Now, the main difference that you might have seen visually from the exterior is that
20 seconds.
The engine bell on the Merlin, if you interrupt me, then I lose my train of thought. The Merlin vacuum engine has an niobium alloy nozzle extension, which is what did I do now?
So the alloy that the one engine bell is made out of is actually a niobium alloy.
It's important because it is not. Oh my goodness! So the reason why it's like that is because they don't need to reuse it, right? And because they don't need to reuse it, they can make it very thin and a very high resistive metal that basically can just radiate away that heat that it receives from the engine. And so you see it glow red hot when it fires. The RVAC instead, it has cooling channels on that exhaust, that nozzle extension basically. So it's not just a thin piece of metal, it's just an actual coils of channels and everything running through where methane flows and it cools it down instead of having to radiate away all of that heat. But that's basically, so 2 of the key major differences, let's put it that way, the engine cycle and also the way that it is, that it looks when it fires.
Y'all, Alex is an absolute font of knowledge about this stuff. And sometimes we joke about this on the stream. Like, if we ask Alex a question, it's like, all right, everybody get comfortable. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Y'all all sit down, go get a drink or something. And we come back in 20 minutes, and Alex is still, well, so the molecular structure of the metal that they use in it's like, jeez. we appreciate you, Alex. We're glad that you're here to share us with that information. But to summarize, the MVAC on the Merlin vacuum for the Falcon 9, it doesn't need to be reusable, right? Mm-hmm. The RVAC, they want to make it reusable because that's the whole point of Starship. And then it's also 2 different cycles using 2 different types of fuel. On the Merlin, it uses space kerosene, right? And they use methane on the Starship engine. So those are the 2 big engines. Summarizing what Alex said. Alex, I do appreciate you. I give you a hard time because we love you.
I know, it's a joke.
Okay. All right. I believe we should be able to check in with one of our folks out in the what? Oh, hey, we're showing a booster static fire. That's not happening right now.
Yeah.
Are we just practicing? What is this like a? Somebody fill me in. Am I supposed to talk about this or what?
I hope it's not happening right now.
You should do the noise of the engines.
How's that? I mean, I'm not very good at that. Apparently,
10 out of 10.
This is what it looks like
that?
whenever a booster static fires on the pad. Is this the booster static fire from earlier?
I heard an extra voice.
I did. trying to figure out what we're showing. In any event, while y'all enjoy one more bit of replay that we put on the screen, let's see if we can check in with one of our folks out in the field about 4 miles away from the launch pad. Max Evans, do we have you on comms, or were you just saying, no, don't come to me? Which one was it?
No, I was just waving to you, Das. I was saying I
Okay,
have
good.
you 5x5. You sound and you look good.
All right.
Good afternoon, everybody. Stationed at our river lot about 4 miles away from the launch site. Beautiful sunny day here, although it is very, very warm. I had to put this shade up because everything out here was overheating. But otherwise, a bit breezy, but a lot less clouds in the sky than there was yesterday. So you're very happy to see that. It's fun listening to you guys also as well on comms, because I'm just sitting back here like borderline nodding off when Alex was talking about the RVAC and MVAC as he normally does.
Like, I was just like nodding off.
You know, like
it's better than full.
You know how it gets
off.
whenever. I'm going on with the bit, Das. But it is a beautiful day out here. We are all sitting nice and pretty, waiting for launch to happen now. Clock's ticking down, already 2.5 hours away from the scheduled launch window opening. So, as it normally does, the time erodes away rather quickly once you're inside about T-minus 6 hours or so. But we're sitting here. We are enjoying the sunshine. Cameras are starting to go up if they haven't already, including this one talking to you and everyone else at home. But yes, we are sitting here waiting for the window opening as you guys are back on the hotel as you are, Das, and back at home with Ryan and Alex.
It's true. Hey, Max, fill me in. Like, a lot of people think, we just roll up and we get a camera out of the bag and we're ready to go, right? What time did y'all roll out this morning to start getting stuff set up?
You know, not as early as we have in previous days.
Right.
Normally we get up around 6:30, 7 o'clock, somewhere in there just to get out. That wasn't even a joke. I promise you. That was
you
just
did the thing and everything.
Time.
That's one strike, Max. That's one strike.
I'm sorry. That was
Continue.
not intent. I swear. I promise you, it was not intentional.
It's just subconscious now.
Either way, we're up very early in the morning to get out into the field, look at our highway lot, north, south, hopper lot, our trailer. Pardon the wind; it's very windy as well today.
Yeah.
And just super early in the morning. I've been up since about 7:30 this morning. I've been out in the field since about 8:30. And so, we're out here all day. Like, there's always something for us to do, whether it's setting up a camera for the live stream, whether it's getting cameras ready for liftoff itself and not to use until then, managing network stuff, so on and so forth. There's always something to do. So, we've been out here we were out here all morning, and obviously now being past 3 o'clock in the afternoon as time goes by fast when you're having fun, right? But we've been out here for quite a while, as we normally are. But that's what it takes to get the job done, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, the good news is today was a reset day. So yesterday, we actually went out, we were working with SpaceX, and we deployed all of the cameras, all of our equipment for the second attempt, right? But then, after that second attempt sort of got scrubbed out yesterday, that happened around 3 o'clock local time, we did not have to pull all of our cameras and then redo it all again this morning. Today, SpaceX was super nice. They just let us leave our cameras out in some places on SpaceX property and other places on our properties. And this morning, the comms team supported us to just come out there and reset the cameras, change batteries, wipe down lenses, adjust framing, because there's some rain, a lot of wind came through yesterday, that sort of stuff, right? But this morning was a reset because we had already done the initial sort of set for attempt 2 yesterday and then got scrubbed out of that, right, Max?
Indeed, takes a lot less time to swap out batteries and wipe lenses than it does to set up trailer, for instance. The camera that is right by hopper, and that takes a lot of people to have set up correctly. So it takes a lot of time, and thankfully we didn't have to do all that today. Very thankful for that. Didn't make for quite as early of a morning as I was talking to earlier. But yes, we are very thankful for that, as that means a little bit more sleep, but a little bit more sleep. Sometimes a little bit more sleep on launch day goes way farther.
Yeah, it really does. There's some long days whenever you get up super early, have to set everything from scratch, and then have this evening launch window. There goes that range helicopter again. Oh, nice. With the rocket in the background. What a cool shot. Cool. Again, that range helicopter is with SpaceX out there because SpaceX is the range, looking around for boats that are violating the keep-out zones, looking around for beach should be clear at this point. Beach has been clear and closed for a few different hours here. But just an eye in the sky, keeping tabs on the launch pad and surrounding areas. There are quite a few people because right here, north of the launch pad is the Port of Brownsville Ship Channel. Just north of the Ship Channel is South Padre Island, huge tourist destination. The hotel pool down here at Margaritaville is absolutely slammed a.m. today, but there are just tons of people in this area. And over in the ship channel, there are actually a couple of designated boat viewing areas. So if you have a boat, you know somebody have a boat, which is the best way to own a boat, is to know somebody who has a boat, right? Tell me I'm wrong about that. Or
You're not
you can.
wrong.
There's a couple tour companies where you can like buy a ticket on a tour cruise or something like that. There's like a pirate ship looking thing that goes around. But there's this. It's in the foreground here actually, where you can go out there in a boat. Hopefully somebody else's boat, and watch the launch from a little bit closer there. It's not really that much closer, but they do have the helicopter up. They have some marine assets out there as well, just making sure that those boats don't stray over the line, getting too close to the launch pad. Absolutely important that they do this in a safe manner. You do not want people getting too close to the launch pad or downrange where the rocket will be flying today. But there is the view right there. You can see in the foreground, that's Isla Blanca Park. If you're looking for a public place to go, you can go to Isla Blanca Park there, right before the ship channel. There's your view of the launch pads. Over on the right-hand side, you can see the production site where they build the rockets, the Gigabay, the 2 megabays over there. But if you are looking for a place to go, Isla Blanca Park is an option because Margaritaville sold out. Like if you don't get your tickets as soon as they post the launch dates, it is very tough to get tickets here at the Margaritaville Hotel. Mostly because there are a bunch of rooms that are south-facing with balconies, and you could just sit on your balcony and you just have a view like this of the launch pad straight from your room. So as soon as those dates get posted, this place sells out fast. Let's see where we are just under 2.5 hours from launch. I'm going to go ahead and go through some support real quick. You know, a lot of the times we will just sort of flash the support members or the support messages on the screen. You'll see them pop up sometimes. We leave some of them in the queue so that we can say thanks to some specific people here. But let me just speed run a couple really quickly. We got Lewis Smith. Thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Appreciate you. These are all memberships. JP Stevens is a red team. We've got the public account. Nice. I assume you have a private account as well, the public account, becoming a member of the membership program there. We've got CM Vlog. Maybe that's CM Vlog. 2400, who is a member as well. Hey, the membership program, we do all sorts of behind-the-scenes content. We get you, like, daily shots from Starbase. We release a bunch of them on all the different social media platforms, right? On Facebook, on Instagram, on all the different places. X, of course, we're on X. But we take so many pictures every single day. We don't put them all on the public social media. It's just too much stuff. The members, however, get daily dumps from Starbase and the Cape and all sorts of places where you can see in detail, just peruse through hundreds of images daily because we have teams of people over here capturing stuff for you. So when you join the membership program, you get access to some of that sort of stuff. In addition to, we do special things in the shop on occasion for folks that are supporting us in the membership program. There's a little join button on YouTube. If you want to join the membership program, you can click on that and you can join the channel. It's different tiers, a couple different bucks a month if you want to be a part of that. We've got Virginia Ramirez here. It says, thank you for the support. That was a super chat coming in. We've got some gifted Red Team memberships from Troy Rubert. Looks like this is 10 Red Team memberships. So if suddenly you didn't buy a membership and your name shows up with a membership and you have access to the behind the scenes content, it's because they may have gifted. Somebody may have gifted you a membership. There's no real rhyme or reason. We can't control exactly how you get this or not. But if you're in chat hanging out and somebody does a gifted membership, sometimes that will show up and you can say thanks here to Troy Rupert for gifting some of those memberships. Let's keep going. We've got Ethan Katz Nation saying, light this candle. Appreciate you, Ethan Katz. We've got Mike Alpha Tango Sierra, just making sure that didn't spell something I shouldn't have said out loud, gifting 50 Red Team memberships. 50 Red Team memberships, spreading the joy of rocket launches to 50 different people there. Mike Alpha Tango Sierra, thank you so much. That is nothing to sneeze at. A significant amount of support and sharing it with others as well. We really do appreciate you. I'm going to speed run just a few more. I'm not going to spend the entire stream reading these. Patrick Photographer, hi from the Czech Republic. Well, hello from the Margaritaville Resort. Steve Shute, we appreciate you as well. Kevin Trotter joined the membership program. Jorist Oosterhuis? Wow, I hope I got that correct. I'm not sure I did. But you said your birthday's on the 13th, so good luck it is. Thanks for the coverage in SF. We appreciate you there, Joris. Thank you so much. We've also got one from UK Hudson. UK Hudson says, NSF got my 3rd time's a charm t-shirt on today. All is well. Go Starship Flight 13. Folks, the scroll bar for the support is teeny tiny. Like, I'm not going to be able to read them all in any way, shape, or form. We'll get some more in just a little bit, but let's hop back into some of your questions, get some more conversations going here. We could not do what we do. You see all the different camera views that are on screen. I'm looking down at my laptop as I'm reading this stuff, by the way. All the different camera views, the setup we have here. We'll talk a little bit about that in a little bit. We can give you some behind the scenes of the robotic tracking cameras, all the stuff we do over at River, all the production team that makes all of this stuff happen. We're not a huge company with billions of dollars, or we're not a huge company with millions of dollars. We could actually rescope that. We're here because we love doing it, but we couldn't do it without y'all's support. So showing up, joining the membership program, doing super chats. I know sometimes it's like, oh gosh, they're talking about super chats again. The only reason we can do this is because y'all show up. And an interesting thing about the super chats, NSF, the company, doesn't keep the super chats. The folks that make the stream happen, like Ryan and Alex and Max and Dee and the people out in the field, Jerry's over here helping me set up, the super chats that come in on a show like this, we take all of those super chats and we divvy them up and give them to the team. NSF doesn't keep the super chats. We pay them all out to our team in a rev share sort of thing. Apparently, it's a surprise when I tell that to people. They're like, what? How do you do that? Nobody does that. That's dumb. It's like, no, that's how we do this. When you do a super chat, you're directly supporting the team here so that we can go out and keep doing cool stuff for you. So, enough about that. Ryan. Oh, actually, Alex. Yeah, hang on. I think we've got a brief update here. Let's hop over to Alex really quickly.
Well, more than an update, a lot of people might be wondering what is going on with this. Where are we with the timeline? There's like little bit under 2.5 hours to go. So why don't we look at what are the things that we should be looking on here for the next few hours as we count on to launch.
It's another Starship launch, which means SpaceX will have to run through several steps to make sure everything is ready to support the mission. For each Starship flight, a number of maritime, aerial and ground exclusion zones are put in place on every launch day, often several hours before liftoff. In the air, temporary flight restrictions and notices to air missions are issued for the launch. At sea, a corresponding set of exclusion zones and navigational warnings are also put into effect. These exclusion zones are designed not only to cover the rocket's ascent, but also Starship's re-entry area on the opposite side of the world in the Indian Ocean. SpaceX works alongside the US Coast Guard and Federal Aviation Administration to coordinate these closures and ensure the relevant areas are clear ahead of launch. On the ground, 3 roadblocks have been set up along Highway 4, the only road leading to Starbase and the launch site. These checkpoints allow SpaceX to clear the beach and surrounding areas, while also restricting access to the pad in the lead up to launch. At this stage in the countdown, most of those areas should already be clear, and we should be getting close to the start of propellant loading. Before that can begin, the tank farm must first be chilled down and conditioned to prepare it for the transfer of propellants. The tank farm is divided into a liquid oxygen side and a liquid methane side. Based on what we've observed so far, chill down of the liquid oxygen side can begin several hours before propellant loading, and it may already be underway by the time you're watching this. Chill down of the liquid methane side typically begins later in the countdown, much closer to the start of propellant loading. During the conditioning process, we'll once again see venting, although it looks a little different this time. On the new tank farm, all the venting produced while conditioning the liquid oxygen pumps and subcoolers is routed to a single outlet, where a large fan directs it safely upwards. On the liquid methane side, any gaseous methane produced during chill down is condensed back into a liquid and returned to the storage tanks. This recovery system also vents visibly, giving us a useful indication that chill down of the methane side is underway. Once the tank farm has been conditioned, SpaceX will move on to chilling the propellant lines that feed the launch mount and tower. On the previous pad, a vent on the launch mount clearly showed when this was taking place. The new launch mount no longer has that vent, so there is much less of an indication as to when those lines have been fully chilled. Fortunately, we can still rely on the tower vent, which should indicate when propellant lines running up the tower are being chilled, a process that takes place alongside the conditioning of the launch mount plumbing. This vent will not remain active continuously. Instead, it will cycle on and off during roughly the hour leading up to the start of propellant loading. The final vent should occur just a few minutes before propellant loading begins. At T-minus 50 minutes, the flight director will poll the launch team to confirm they are ready to proceed with propellant loading. Propellant loading begins at T-minus 37 minutes and 30 seconds, with liquid oxygen flowing into the ship first. Around 30 seconds later, liquid oxygen loading begins on the booster. A few minutes after that, liquid methane loading gets underway on both the booster and the ship. As the tanks fill with propellant, frost will gradually climb up the outside of the vehicle, giving us a clear indication of the fuel levels. Thanks to the upgrades on this second pad, the entire loading process is now so much quicker that it almost looks like a time-lapse. During propellant loading, the Raptor engines that will power the flight are also chilled and conditioned, just like the tank farm and the propellant lines leading to the launch mount and tower. Engine chill down is expected to begin at around T-minus 21 minutes and 30 seconds, and will continue right through to T0. We'll know propellant loading is complete not only because SpaceX will confirm it, but also because we'll see a series of purges from the launch mount service structure. These are useful visual indicators that preparations are entering their final stages. The ship quick disconnect arm will also vent and purge as it gets ready to disconnect ahead of liftoff. Let's hope there's no leaks and no troublesome valves. Those are the last things we want to see if we're hoping to see a launch today.
Some great information there from Ryan Caden. I like how he wore the same outfit, has the same backdrop. Was that live Ryan Caden, or was that pre-recorded Ryan Caden?
You'll
you
never
be the
know.
judge.
Just wait. I'm not sure if we'll play any in this stream, but in the stakeout stream we did play some videos that may have been recorded a few weeks ago. There's one way you can tell, but I won't tease.
I think I have an indication on what the major visual difference might be that would tip people off that it was pre-recorded. But folks, hey, look at all of the fantastic views of the launch pad here. If you watch the video playback there, talking about how we'll be able to see the frost climbing up the side of the rocket. We're not seeing that yet. We are seeing some activity from the tank farm here, all of the pumps and venting. I think the box fan was in there, but I don't really see the box fan going yet. We have all sorts of sort of colloquial names for how we refer to this stuff because we spend an awful lot of time staring at tanks down here in Texas. Like rocket tanks, like fuel tanks, those sorts of tanks. But we're checking around the entire launch pad. This view here is from the danger lot position. It's right above me here, but that is our camera trailer that the team rolled out. That trailer took some significant damage last time. It folded a solar panel in half like a taco and moved the entire trailer back away from the rocket like 4 or 6 inches. Like the whole thing is on these little landing legs, and it's not on wheels. It lifts the wheels up off the ground, and it scooted the entire trailer, I think, like 6 inches away from the rocket when that outflow from the exhaust hit it. But we have those close-up views from the camera trailer as well. Actually, I think 2 of the views up there in the top right and left corners are from that camera trailer. Wish it luck. This may very well be the last hurrah for the good old camera trailer. But let's go ahead and get some more friends on the show here. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not just going to talk for 3 hours straight, 4 hours straight. Ryan and Alex, they know lots of stuff, but we also like to bring in other people that you may have known if you've been on the internet, or if you like rockets, or if you've, ever been on YouTube. You might know our special guest commentator here. Let's see if we've got him online. Mr. Scott Manley. Do we have you on comms?
I believe so. Hello, it's Scott Manley here.
I talked over it. I talked over the hello.
Oh,
That's
my
bad.
goodness. What a disaster.
I apologize. Jeez, how you doing, Scott?
I'm doing great. I'm sort of trying to simultaneously watch the Starship thing and the Oshkosh air show. We just had Jared Isaacman land flying his F-5s.
Excellent.
But, it's wild.
All right. Well, Scott, everybody on this channel should know who you are, but give us a quick rundown. Like, I've known you for basically ever. You do lots of different things. It wasn't your main gig, but you've made a whole heck of a lot of YouTube videos explaining physics and space and that sort of stuff to people. You're doing more of that these days, aren't you?
The funny thing is I'm not really making any more videos than I used to. I'm just finding spare time to do other things. And I started out like you, doing Kerbal Space Program.
Yep.
And eventually people were much more interested in hearing me talk about the real science. And so I'm pretty much, science communicator from now on, from that point onwards. And still love Kerbal.
Yeah.
But there's not many Kerbal games to play, no. So yeah, and so my background actually, many years ago, I wanted to be an astronomer. I studied astrophysics. I have degrees in physics, astrophysics, and other stuff. So I have some background, but I'm not an engineer. I knew enough to get me into trouble when talking about rockets, and so I
Nice.
had to learn a lot. And yeah, that's why I have things to say.
That's folks, if you ever seen any of Scott Manley's videos, Scott has probably forgotten more about orbital mechanics and rockets than any of us have ever known. He's absolutely fantastic. Of course, that's why he's here on the show. But I think we might do a little bit of a Q&A. You down to take some questions from chat, Scott?
As long as they're good questions, yes.
Oh,
The harder the
sorry.
question, the better.
Gosh, well, we're not going to provide any good questions. We might as well just stop the show. I don't think we can help with that. I'm kidding. All right. So tag us in chat. If you tag us, NASA Spaceflight, at NASA Spaceflight in chat, Ryan, you can help us get some questions for Scott, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, Scott, I'll kick it off with a question from me. Of course, you've been following along. I know that you went out to the video shindig. Weren't you out with some other space creators?
I was out at Open Sauce just last
Open
weekend, and then
Sauce.
and so we did like a bunch of different panels. It was like rockets, space exploration, and the thing about flying. And we had astronaut Matt Dominic there. And then the day after, a bunch of us got a tour of NASA Ames, so we got to see some behind the scenes stuff. Their lunar test system, laboratory, and the lunar ops for Viper, and what else did we see? Oh yeah, we saw the thermal protection lab, materials lab, which was So they did the whole thing where they have the furnace that's been heating the heat tile up for hours, and it's yellow, glowing yellow. They pull it out, sit it on the ground, then pick it up with their fingers just to show
grabs
how
it with their
low.
bare hands.
Yeah. And the
No
thing is,
kidding.
the funny thing about that is that he said I had 2 of these, right? And immediately, we were like, if you're going to do one, could one of us do one? Because, of course, we're all like YouTube creators. And he's like, well, really, it's only supposed to be NASA employees.
Yeah.
And of course, one of the people on the tour was Matt Dominic. And he's like, well, I'm a NASA employee.
Technically.
It's technically. So he's wearing his Nomex flight suit and stuff, so he got to do it the second time.
Nice.
Yeah, it was great to see all that stuff for sure, but obviously got to see a ton of really interesting people. Everybody kept on coming up and asking me, when's the next Starship launch?
What do you so you've just seen was that an older type of thermal protection system that they had at NASA Ames? It wouldn't be the SpaceX thermal protection system that we see on Starship. But how do you feel about Starship's heat tiles right now? They're different. They're different shape. They're slightly different material. How do you feel like they've been performing in what you've seen Starship do so far?
I mean, I've seen them perform perfectly well. I mean, we've seen Starship performing pretty well even when there's holes in that system. But I have a few pieces of tile that have, been sent to me. I've examined them, and they look, they have their own characteristics, and you can absolutely stick them on your hand and run a blowtorch on the other side, and nothing comes through. So they're very similar in performance to what NASA has. And these tiles, you said they were for the space shuttle, but they're also used on the back shell of Orion as well, and I believe Starliner. But SpaceX, I think they have their own recipe, and I don't know exactly how they make them. That's secret sauce to me, but I could tell you all about how they make the NASA tiles.
Yeah. They're surprisingly light as well. Like, if you ever pick one up, it's almost like the best thing that I can relate it to is like painted styrofoam. Like, the backside of it sort of looks like a medium-weight styrofoam, and then it has like a black coating on one side, but you pick it up and you're like, this isn't a tile like in your bathroom or kitchen. This looks like a painted piece of styrofoam, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And the lower the density is, the lower the thermal conductivity, because it means there's more voids in the material.
Yep.
And so you want these to be as light as possible, but at a certain point they get so light they start to lose their structural strength. So they're always been working on this balance, and you'll find that some areas of the shuttle had a higher density material because they needed greater structural strength. And then the coating on the outside, just the way they apply that, they've come up with a bunch of different methods, but the original one was almost like an extraordinary thin layer on the surface, and it would actually peel off sometimes if it get damaged in the wrong way. Then they came up with a later type, which I believe was called Tuffy, and that was injected in using an air gun, and it would actually extend down into the structure, create these sort of filaments that would bond to the structure and make it stronger. I haven't been able to figure out what SpaceX does to make theirs. I mean, obviously, again, I sat in the lab and I watched, them explain how it's made. SpaceX, for all their openness, or for all the fact that they let us watch all this stuff being built, they haven't let us see how they built the protection system on Starship.
Yeah, you got to have a little bit of secret sauce left, I think, right?
Yeah, totally.
It really is the craziest thing. We see people down in the comments or in the live chat all the time, and they're like, well, why don't they line the flame trench with thermal tiles? Or why don't they line the top of the booster quick disconnects with thermal tiles? And I think a lot of people don't understand. I don't want to use the term fragile. I don't think fragile is really the right term. But if you have a screwdriver, or I don't know if you could do it with your fingernail, you can definitely gouge them. They're not super tough. They're definitely a more sort of porous, lightweight material that you can scratch and scrape and take the coating off, right?
Yeah, and if weight isn't a limit, then you don't need to go with these super lightweight, fragile things. You go with something that's heavier, right?
Yep.
Something that's a more traditional ceramic, and it doesn't matter that it gets hot enough to melt, steel, because they're not backed up against steel. They're backed up against concrete or something else.
Yep.
So, it's an engineering trade-off, right? You don't need to worry about being super lightweight if you're staying on the ground.
Absolutely. It is just one of those things. People are like, oh, why don't they just put those there? And it's like, man, if you'd ever seen one of these, you'd be like, whoa, okay, that's not really it's good against thermal. It can deal with the aerodynamics, but like more direct forces, they're not really designed for like a point force or a scratch or a scrape. They're not armor when it comes to physical forces like that. They're aerodynamic and they're heat insulation, right?
I will say, if you ever get this stuff, don't try to stick your fingernail in, because then you can end up with shards of glass under your fingernail.
Like NASA Spaceflight not responsible for. Don't do that. Hey, I promised some questions. Ryan, I think we've got some questions for Scott, don't we?
Indeed we do, Das. First of all, we have a really important question. Now, be very careful with your answer on this one, because for some reason that I do not understand, this causes a ridiculous amount of debate in chat and the comments section. But Pork Flavor Added, very interesting username, is asking, how do you pronounce methane?
Oh, no.
Well, some people say methane, some people say methane, and I think the obvious answer is we should annoy both those people and call it methane. Right, like pet methane, right?
Do it. Ryan, next time you're on a video, pronounce it methane and be like, oh, Scott Manley said it was pronounced methane, so...
I mean, it must be correct. It must be correct.
It's on the internet. Scott Manley said it on the internet.
But speaking of that fuel, JEJJ is asking, how will SpaceX source their fuel on Mars? And that's an interesting question, because, of course, that's how they want to be able to get Starship home.
I mean, the real question is, how are they going to source their hydrogen? Because we all know that you can use the Sabatier process to make your methane on Mars, and there's that take carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and you can get the stuff out of that. But the question is, will you ship a bunch of hydrogen up there, like Mars Direct proposed, or will you find enough water on Mars somehow, and extract the hydrogen that way? So that's really the question. If you're getting it on Mars, you're going to make it using the Sabatier process, which is well understood. It was even being used on the International Space Station to convert carbon dioxide and water back into oxygen that they can use.
Let's see. Okay, this is an interesting question. Wind New LLK is asking, do we have any ideas on how much weight the ice buildup adds to the vehicle? It's a big in what's the word has gone out of my head. What are they? The little stars.
The big Falcon rocket? No.
The little stars?
The little stars?
Asterixes, them things.
Asterix.
It's a big rocket.
Yes. No, Asterix is a character or comic, from the Asterix the Gaul. Asterisk is a type of punctuation.
Nice.
Yes,
asterisks. But actually, the space shuttle tiles that we talked about, one of the things with the space shuttle was that they had to inject them with a hydrophobic fluid or whatever, and they would treat the tiles after every flight, so that if they got rain on the space shuttle, the water wouldn't get in and freeze and hang around. The problem was that hydrophobic treatment would boil out during re-entry, so they would literally have to do this after every flight. I don't know what SpaceX is doing. I don't know how many times they've rolled out a Starship and had rain on it. So I actually don't know how this has been handled, and I don't know if anybody's done any experimentation on the Starship tiles to see whether they are hydrophobic. And for that matter, after they've gone through a re-entry, will those processes, will any anti-water treatments be blown out of it? So this is very much an unanswered question, but I know how they did it in the space shuttle.
Yeah, it's interesting, Scott. Just for everybody following along, look at the tiles on the Starship, right? They're hexagons. They have little gaps between them, and there's stuff behind them. Like they're not bonded together. I don't like grout like your kitchen or anything, right? But if water gets in there, well, it's not. Oh, well, actually, technically, I guess it could freeze on the ground. I was going to say it's not going to freeze on the ground down in South Texas. It's too hot. But if you put cryogenic propellants in there, right, Scott?
Yeah, exactly.
I had to pause. I was like, wait a second. It's going to get colder than you think.
Yeah, the tiles are porous as well, right?
Yep,
That's the other thing.
But then when you launch and you get into low Earth orbit, you're not in South Texas anymore. But there you have an opportunity for the water that has been trapped inside the pores of the tile or between the tiles and other stuff to freeze. And what happens when water freezes, right? It expands. It gets bigger. And then how does that affect your tile? Right, Scott?
Right, and there's a whole sublimation process as well where the water is going to come out. But also, if your tile has absorbed water, then that will massively increase the thermal conduction of your tile. So again, it's something you don't want. So they have to have some sort of water process on this. And I don't know enough about them, and I haven't experimented with putting my tiles in to see how much water they can absorb.
Nice.
I'm sure if you did start publishing that, SpaceX would come after you with some sort of trade secret lawsuit.
Yeah,
it's something that they must have thought about, right? But I'm not clear what they do.
That's super interesting. I think they're going to get there. Like, for now, the ships are still ending up in the Indian Ocean. So if you were to go recover a tile from the Indian Ocean, well, it's ended up back in the water again, right? So it's not really a great example. It's not really a great data point to use. But at some point, they do plan to start getting these ships back, not fishing them out of the ocean, but catching them on the towers right here that you see on the screen. So when they start doing that, Scott, I think that's going to be a really interesting situation to see how they're going to take tiles off. They're going to look at them with a microscope. I'm just making up stuff. They're going to weigh them. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out ways you could figure out how much water is in them, right?
Yeah, are they going to land in the rain, right? Are they going to wave off every launch and landing because they could get rained on? I doubt it.
Exactly. How quickly can you get to them because it's so humid down here? Like, is there some sort of mechanism by which the humidity condenses on the cold stainless steel skin and then soaks into the tiles somehow, but that wasn't from rain before, that happened afterwards? There are so many different variables to this whole system, and if you want to rapidly reuse the Starship, you can't have tiles cracking or popping off or conducting too much heat or something like that because the water's sticking in them, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, these are great questions. These are great questions, y'all. This is one of the reasons we do this. We don't sit here and make like a script. It's like, okay, now we're going to spend 3 minutes talking about this. Like, we don't do that. We look at your questions. We just talk through stuff because we think this stuff is super interested. Let's check in really quickly with Alex for a site status update. We are just now ticking under T-2 hours. Alex, how are we looking process-wise?
Yeah, major update here. We have now a tower event going on. I was checking in on it on my own multi-view that we have internally here. Thanks to Jay for that, by the way. But yeah, we have there that tower event. That is great because it means we are progressing here on the countdown, right on track. It's actually a little bit earlier than what you would expect for a launch at the opening of the window. So that's great because it means they are well ahead of their timelines. And so yeah, that is basically part of the chill down of the propellant lines that go up to the tower. You know, it's not just the booster that needs to get propellants, it's also the ship itself that needs to get propellants, and those are very cryogenic, like really cold propellants. I mean, the liquid oxygen is somewhere like minus 200 degrees Celsius. I think it's like minus 330 degrees Fahrenheit or something like that for those that use imperial numbers. And so yeah, so it really needs to be conditioned because whatever temperature is right now out there in South Texas, it's definitely way hotter than the temperature of the liquid oxygen, and of course the liquid methane as well. But that particular vent is from the oxygen side of that chill down. The methane, as I was talking before, they reclaim that when it turns into a gas. They reclaim the gas and turn it back into a liquid and return it back to the tanks. So that is great news because it's part of that procedure, of that preparation to get the propellant load into the we just got an update, changed the clock. You can see now it's T0, T minus instead of no earlier than, because apparently they just confirmed that they are green to go. Yeah.
At the opening of the window, I think, right?
At the opening of the window, yep. Okay.
Yeah. So we modified our clock
to... I did not get a notification for that, but...
Yeah, to reflect that. This is the thing. Like, you see the over there on that screen, it looks like the tower's leaking, right? That little plume that's coming off the side. It's like in the movies when somebody shoots a pipe and then all of a sudden steam is coming out of the side of it. Like, oh, no, it's... steam, it's leaking. That is, I don't know if we would say it's technically a leak. Maybe it's technically a leak, but it's an intentional leak. It is supposed to be doing that. I feel like leak implies a lack of intention, right? That's a vent, not a leak. But they are doing that on purpose, and this is where I'm going to maybe see if Scott can help me out. Scott, I always use the ice cube or the ice tray analogy, where you have your ice that's in your freezer, and you take it out and you put it on your warmer counter, and you start to hear it crackle and pop and make noise, right? Because the temperature change of the ice is causing it to crack and sort of change size and change shape a little bit like that. Similar thing happens with the tower here, but they try to prevent it. They don't want to go from hot piping in the South Texas Brownsville sun and then run cryogenic fluids through it that are negative hundreds of degrees. They want to sort of ease into it. They don't want to crack the pipes. They want to thermally condition it. Does my ice cube analogy even make sense, or do you have like a better analogy I could use?
I think actually this is more about geysering, right? Where if you have, imagine that big long vertical pipe and you're pumping fluid up it. If that pipe is super hot and you've got this like head of liquid above it, then it boils basically, and you actually get this sort of you'll get these jets for like a geyser in like the
Yellowstone. Like Yellowstone.
Yeah, this will actually happen inside pipes that are hot, and you're trying to pump stuff up through it. So you need to cool these down. But that's another way. The ice thing is another way to look at it, right? You want to not have the stuff boiling the moment it touches it. And sure, there's probably like mechanical processes that happen that you want to do slowly. If you just pump this stuff up, one section is going to contract really fast and the other section is going to be normal size. You're going to get stresses, but I think it's really more about the dynamics of the liquid flowing through those pipes, right?
Gotcha.
That's really what I think it is about.
And that action... Go ahead, Alex. Go.
I was actually going to mention that is entirely why you see the vent there, because it turns into a gas, and as you mentioned, it sort of does this geysering sort of effect, right? And if you just let that gas stay in the pipe, it'll just build up the pressure and break the pipe at some point. If you don't let it relieve, it's sort of like a relief vent, if you can call it like that. I mean, it really is, right? But that's basically why we see that venting, because they need to relieve that pressure, otherwise they will just break the pipe.
So to be clear, at this point, I would think, as someone that's sort of looking at this from the outside, that they would initially pump cold gas rather than liquid through this to bring the stuff down to temperature. And then once you have fluid in there, you'll still have the vent, but you know that will be from the fluid boiling in the lines or whatever. But I would think that initially... I think initially you would just pump gas, because then you don't have those liquid boiling dynamics to deal with in your plumbing. Because we've all heard that moment where you're in a house and you turn off the shower really fast and you hear the pipes rattle or whatever. That can absolutely happen if you water hammer is the kind of thing that can happen just by having liquids boil in the pipes and bump around and whatever. It can pick up a lot of energy and momentum from that thermal energy being converting your liquids into a gas.
Yeah, exactly. Alex, I remember the waterfall vent right?
Yeah.
And there was a point in the vent, this was the old OLM, where you could see the venting visibly change from a gas or a sort of vapor sort of setup coming out to it had drops. It had more like of a ballistic arc to it because it was heavier. And that was a sign that had changed from gas coming out to actually liquid coming out. And we would see that waterfall sort of effect start to happen. Do we see a similar effect on the tower here? Or has that been changed for Pad 2?
Somewhat of a similar procedure. So in the case of the tower, so the OLM vent back on Pad 1, Pad 2 doesn't have the OLM vent. Unfortunately, the launch mount vent is gone, but the tower vent is there. The main difference is that between what we saw with the launch mount vent and the tower vent is that on the tower vent they do it more like in pulses, and probably what basically related what Scott was just mentioning before. They start doing cold gas, and this is something that we usually talk about, that they do the gaseous oxygen, then you see towards the end, basically like the last time, it's like pulses as I just said. So the last time before that propellant load starts, you can see it's actually more active. It becomes like this sort of cape behind the tower sort of thing, and at some points, if you're close enough, you might actually see the liquid oxygen dripping off from the vent itself. There was one point where they tested this and they had closed off like the vicinity of the pad, but not the entire road. So we had Colleen out there looking at that tower vent, and you could see the drops of the cryogenics of the liquid oxygen falling off from the tower. So that was quite interesting, but also I don't know if they should repeat that again with people that close. but yeah.
Gotcha. We'll continue watching this, but Alex, like you said, it sort of goes through phases, and we'll see it get a little bit larger, and then we'll see it sort of die down, and at some point it may completely stop or just go to a trickle at some point. But if you see an important change, feel free to just jump in, Alex, and let us know, like, oh, the tower vent has gone to this, that, or the other. Again, we're talking about, you see the little plume over there coming off the side, just on the other side of the tower from the Starship's lower fins, the lower flaps, and that's an indication that they have begun, let's say, preparing and filling those lines going from the ground level all the way up to the Starship. Remember, there are two different parts of the Starship system here. There's the Starship, the part that goes all the way to space, carrying the payloads and that sort of stuff, eventually going to end up on the surface of the moon with Artemis, and then there's the super heavy booster, the bottom part. So you don't just pump your propellants into the booster doesn't share propellants with the Starship. You have to put propellants all the way up the tower until you reach the bottom of the Starship. There's that quick disconnect arm. You can't see it in this view. It's on the far side of the tower from this view, but it swings over and actually connects to the bottom of the ship, and they'll use that to pump those propellants, the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane, into the Starship over the course of the filling here. So that's what we're talking about. You'll see us sort of listen to little things like that. Those are our cues, our context clues as to what's going on. We get the official countdown from SpaceX. Hour 51 minutes we're about to approach here, but we've seen so many Starship flights, we watch all these little things. Alex has got a spreadsheet that keeps track of all this different stuff, and if we see something that's interesting or change that visually indicates something's going on, we will let you know. Now, Scott, I'm going to hop back to you because I'm curious. Is that a Mechazilla shirt? What shirt do you have on today?
Oh, this is just an open source shirt.
An open source shirt?
Yeah. It's from 2025. Yeah.
Scott, in the smaller view, I thought it was Mechazilla reaching up and then a tower next to it, or a booster.
I mean, there's plenty of robots being demonstrated at open source for sure. I can't keep up with them, to be honest. There's a guy actually that brought LLTV drone, which was pretty neat, if you know that, the Lunar Lander Training Vehicle.
Which, like the
That's
one
the
they
one that
flew in
Neil
Apollo?
Armstrong almost got killed on.
The flying bedstead mode?
Yeah, the flying bedstead.
Yeah.
So he's building a drone-sized version with mini turbojets, using the proper gimbaling mechanism to take away 5/6 of the weight.
Nice.
There's all sorts of amazing stuff there.
One day I'm going to go. I've never had an opportunity to go. I always end up busy or on something else. I need to end up going to one of those one of these days.
I mean, last week I was getting ready to go, and I was like, uh-oh, if Starship launches, I'm going to have to stay back and make a video. and there's all these events I've agreed to go to and people to see, and I was like, oh, it aborted.
Oh,
well, that's
how
sad,
lucky.
but it's actually really convenient.
How sad, but how convenient for me. It works out in the end. We need to ship you a Starship shirt or something. Next time we know you're going to be on the show, we need to ship you one of our Flight 13, 14, whatever shirts.
You want me to shill your merchandise? Is that what you're saying?
No, not really. I just wanted to send you a shirt that you could wear so we could all match and be frenzies on the stream.
A gift.
Oh, thank you. Yay! I'll have to make some shirts and send you some as well.
Nice. I think I may have one from a long time ago, like when we went to one of the...
Check your staging.
Yeah, like the Frontier thing. Remember we went to the Frontier Elite Dangerous Shindig?
Yeah.
And you were dressed up like a pilot. You remember that?
That's right.
Uh-huh.
That was me dressed up as a pilot before I could actually fly planes.
That was also like 10 years ago, I think. 12 years ago.
2017, I think. Or 2018.
2018, so 8 years ago. Gotcha. Folks, I joke about the merch. I mean, we're all wearing it. We've got their new sun shirts and that sort of stuff. It is one of the ways that we can support what we're doing here. If you're looking for something cool, you want to self-identify with other nerds, like Scott's got his Vsauce shirt on. If you're walking down the street and you see somebody with the Vsauce, you're like, oh, hey, check it out. You got a shirt I recognize. Same sort of stuff here. We've got all sorts of different NSF merch. If you grab it, you help support what we're doing. It's over in the merch shop, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. I love how we've just labeled this collector's patch. Just collector's patch. We need to update this. We actually have the scans of the patches now. But we've got the patches, we've got the pins, we've got the baby onesies. The sun shirts are fantastic these days. Whatever. Hey, Alex, you laugh. People were buying baby onesies in the last attempt. It's a whole thing.
That's great, because that means there's going to be a lot more kids that are going to be growing up to be rocket scientists, probably.
I had kids that age once, and you bet I tried to put them in space stuff.
I had one of the shirts I put my daughter in was from I do all my own stunts. From oh my gosh, who is that? The Mythbusters. The shirt from Mythbusters.
Adam Savage?
Says, yes, I do all my own stunts.
Yeah, I got to his place as well.
You got to his
cave.
place?
His cave.
Oh, you went to visit?
Yeah, with a bunch of other people. But we got to see all his props and stuff in his workspace. Very cool. And we got to talk about his spacesuits again, because we always talk about spacesuits when I'm with Adam.
Yep. Good deal. Folks, anyways, there's all sorts of different ways you can support what we do. We're not going to dwell on it. We know some people are like, oh my gosh, another merch plug. But it really does make it possible for us to have all these close-up views and that sort of stuff. Those actually, Scott, that might be one you're interested in, the whiskey glass there. We got a UV laser so that we could start engraving our own glasses. And so now every launch we've been taking the mission patch, we've been engraving it on a glass, and then you sell it as the whiskey glass.
Ooh.
Surprisingly popular item in the shop. We've sold more of those than we have a lot of the other stuff we have, and we make those ourselves. I mean, we're not blowing the glass or anything, but we're UV lasering the glass.
Personalizing it.
Yes, we could do that. We could put Scott Manley or Fly Safe on the back of it. We could do that. Anyways, folks, it's shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Let's move right along. Ryan, how are we looking in the question queue?
Well, the questions, they do keep coming, so I can rattle through a few here if you so wish. Michael, or is it Michelle? I can't tell. Michael, forgive me. They are asking, what about micrometeorites on the way to Mars? Is the danger percentage not higher than going to the moon? And will SpaceX be able to protect Starship against this? My only guess would be they'd need some sort of shield. I know that water has been talked about maybe, but they'll need something to protect any crew in a Starship headed to Mars, because it's a long way away.
Micrometeorites aren't such a big hazard to crew. You know, we've certainly sent people to the moon multiple times. We've had, spacecraft in low Earth orbit. We've never had micrometeorites penetrate the cabin, right? It's the radiation is a much more pervasive threat, and that's why you would have the water. Certainly, at one point, you're going to run out of luck and will be hit by something really nasty. If you remember during the Artemis 2 mission, they were on the far side of the moon, and the crew said they saw a number of flashes. I sort of did some rough math to figure out that those objects are probably like maybe half a pound to maybe 2 pounds in mass if they're going to be visible to the humans. So across the entire surface of the moon, we saw some fairly sizable chunks of rock hit the surface. But yeah, flying to Mars, the space station in low Earth orbit has a problem. as it has shielding and stuff, but it's not something that has threatened the crew at any point. They're far more concerned about debris in low Earth orbit, so compared to actual meteorite streams. So I would say that it's probably lower risk than being in low Earth orbit.
That's interesting. My initial assumption would have been the opposite, but yeah, interesting nonetheless.
I mean, you're going faster if you think about it, because the space station is orbiting the Earth, so you're adding in the Earth's velocity or the Earth's gravity field to that velocity, so they're hitting at higher speeds than you would be in deep space.
That is true. That is true.
I guess you're also losing half because the Earth is sort of in one direction, so you're cutting the flux in half. But yeah.
We have Jeff, who is asking that it seems the limit to space travel is currently fuel source. When will we see a different fuel source that gets them away from liquid fuels and be readily available? I mean, methane is kind of methane oxygen is kind of the combination, the fuel of the future, as people keep talking about it as, because you've got Starship, New Glenn, Vulcan, Terran R, Stoke. Like everyone's doing methalox these days because it's the cool thing to do. But what do you think? Do you think that methalox is going to be there for the foreseeable future? Do you think nuclear fuels or nuclear propulsion could be coming in sooner than later? What do you think?
Yeah. I think, first of all, methalox is definitely sticking around for a very long time because it's a hydrocarbon. It's relatively low density, low cost compared to everything else. Like Stoke's also using hydrogen. Hydrogen is like the best thing on paper if you can deal with the structure. Kerosene is great, but I don't think we're seeing nuclear propulsion in first stages anytime soon. And we're certainly not seeing any of these, fusion drives or anything ever being a first stage of an engine, at least in my lifetime, because they put out so much radiation and you need so much thrust. So the great thing about chemical rockets is that essentially they make this heat. It's not that great in terms of energy density, but it's immediately dumping that overboard. If you're going to do this with a nuclear propulsion system, then you're generating all that heat, and some of it's going to go over, some of it's going to need to be in radiators. If you're trying to, say, power an ion thruster, then you need massive radiators. So I don't think, lifting off from the surface of the Earth, we are going to be stuck with chemical propulsion for a very long time. But getting into space, then you can start looking at these high-power plasma, electric systems. We're talking about Space Reactor 1, Freedom, right? That's that's a nuclear electric propulsion system. And that's essentially taking the Hall effect thrusters that were going to be on the power and propulsion element, and instead of powering it with solar power, they're going to power it with a nuclear power system. And honestly, it doesn't need the nuclear power part at all. It was designed to work with solar, but it does give us the opportunity to actually demonstrate a nuclear electric propulsion system. One propellant we might see more of in the future is just water, because water is actually quite easy to find around the solar system, even if it's relatively low quantities. But you can do things with it, like it's easy to store to start with, easy to work with, and there are things like thermal thrusters that basically heat the water up so hot that it disassociates, and you get relatively good propulsion, thrust out of it, with relatively simple systems. So I think that we might see a lot more water in the future. That's my guess.
And one more question, a very, again, this is my brain thinking this, but I'm thinking Mars has like 95% CO2 atmosphere with some other bits and bobs sprinkled in there. But Ice from the Sun is asking, is Starship going to rust on Mars?
That's a good question, actually, because now I'm going to think, so it forms this chrome oxide layer on the surface. That's what makes stainless steel shiny, right? It's the chrome. It probably won't rust, but you might have something weird happen during re-entry, because entering into the Earth's atmosphere is different than entering into Mars. But I fully suspect that no, it won't. By the way, talking about fuels of the future, another one that's very interesting for Mars is carbon monoxide and oxygen, because you can just take the atmosphere, split it electrolytically into oxygen and carbon monoxide, and you get a kind of a crappy fuel, but it's so easy to make that it might actually find some use on Mars.
Huh. Starship, Scott, is such a huge. I mean, it's a sea change, right? It's a massive lifter. It's designed to carry way more into low Earth orbit. Initially, I think we're going to be swimming in AI data satellites at some point here. Is it? How long? This is a super out there question. Then we'll move on. How long do you think we'll rely on Starship versus move into another technology? And I've got two in mind. Either just manufacturing bulk items in space, so we're getting resources from the moon or asteroids or whatever, and instead of needing to launch it from the Earth, we just make it in space in the first place, and it's already in space. Or we get into something wacky like a space elevator, carbon nanotube sort of thing. Do you think we've got like 50 years of Starship? Or do you think we're close on one of those other technologies and Starship is sort of an interim step?
I don't think we're close on space elevators because the strongest materials we have still need like a massive amount of taper between the middle of the tower and the bottom. Like it just the dynamics of how you build something that large when it's sort of sitting in Earth's gravity field and flopping around, it is unfathomably complicated. Now, you could actually have a space elevator on the moon that actually works with current materials, so that would definitely help with your whole idea of putting industries on the moon and all that. But how do you scale these things up? How do you scale them enough that they're making sense? I think there's going to be an economic advantage to launching stuff from the moon, and I think that is really going to be the thing that drives it. But that will need a huge amount of stuff going into low Earth orbit, and to make it cheaper.
Yeah,
so I don't know the
Starship.
timescales. Yeah. So I don't see Starship being made redundant by SpaceX anytime soon. But then again, I thought Falcon 9 would be around well into the 2030s. So what do I know?
It's such a surprise to see this to see the Falcon 9 flights sort of ramp down. We've been talking lately about more of the flights coming out of the West Coast and less of the flights happening at the Cape. And there are all sorts of math that goes into that, right? They're working on the launch pads. So if you want to be building a Starship launch pad there, but every 3 days you're launching a Falcon 9 from there, how does that affect your construction cadence, right? Well, they've moved over to 37 as well. All the different stuff that goes into it. But I think a lot of us were very surprised to see Falcon 9 start to taper down, Yeah,
it's not like they don't have potential customers.
Yep. Plus their own customer, like their whole Starlink constellation. They've got so many Starlinks up there, and they're sort of leaning into this. Well, Starship is going to be deploying the larger Starlink satellites, et cetera, et cetera. So let me do this. Let me get caught up on a couple things here really quickly. I think here at T-minus we're approaching 90 minutes from the opening of the window. Ryan, can you give us a rundown on the current conditions on the range? Looking at weather, boats, planes, how are we looking?
Yeah, well, I'm going to do some magic here. Snap your fingers, everybody. Ta-da, there we go. Look at that. We've got live air traffic in the Starbase region. I think we've got a range helicopter down here flying back in, so we might see that. Start hearing it on the microphone we have near our highway site as that helicopter gets back. But the range assets out at sea currently, making sure there's no boats that shouldn't be in the hazard area, because of course, fingers crossed, in 96 minutes time there will be a Starship flying their way. So let's actually take a look at the air hazard area, Starbase just behind my head, and this extends all the way out into the Gulf and then between the Yucatan Peninsula and Cuba, headed towards the Caribbean. And you can see here it threads the needle a little bit more to the southeast than it did before. It used to go up between Florida and Cuba. These days going for a little bit slightly different trajectory, which is, fingers crossed, what they'll be doing when they go to orbit next flight, of course, if everything goes well this flight. And this of course leads into the full-on trajectory, which is going to fly around the world. So technically in 2.5 hours from now we could see a Starship in the Indian Ocean. We're going to see the payloads deployed, those 20 Starlink V3s deployed over the Atlantic Ocean. They'll then connect with the Starlink network and ground stations in South Africa, right there where the Raptor relight demonstration is going to be taking place. And then we'll hit entry interface about 50 minutes or so into flight. We'll see those beautiful live onboard views courtesy of Starlink. And then fingers crossed, Ship 40 will be in the Indian Ocean, easy for me to say, 1 hour, 5 minutes and 21 seconds after launch. Apparently, I'm also being told in my ear we have a secret thing that we have been testing that we are going to try and use today. Is this a live telemetry of the ship. That's pretty cool.
So we're like reading. Are we reading that from SpaceX? Are we reading that from the broadcast? Where are we getting that data from? It is public information that we are using to generate a graphic in real time as Starship is flying. Go ahead, Alex. Sorry.
I think I know where it is. SpaceX has their own version, I guess, but this is our own version of this on our own live stream setup. But yeah, he created all the multi-views and everything, and now he did that as well. Good job, Jay.
I mean, it has to obey the laws of physics, so
that's for sure.
How we know where it is.
It can't teleport to like one way or the other. Yet. Yet.
And so, well, go ahead.
Go ahead, Alex. Yeah, no, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, that was the situation in the air around Starbase and also out there in the Indian Ocean. I was going to say, we're talking about the tank farm here at Starbase picking up and everything. I think somebody out at SpaceX's Launch Control Center, they probably hit a wrong button. They maybe have like the Starbase tank farm here, and then right next to it, 39A tank farm. And they sort of might have slipped a finger or something and they pushed the wrong button, because somehow, while all this is going on, look at that. There's venting out at 39A, Launch Complex 39A, Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and the Starship tank farm out there is venting right now. Both the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane side are currently active out at Launch Complex 39A. And guess what? That means they're getting ready, not for a launch today out of 39A, but of course a launch out of 39A of Starship later this year. So definitely putting pedal to the metal, basically.
that view there, the view right above me, that is live from Kennedy Space Center. That is not from here at Starbase. That's the Starship Tower over on this side, right above me right there. But the venting we see, you were saying that's the Starship tank farm, and it just so happens to be that from this angle it's behind 39A, right?
Yeah, it's behind the main, so the Falcon access tower, the former shuttle fixed service structure. It's sort of behind from this perspective. On the map, if you look at from above and with the north up, it will be sort of like top right, northeast of the map, basically. And the Starship launch tower is sort of to the east of the main ramp. It's almost straight east out of where the Falcon 9s and Falcon Heavies launch from. Now no longer going to be Falcon 9s because they're only doing Falcon Heavies out of there. But yeah, you can see the tower right all the way on the right. There's like a crane as well there. We have seen in the last few months they have been doing functional checks of the water deluge system. They have also now started the chopsticks. They moved the other day as well up. That was with the carriage system. The chopsticks themselves, the movement left and right, they have been able to do that for a little bit longer, and we've seen those movements in the past, but much more recently they were able to move them up and down as the carriage system was hooked up to the tower systems. So that is great news that we are slowly but surely getting there for Starship launches out of the Cape. That's going to be probably in a couple of flights if Wine Shotwell's predictions do hold. But for that, Flight 13 needs to go well. And so how about we wonder ourselves what is going to be here on Flight 13? What's going to be happening on this flight of Starship?
So what's Flight 13 all about exactly? Well, it's largely a repeat of Flight 12, further demonstrating the capabilities of the version 3 vehicles. A lot went well last time, but there are still a few things that need some refinement and attention. One of the biggest being hot staging. During Flight 12, the booster flipped the wrong way by about 90 degrees. SpaceX says this was caused by slight differences in the ship's engine startup timing. For Flight 13, they are introducing a brand new and more robust startup sequence that should make the booster flip much more consistently as desired. This wasn't a huge surprise. The off-nominal flip was pretty obvious, and SpaceX's own static fire video of Ship 40 already showed a much different engine startup order than we observed on Flight 12. Back then, the plan had been to light all 3 RVACs first, followed by sea level engine 1, and then the remaining 2 engines. But now though, it looks like they're lighting 1 sea level engine plus only 2 RVACs, both in the same area of the vehicle. This should create the required thrust imbalance to flip the booster in the right direction. Then, as the ship separates, the remaining 2 sea level engines and the final RVAC will ignite. It sounds like a bit more work for the ship's GNC to account for, but nothing they can't handle. shortly. However, hot staging wasn't the only issue on Flight 12. The boost back burn also failed very early on. According to SpaceX, 5 of the 33 engines had problems relighting, which cut the burn short. Remember those flashes we saw during boost back? Those were Raptors failing to start. Now, SpaceX hasn't actually said if the problem was vehicle-related or just bad luck with those engines in particular. But they did say they've made vehicle-side hardware upgrades to improve relight reliability and updated the engine alarms and abort criteria to better handle the realities of a multi-engine flight environment. Over on the ship side, things hadn't gone perfectly on Flight 12 either. The ship lost an RVAC during ascent pretty early on and later had to abort its planned relight test of one of its sea-level engines subsequently. SpaceX says they've made necessary modifications for this flight, also mentioning additional reliability improvements coming to future versions of Raptor. The biggest changes on Flight 13 will be on the ship side. Last time, Ship 39 carried 20 simulators and 2 modified Starlink V2 mini satellites fitted with cameras and antennas to image the heat shield and send data back to the ground. This time though, SpaceX is carrying 20 real Starlink version 3 satellites for the first time. These will test solar panel deployment, ground communications, and laser links with the existing Starlink constellation. All of these satellites will follow the exact same suborbital trajectory as ship and burn up on re-entry. Their lives will be short, but the data they collect should be very valuable for validating Starlink version 3 technology, which, mind you, can only fly on Starship. 6 of those 20 version 3 satellites are also carrying cameras to repeat the same thermal protection system scan from Flight 12. SpaceX continues to refine the heat shield and closely assess its performance after each flight. For this mission, the ship will once again carry painted tiles to simulate missing ones for imaging purposes. It's also flying several heat shield experiments, including tiles attached to the leeward side of the main body and the flaps, something we have seen on previous flights plenty before. The aft skirt will also feature modified tiles and attachment methods to gather data on different designs. They're also flying load sensing tiles to measure dynamic pressures on ascent. This suggests Starship will not throttle down during the point of max Q as it did last time. You know, it wasn't that long ago that Elon had mentioned skipping the throttle down on max Q entirely to boost performance. So it's no surprise here to see that SpaceX is pushing through even harder. Interestingly though, even with the higher dynamic pressures involved, the max Q timing doesn't appear any different than on Flight 12. It might actually happen later in the flight once all said and done though. Whether that's more accurate timing this go around or just another discrepancy in published data, we'll find out soon enough.
There you go, folks. We are now under 90 minutes away from the opening of the window. Everything continuing to count down. We've got that clock in the upper left-hand corner saying T-minus. SpaceX confirming that they are counting down, and we are coming up on that flight attempt in just about an hour and a half. If you're just joining us, we're NASAspaceflight.com, NSF, and we are basically a group of space nerds who sort of reached critical mass. We wanted excuses to watch more rocket launches. And so we started recording what's happening at SpaceX, and we started live streaming tests and launches and that sort of stuff. And we were literally just looking for more excuses to be able to go and cover rocket launches because we like rocket launches. But that's what we do here. We are not NASA. You may not be surprised to learn. We're not following a script. We're not reading anything like that. We are just hanging out, watching that clock count, and talking about different things as SpaceX Starship Flight 13 counts down towards the opening of that window. Remember, if you want to hang out with us, everybody's welcome here. You know how to get back to the channel on YouTube. There's a little like button. I don't actually know how many likes we have or anything like that. We just crossed over, I think, 1.5 million subs. Our 24/7 stream, Starbase Live, has been going for 5 years and has 120 million views. So we are basically just a community of space fanatics. We love hanging out. We chat. We ask questions. We answer questions. We look stuff up. We don't know everything, but we love hanging out with y'all. We love answering your questions, and we appreciate you hanging out with us while we do this. Now, also, remember, you know how to get back to the channel. Click the little thumbs up for us. It lets the YouTube overlords know that this is something that's actually kind of interesting. I'm not bored by that. You don't have to click it if you're bored, but it really does help us out. Let me do this really quickly, and I'm going to say thanks to just a couple people. Again, not going to make the entire stream about it. Oh my gosh, the scroll bar got tiny because I have not been doing this. I'm going to speed run. Chuck Winters gifted 5 Red Team memberships to the membership program, behind-the-scenes content and stuff like that. Armchair Rocket Scientist became a launch director. Blodnick is a pad rat. Paul did a store message, grabbing something from the shop, saying, "Go Starship." Silly String Parfait. What? All right, cool name. They can almost certainly catch a Starship at 39 that was launched from Texas using orbital maneuvers. But could they use the boost back from a booster to redirect it to 39A instead of RTLS? We've talked about that question before, and I think the answer is we would not expect sort of a one-way ferry flight of a booster with a Starship on top of it from Starbase to the Cape. Alex, I said that right? Starship, sure. A booster, not so much.
It will have to be more like a boost forward, and without the ship on top.
Right.
The ship can as long as it's perfectly aligned in its orbit and whatnot for the re-entry, it should be able to go to either Florida, to Starbase, or in the future, if they actually go ahead with the Louisiana launch sites, then sure,
Louisiana
that
Purchase?
can also, exactly, the Louisiana Purchase. But the problem with the booster is that it's too far away. I feel like not a lot of people know how far away actually the booster gets in its trajectory. It feels to me that you look at the maps and you're like, oh, that's nothing. The distance between Starbase and the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, or Kennedy Space Center, is basically adjacent, right? That distance is like 1,000 miles, 1,600 kilometers, basically. Yep. And when you look, for example, at how far away Falcon 9s land on their flights, usually a Starlink mission, it's about 600 kilometers, which is still another 1,000 kilometers short of the distance that you need to travel to get from Starbase to Florida. It's true that without a ship, the booster will be able to get a bit more oomph.
Yeah.
But then you also need to remove all of that for the re-entry. Remember, Super Heavy does not do an entry burn. So
you'd also end up flying over Central Florida, which might be sort of a thing with a booster. But we've talked about this. We've seen hardware moving around. We've seen ideas about breakover fixtures and stuff like that. But we expect when the first boosters move from Starbase down to the Cape, it's going to be by sea. We're going to hold up however many lanterns that is, because they're not going to fly those boosters there. They're going to send them on a barge from Starbase out to the Cape. Good question, though. We appreciate you, Silly String. Let me just grab a couple more here. We've got Harry saying, watching a Starship launch is the perfect way to celebrate your anniversary. Nice. Godspeed, SpaceX. Harry, happy anniversary. We appreciate you joining us. Hopefully it's you and +1 joining us here. You're not skipping your anniversary to watch it alone. We've got Chris Barnett doing 5 Red Team memberships. We've got Tunis Air. RBX. That was a super chat coming through. Appreciate you. Chris Barnett says, third time's a charm. Go Flight 13. Love you guys. Another super chat coming in. Anonymous did a store message. When you check out from merch in the shop, you can put a little message on there and check a box if you want to share it with a stream, saying, watching while on vacation in Paris. So thankful for your commentary and cameras. Anonymous, we are thankful for the cameras and commentary as well. We're glad you're enjoying it. Glad we can share this with you over there on the other side of the pond. Leads me to ask, everybody know what's coming? Where today, we've got at least one person watching from Paris. Where today are you, chat? Watching us from? You're sitting at home, you're going to tell me you're like on the Mars or Moon or something like that. Let me know in chat where you are watching the stream from. Thank you, Alex. Spain. We've also got the UK.
Hey, one day it might not be from Spain. Who knows?
We've got Scott. Scott, are you back in California?
I am in California, northern, Marin.
Okay.
George Lucas is my neighbor.
Nice. Just throw that in there real quick. I'm over at South Padre Island on the roof of the Margaritaville. Ryan is in the UK. We've got folks all over. But tell us in chat where you are watching from today. It's always a cool thing. I'm not going to try to read them all, though. Few more. Julianne, let's hope Flight 13 is the lucky number. That's a shop message as well. Thomas says, wonderful coverage, comprehensive and professional. Whoa, wait, what? Without being stuffy, thanks. Thomas, we have a lot of fun doing this. We appreciate you. We're glad it works for you as well. Thanks for grabbing something from the shop there. Let's see here. I'm clicking on things. There's so many messages coming in now, I can't even keep up with it. George Weispadrat, CJ Harson? CJ Harson, somewhere in that line. It's super bright out here. Folks, we appreciate all the support. Thank you for hanging out with us Everybody's welcome. You don't have to buy a patch or buy a pin or buy a whiskey. You don't have to do any of that. Just hanging out with us and asking questions and chatting with other people and just being here for the Starship flight is support for what we do. So we do appreciate you being here. Let's see, Ryan, can we grab some more regular questions? It's never like, oh, you have to do a super chat to ask a question. Do you have some regular questions we can talk through here at T-minus an hour and 20 minutes?
I do, but we also have some big support from a long time ago, which I think we should probably hit before we get to those just for a moment, because Jerwar did 100 gifted Red Team memberships, and that is a huge amount of support to us. And then on top of that, 100 people in chat who might not necessarily have the means to get access to the membership area now have free access for a month. There's no secret, we're going to bill your credit card at the end of the month. None of that. You get access to the membership area completely free of charge. You know, there's nothing to be worried about. So thank you to Jerwar, and if you received one of them, make sure to thank Jerwar in chat. Same goes for Space Pope, who also gifted 50 Red Team memberships. And on top of that, not only did Space Pope gift 50 Red Team memberships, but they also did a $100 super chat. And all I'm going to say is thank you very much, because we appreciate the blessing as usual. Hopefully that blesses the third time is the charm for this launch, and not that it's Flight 13. But seriously, Space Pope is one of those people who's in every single stream, always supports us, and we're very, very grateful for everybody who helps us out.
Outstanding. Ryan, thank you so much for catching that. Up here on the roof, it's super bright. I've got my laptop screen. Y'all can see, like, I'm looking down at the screen, but I got sunglasses and my light white hoodie from the shop, and all this different stuff up here. So thank you for watching my back. I do not mean to miss some of those, but I cannot catch them all. We're continuing to count down, and it looks like that tank farm, there are multiple views of the tank farm up here, really starting to spool up. Alex, do you want to talk about what we're seeing on the tank farm there?
Yeah, things are picking up. You can see there the reclaimer system has already started. You can see the two vertical tanks that I was talking about before. Those are in charge of the system that basically turns that gaseous methane back into a liquid, and then it returns back to the ground storage tanks. But yeah, lots of different things being conditioned as we get ready here for propellant load, hopefully in about 40 minutes from now.
40 minutes, like 40, so that's at about T-minus 40 minutes, we expect that?
T-minus 37 and a half minutes, yeah.
About 40 minutes. I love it. Alex, I love you. T-minus 37 and a half minutes. Exactly. Very precise. Yeah. Technically correct. The best
it's an easier time than the previous timeline. The previous timeline was a little bit more odd. This time it's like 37.30, and it's like, yes, that's better.
That's better. Stepping through some of the different camera views here. Here is a shot from Danger Lot, the trailer over there. Stand by. Ah, okay. Making sure we're going to do a quick little check-in with some of our folks in just a minute. Y'all, I was listening in my ear. Again, we don't have like a massive team of people, and we don't have an exact schedule. Okay, now I'll go spend 3 minutes with this. So every now and then I need to be quiet and listen to what's going on. But if you're just joining us, that's Starship Flight 13 coming up rapidly on T-minus 1 hour. We are here hanging out with you, answering questions, or running through what's going on. We've got a special guest with us today. Mr. Scott Manley is here hanging out with us as well. Go ahead, Scott.
Hello. Hello.
I saw you raise your hand. Yeah, I'm like,
I'm here.
There you go.
Fly safe.
Scott Manley still hanging out with us. Scott's on. Scott, I don't know. What do we say? Scott's on YouTube? That seems like it doesn't do you justice.
Yeah, that's what I YouTube. I'm on Twitter as well, and other stuff. I'm in real life. As
You're
everyone
in
that
real
came
life.
to open source and asked for selfies, knows.
Good deal. But Scott's hanging out with us all the way through. You are, right, Scott? You're not going anywhere, are you?
I don't know. Yeah, sure. I don't know. I might have to get up and feed the doggy at some point, but yeah, I'll be around.
Just raise your hand again. If you need to like step away, just like raise your hand and then walk away, and I'll look for your camera before I ask you a question.
Yeah, you can just ask to the empty seat, right?
Scott is hanging out with us here, answering some questions. We're grabbing questions for Scott as well, so if you've got a question for Scott, tag us. It goes into our software if you tag at NASA Spaceflight. But every now and then we'll pop some questions in over that way. Go ahead, Alex.
To join the other million questions.
yeah. There's so many. And see, our problem is somebody asks like one question, and then we turn one question into an answer that's like 12 minutes long, and then we look down and we're like, oh, it's T-minus 60 minutes now. What just happened to the time?
Guilty.
Because we like, this is fun, right? We're not like following a strict schedule. Like, everybody shut up. It's like, nah. If you ask a question we're interested in, we'll keep talking about it. You may not be surprised to learn we talk a lot. Anyways.
We've got to fill a lot of time.
We really, what do we have? An hour and 15 minutes left? It's not quite to the evaporation time. Like when you get down to T-minus 20 minutes and then you blink and it's T-minus 11 minutes and you blink and it's T-minus like 3 minutes. I'm going to have to step away and check our robotic tracking cameras and all that sort of stuff up here on the roof. I haven't done that yet. Scott, I don't think you've seen, have you seen the tracking setup we built?
I've seen a bunch of previous videos, but feel free to show me again and give me the personalized tour.
Look, I can hopefully do this without causing too much ruckus. Here, if I turn the camera that way.
Look at that.
There you go. So that's it's a cinema head over there that we've got the big lens and two cameras like coaxially mounted on. Can I zoom in a little bit?
One's a wider field of view than the other one, so you can use it for tracking. Yep.
Yep,
okay.
And I got two screens behind me.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. If I lose it, I watch the telephoto lens, like the tighter lens, and if I lose it in that, then I can look at the wider lens and reacquire it. And I've actually got a little, I machined a little mount that gives me basically azimuth and elevation adjustment, so I can get them coaxial, like exactly aligned, so the crosshair is exactly the same on both cameras. And these two things, as a gamer, you might appreciate this. Oh, my cable's not long enough. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's in the very corner. I control this whole setup with an Xbox controller. So if I want to track the launch, I'm literally just, can I hold it high? Yeah, I mean, it's in the very corner there. But the whole thing is all controlled with an Xbox controller. I figured I would use my thousands of hours of video gaming experience, the muscle memory, to get the robotics, or to get the launch tracked here. But that is the whole system we've got running over here. We'll be grabbing some of the views from this all the way, hopefully, back to Booster Splashdown. But I do have to step away to make sure that all my tech is ready to go. And now I actually need to re-aim the camera at something useful.
Yeah. So you don't have any auto tracking on this?
We do have software that will use an API to send commands to this, but I have too much fun doing it manually. It's like the versus the steam shovel sort of deal, right? Like
I have an
John
autopilot
Henry
in my plane, but I like to fly it manually, right?
Exactly. I think it's a lot of fun to drive it. I've got my rates on my triggers, right? So my two index finger triggers, I can hold down the right trigger and it'll increase my rate, and I can hold down the left trigger and it'll decrease my rate. And as I'm sort of tracking the rocket, I don't move the thumbsticks really to increase the rate. I bump the triggers, and by changing the rates, that's how I keep up with the rocket. Did I get centered again? I did.
Sounds good.
It really is a lot of fun. Like, I'd love to take this and show this off at a conference or something like that, because we have a lot of fun playing a video game tracking the rocket.
Right?
That would be cool, honestly. I need to get that on the schedule next year. Do you have to know somebody to get an invite, or?
No, you just go in as an exhibitor.
Just go.
I mean, if you ask any of us, we might be able to give you guest passes and stuff. But I don't know. Shh. Actually, I'm not supposed to say that.
No promises. No promises. You didn't say
no promises.
It's friends and family sort of thing. Anyways, I will be stepping away in just a little while. Not yet. I'll still hang out with y'all, but I'll go and attend to my robotic friends here so we can track the launch. The cool thing is both of those cameras, Scott, they're both being piped back to the studio. So Kevin and the production team can choose either camera. Like if I lose it in the telephoto shot, they can fall back to the wider shot. Yeah, exactly. So and then we also have Jerry Pike over here has a manual track as sort of a redundancy thing. We've got an old school tripod with a regular, what is that? That's a 200-800 Canon on it over there. And Jerry will sort of manually track it with a handle on the tripod, just in case the robotics overheat or something like that. We still have a track from up here and over at River and the robots that are deployed all over Starbase.
Whew. You guys have enough cameras. You should be doing triangulation on the booster for tracking it, right? You should be able to, right? So that your launch telemetry is actually pulling that data. You just need to synchronize all the cameras to the exact same timestamp.
And so we've got that. Our technology, we've got the sort of a secret sauce set up behind me here, but the encoders that we're using to send the video, Scott, time code everything together, and then our server resynchronizes it so that when the feeds arrive, even if there's a little latency in some of the feeds, when they get up to the server, they're all coming through synchronized together. So we've got that part. We would need to take like the exact position of each camera and start to get telemetry about the azimuth and elevation that the camera is pointing, focal length, that sort of stuff. We've talked about doing that. We want like a live map of Starbase that shows where each camera is looking and what its field of view is. Like an overhead view would be really cool.
If you get enough angles, you could do something like real-time Gaussian splatting, right? And create holograms of the launch. We did that for a Chinese launch recently.
Gosh, I wish we could fly drones like they get to fly on the Chinese launches. Like, China is like, you see these like FPV camera chase drones chasing the launch, like right into the rocket exhaust going up. I don't think SpaceX is going to let us do that, though.
No, but SpaceX might do it.
SpaceX should do it. They had the charging into battle shot last time. Did you see in the video they put out? They had I think it was a static fire, and the drone is like racing across the flats, and the terrain under the drone is like going past as it approaches the launch pad that was a static fire, wasn't it, Alex? I think it was.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes.
I'm going to have to dig through all the footage for my DJ set this year. It's like, it's becoming crazy the amount of footage I have to work through.
We know how it is. If you need any of our stuff, let us know. But footage, terabytes and terabytes of footage, we know how it is. Hey, speaking of terabytes of footage, let's talk to our top performing terabyte footage capturer out here. I think, Kevin, are we ready to check in with D-Wise? We are. Let's see if we can top out to D-Wise. I think this is a throw to check in with D-Wise. So, D, how's it going out there? It looks windy.
It is going really well. Yeah, terabytes of footage is the perfect check-in. I was emptying cards yesterday, and I suddenly filled up my 4 terabyte drive I got for this trip. So I'll need to find more before, but you know, you're talking about all the setup, so I wanted to sort of aim this way and point over to what I've got, where I have a similar robotic setup to DOS, but I've got the telescope on there, and so when we're talking about terabytes of footage, that thing will fill up 2 terabytes in like 40 minutes. It is shooting around 500 frames a second, so fingers crossed and stay tuned for hopefully some slow-mo replays on that. But the same sort of setup that DOS had, where he has multiple feeds sending back to Kevin in the studio, those 2 other cameras are both sending live, so hopefully I can keep it in the tighter shot the whole time, but if I can't, Kevin can go to the wide one here, go to one of DOS's cameras, or go to Jerry's track. Like, that's the great thing about having the whole team on this. We can get the different angles. If one area does have a pesky cloud in the way, there are other sites that we're able to keep our own views on the rocket. And speaking of views, it is just sunny and blue skies here. When I look off in the direction of Brownsville, there are a few clouds in the distance, but I mean, that just adds some texture to the sky. And looking in the direction of the rocket, I don't see a single cloud. But earlier, y'all were talking about the team that makes this happen, and I have to say, out here at River, we had Max earlier this evening. We've got a whole crew. We've got Caesar on the audio. We've got Caesar's laughing. He didn't want to be mentioned, I don't think. That's fine. we appreciate Caesar nonetheless. We've got Dan, who has been just doing so much miscellaneous, whether it's working and troubleshooting stuff on trailer. Today, he lugged all of my gear over there, which was incredible. As we were still out in the dunes, it is a huge team effort to make all of this happen, despite it being a small team. We're really grateful to be able to be out here and provide these views. But yeah, we've got the behind-the-scenes cameras up and about. So we should have plenty of those terabytes and terabytes of footage. You know, we're coming up on about an hour until launch, which with a rocket of this size, you're almost expecting to be like, yeah, we're seeing the feeling. Like, it is impressive how quick Starship is, that we're not like watching the fueling of Starship already at this point. But it is a pleasure and very warm day to be out here. With that, I think I will throw it back over to the studio, but all things here are looking good for launch. Happy to be here, and perhaps I'll see you all again right before launch.
Good deal. Folks, that was D Wise from our river lot over there doing another robotic tracker, a high frame rate camera on there on a telescope, multiple cameras. D put out, I don't know how many cameras D actually put out on the launch here, but D has a fleet of personal cameras that they put out for just about everything we do. So massive thanks to D and the team over on the Starbase side getting everything ready this morning, and all the other attempts as well. I will say, a brief moment of silence for the NSF truck. The D was talking about Dan getting things set up. We have a truck that we purchased years and years ago to do our operations out here at Starbase, and Dan was keeping that thing running. It was still going, but on the way back from setup yesterday morning, the truck decided that it was just going to turn off. It was done driving on Highway 4. It was not going to go anymore. There's a noise. It was like a tapping noise, and then it got louder, and then it just decided that the engine was not going to go. We towed it over to the Rocket Ranch. Good friends at the Rocket Ranch gave us a plot of grass to get it to. We got it over there to the grass. We took off the oil cap and looked inside. It ain't supposed to be green in there, y'all. That's not good. That's water in the oil. So we popped a piston or a head gasket or something like that. The truck has done over 100,000 miles up and down Highway 4. It is rusty. It is, you know, it's got fluid in it because it's leaking. You get concerned if you don't see the truck leaking because you're like, oh gosh, does it not have fluid in it? But it is probably the last hurrah for the NSF truck. So y'all just made me think about that. If you're a member, you may see in the member back channel some of the footage of the recovery of the NSF truck. But we're working on getting something new ready so that we can continue to have an operations vehicle out here. And of course, we're able to do that because y'all keep showing up and help us out with what we do. But the clock is ticking down. T minus just about 1 hour. 1 hour and 2 minutes. We're just north of an hour for Flight 13. Do we have any updates on the Alex Orion side?
I mean, I could take a little bit of an update, I guess. We saw the tower vent returning. It seems like I'm trying to lean to my own screen because it's very tiny on my own return. But yeah, it looks like it disappeared again. Again, as I said before, we're talking about these sort of pulses. They flow a little bit of that oxygen, then sort of stop the flow, then they flow it again. So it comes on and on. It's just the last time that they do that, it's actually with the liquid oxygen, and you see the very big plume coming out of the tower. So if they are still on track, that propellant load should begin in about like 24 minutes or so. And so if that is still on track, then that means we should get to that point in the in the sequence really soon, because that usually happens like within the last 5 to 10 minutes of the conditioning of those lines. So yeah, I think it's everything good to go. I'm checking here all the multi-views, all the different cameras and whatnot, all the updates from our back channel, and we'll see when we have any more major updates, probably in a few minutes, because we're 10 minutes away from the go-no-go poll for propellant load.
All right. Well, you see the clock up there. It's right at T-minus an hour and 40-ish seconds. Folks, that is my cue to step away and make sure that all of my gear here on the roof is ready to go. We've got it mostly all set up, but we'll double check things, make sure everything's power positive. Not going to have a battery that dies at T-minus 3 minutes. You don't want that to happen. Ask me how I know. But I am going to step away for just a little bit here. I'll be back around launch. We'll be operating the trackers and that sort of stuff. But I will leave you in the very capable hands of Ryan Caton and crew. Again, I'm John Galloway for NSF over here on the roof of the Margaritaville Hotel at South Padre Island. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Ryan, take it away.
Well, just a couple quick things. We've got some very future-leaning questions for you, Scott. The Mad Professor is asking, how soon can we expect a booster and a ship tower catch? What do you think? How far away are we before we're catching ships? Because that's obviously a key component. You can't have a rapidly reusable launch vehicle if you can't get your launch vehicle back.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the pressure is on. We should have been doing this by now. But yeah, you know, we're flying. We got to verify that they can relight the engines in orbit and control the re-entry, because we definitely don't want to have a multi-hundred-ton piece of stainless steel floating around in orbit with no way to control its descent. But that is really the big thing on the Starship catch. At this point, I fully expect. Well, so obviously in the previous flight, they had issues with relighting the engines, and that's why the booster couldn't come back. So they're going to want to verify that they can relight the engines on this flight. It seems that, you know, we had one flight with Raptor 3 and a lot of engine failures. We just had, of course, the scrub last week where 4 of the engines didn't fire. I don't know, it's looking to me like Raptor 3 may have some teething problems in its startup sequence, but, you know, I think if everything works this flight, maybe the next flight. That's what I'm going to say. But it does seem that, you know, I would want to be really 100% sure that engines are relighting on schedule before we even attempt a Starship catch.
Yeah, absolutely. One more here. Mikey Wales is asking, when do you think we will get the first glimpse of HLS? Hopefully soon, if they want to land on the moon in 2028 would be my guess.
4 years ago would have been nice. Like... Yeah, I don't know when they're supposed to do that. I don't know what kind of requirements are in the contract, but I mean, it sounds like what they're going to fly for Artemis 3 is not even going to be HLS. It's going to be one of those standard, you know, V3 Starships with a docking adapter on the nose. And I'm not even sure how that's going to work because, of course, you have the header tank immediately underneath it. I don't know when we're going to see HLS hardware actually being built.
Indeed. And Sawyer, I'll hand it over to you.
Yes. Hi there, everybody. I am Sawyer Rosenstein, and I am taking over as host for now on the launch stream as we are under 1 hour to go until the launch of Starship Flight 13, if all goes according to plan. As a reminder, it's worth noting that there is a chance that it could hold at T-minus 60 seconds. They do have that built in if they choose to.
Literally just said
and apparently
hold.
we're in a hold right
yes.
now. So, Alex, do you have any updates or idea of what's going on at the moment?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm looking here, and it looks like the clock on the website has stopped, and so we'll stand by for a new launch time here. Of course, once we got that, we're going to have that clock up and running. But yeah, it stopped at T-minus 57 minutes and 53 seconds. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully it gets reset soon. Not to be surprised, because the go no go poll for propellant load should be underway, and it's at T-minus 50 minutes when they basically give the final go for propellant load. So they're probably looking at their consoles and looking at their data and taking a bit more of a careful look at all of the things as we still count down. But for now, a hold. The other thing as well is that there's a 90-minute window, so they could hold for 90 minutes, an hour and a half, and they will still make the launch window. So just saying, don't step away, because there's still more to come.
Exactly. That does not mean they are done for the day. They are not calling the attempt. It's just a hold. And it's worth noting they do have a 90-minute launch window. So there is absolutely still time for things to be worked out, to take a look at. And the other thing that's important to note is that when it comes to the propellant load, this is slightly different from Falcon 9. If you're used to seeing any other SpaceX launches, you know that once they fuel up Falcon 9, they are committed to that T0. In other words, if something were to come up, they would have to call off the launch instantly. Whereas with the Starship vehicle, it can hold for a little bit, right, Alex? I believe, depending on conditions and things happening, it's anywhere from like 5 to 15-ish minutes.
Yeah, I probably will have a longer explanation if I had more time, but yeah, it's basically down to just the sheer size of Starship that they can basically hold a little bit longer before the temperatures get too hot for them to basically continue with a launch that day. Now, the other thing as well, I should probably point this out because I was the don't trust the clock kind of guy before all of this. The problem is, now we are far into the countdown that you can start trusting the clock when it stops and when it does weird things. And so that is one of those things that I should point out because I was very, probably annoying, let's put it that way, right? That in previous times, we saw, for example, the other day at T-minus 7 hours, they started doing weird things. Last week, for example, they did also a weird thing when they tried to reset after that hold at T0. And so it does sort of work a little bit wonky, but deep into the countdown like we are right now, it does feel, at least past timelines and past flights, it does feel like it's a bit more trustworthy, basically. And so if that clock is holding right now, most definitely probably that the real clock is also holding right now. So we'll stand by for a confirmation, of course, from SpaceX themselves, like an actual, written out and public confirmation out there saying this is why we hold, or maybe a new T0 of sorts. But definitely, it definitely looks like that. I will say as well, normally, I was talking before about those pulses from the tower, from the vent and whatnot. Normally, by this time, we will have seen more of those, and for a prolonged time, like a longer time of those. And we have only seen 2. So it's a bit concerning, sort of like the idea that maybe this is probably going to slip a little bit more into the window. It's not that unrealistic, but we'll see what happens. Again, as you were mentioning, 90 minutes in the window, plenty of time. We've been here before.
Absolutely, and of course, Alex, if you see or hear anything from SpaceX, please just interrupt me whenever in the middle of talking.
I'll yell at you.
The latest updates. Oh boy, I know we've talked about, of course, they're checking out, things on the rocket as well, but. Ryan, what about over on the range? I know it's a little early for it to be a boat in the range or a wayward plane or something, but how's that been going so far?
Well, we've been seeing the range continue to be monitored all day. Right at the beginning of the stakeout stream, pretty much, we saw those helicopters coming in, and we are continuing to see those. I think one is might be getting refueled, but we are continuing to see those aerial assets being deployed out behind me to monitor the immediate surrounding around Starbase in the Gulf. And that's just to make sure that if there's anybody on a boat that shouldn't be there or was previously unaware that there is going to be a Starship launching. Well, we're holding right now, so I'm not sure at exactly what time, but fingers crossed within the hour. They just go out, give them a little low pass, make sure that they are cognizant of the situation, and fingers crossed are encouraged to move outside of the hazard zone so they are not in the way when launch time comes. Fingers crossed not too long when that hold is released. And there we go. Speak of the devil, we are 57 minutes and 50 seconds and counting. Alex?
Yeah, it was released. It seems like it's only just 6 minutes of delay. So yeah, it will be at 5:51 p.m. Central Time. That is the new T0 here for the 13th flight of Starship. So as you can see, it's just 6 minutes out of 90. That's nothing.
That's still plenty of time. Yeah, and I mean, Scott, if we're talking about a 6-minute delay, we're not talking like, oh my gosh, this is something catastrophic. This is something that's worrying. It could be any tons of minor little things that they want to look at, right?
Yeah, there's like so many things that want to line up. What is it? Von Braun said that 65,000 things have to go right to have a rocket be successful, and only one has to go wrong. Well, they're checking all those 65,000 things, and if they're not sure, they're going to use this time right now to make sure that they are in a state to proceed with the countdown, to proceed with the fueling. So we don't know exactly what it was. And we certainly didn't know what exactly caused the shutdown last week. But yeah, we're moving onwards. So that's why I'm excited.
And we are now, from the looks of it, past the point of when it held just a few minutes ago, at least. So already proceeding with that countdown. And as mentioned, the big milestone is at T-minus 50 minutes, which is when they do the go, no-go poll for propellant load. We'll also then know for sure once propellant load begins, once we start seeing the frost lines go up on the booster. But of course, right now, they still are conditioning all of the lines and getting everything ready over there at the tank farm. You can see all of that venting and everything there is still completely normal, expected, and is actually a good indication that things are proceeding as planned as we approach 56 minutes to go now until the scheduled T0. Let's see here. I do want to take a moment. I know Das was mentioning we can only do this with your support. I do want to thank a couple of people here really quickly before we continue on with some questions. Crafty Geek with a $200 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you so much for that. The generosity is appreciated. Going, Starbase Operations Vehicle Fund, keep on trucking. And thanks to everyone behind the scenes who makes NSF Systems purr as a well-tuned machine. Go Starship, go NSF. That's amazingly generous. Thank you so much for that. And then we had Cooper 2007 with a $100 support message here saying, thank you for all that you do. This round is on me. Again, we really appreciate the support. That's how we're able to bring you all of the different cameras and all the different views. And let's see now. As we continue to count down, Ryan, can you give us an update on where we are in the timeline? Because I mentioned there's that T-minus 50 minute mark that's important for the go, no-go poll, but what else do we have still coming up?
Well, first, I'm just going to acknowledge we do have the tower vent back, which is great to see as we continue to count down. We should be, in terms of the pre-launch timeline, we should be around 20 minutes or so or less from propellant load, depending if you're talking about ship or booster and or oxygen or methane. So that's obviously a very exciting thing coming up immediately. But very briefly, I do just want to hit on the flight timeline because it's slightly tweaked from the previous flight, which is, something that we should probably address. So if we do some wonderful magic here and ta-da! Nope, that's the trajectory. Look at me go. Timeline. There we go. Let's take a look at the timeline because we're going to leave Starbase and we're going to get to max Q just before a minute into flight. This will then be followed by Miko, of course, just after 2 minutes into flight, where we're going to see, fingers crossed, hot staging and a successful boost back burn. This is kind of the point of divergence, so to speak, from the previous flight because, of course, Booster 19 failed to do its boost back burn. So fingers crossed we get a good boost back from Booster 20, scheduled to end 27 seconds earlier than on the previous flight. Of course, it never got there. So it's just one of those little divergences in the timeline. But then there we go. We're going to get a, fingers crossed, landing burn start about 6.5 minutes after launch, and then a splashdown in the Gulf a few seconds later. Going back up to the ship, SECO is scheduled to be roughly the same time. Of course, it was delayed because of the RVAC out on the previous flight. Then we'll get those 20 Starlink V3s being deployed, followed by the in-space Raptor relight about 40 minutes into flight. Then re-entry will come shortly after, and we'll then go through the transonic and subsonic regimes as Starship pushes through re-entry. Then 1 hour, 4 minutes, 5 minutes after leaving Starbase Texas, we'll have that landing burn beginning, that flip, and then fingers crossed a wonderful soft Starship splashdown 1 hour, 5 minutes and 21 seconds after leaving Starbase.
That's what we like to see.
And I'm going to hand it over to Alex for an update.
So as you mentioned, let's see what's going on with Alex.
Yeah, well, more than an update, I guess. We're still on track for everything, and it seems like that tower vent is continuing on track. And also the quick disconnect on I saw on that previous view, the lines are now frosty, so that's great. It seems like they are now pushing all of those propellants up to the arm and getting ready for propellant load in just about 25 minutes, if I'm doing the math correct. No, hang on. 15 minutes. Math. How does it work?
Always dangerous to do math on stream.
It's always bad.
But what isn't bad right now, as you mentioned, is those lines getting frosty and everything proceeding towards countdown at this point. So you were talking about those frosty lines. Those are the ones that you're mentioning, Alex, right?
Yeah, you can see right where the vent is located. You can see the hinge for the arm to rotate away. There's like two different pipes. One is a little bit more wider than the other. I think the other one is still yet to be chilled, but the one that is at the bottom, right below where the vent is located, you can see that is white. That is not any kind of insulation or anything like that. That's frost. The pipe is running that liquid oxygen through, right? They're flowing that liquid oxygen through, and it's so cold that it's turning the ambient moisture into basically ice, and it's sticking, it's sticking basically to the outer walls of that pipe. But yeah, things progressing on time.
Exactly what we like to see and hear. Now, there's an interesting question that I saw brought up that, Scott, I want to put over towards you. So we saw that sort of 6-minute delay. We saw Ryan checking the air and the sea, and everything was relatively clear there. Someone was asking, what about launch debris avoidance? Do they have to worry about that on a Starship flight?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's sometimes that matters for all the launches, because you basically don't want to get in the way of anyone's satellite. However, Starship really isn't getting up that high, so there's a very limited number of things that it's going to interact with. But yeah, this is a standard thing that SpaceX and everyone else is doing. They have the list of all the objects up there, and they want to make sure that they're not interacting with them. What I would say, however, is that I don't really have a window into how they figure out how close they're allowed to go. But it definitely matters a lot more for things that are going into higher orbits.
Yeah, in the industry they are called colas. So if you're thirsty, go for space debris avoidance.
Yeah, that's right. And it's an interesting thing. I pointed out that a few weeks ago we passed the limit on the number of satellites that can be encoded in the TLE data format that's been used since the 1970s. And it's kind of a big deal that it ticked over, because this data format comes from the days of punched cards. They only envisaged having 5 digits for the number of objects in space, and now SpaceX has, of course, helped the world blow past that number.
They probably didn't expect that to happen, at least at the rate at the time. They probably didn't expect that until like 2100 or something like that, and now it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, this was still in the air when NASA had huge amounts of money, and we're talking about moon bases and space-based solar power and all the things that we are talking about right now that might actually happen. But back then they didn't know that they were about to lose all their money and all our dreams would be crushed.
Yeah, that would have been great to have seen that.
Yeah. But I see that Anil Menon has posted images from orbit from the International Space Station. I think that was taken a few hours ago based on the ISS pass schedule. But it's kind of cool to have the astronauts in space watching this. I know that a lot of astronauts watch this. They all get excited. They all have watch parties, so I'm told.
That's what I've heard as well. And again, from the space station, there have been a couple of times where the ISS just happened to fly overhead as Starship was launching. So I don't know what the alignment of the ISS is going to be in 48 minutes and 22 seconds from now. But
it's moving further away.
Yeah, that's a shame. It would be really cool, though.
And maybe it'll pass near it during the descent or some portion of the re-entry. I don't have the tools at my fingertips to figure that out. But it's possible they see something if they pass at the right time.
Jay should use his tool. We have our producer Jay, which has this tool that he uses to figure out when the station will be at one point in the future. He should do that and see if it's going to be around the point of re-entry for the ship.
Yeah. What I wonder about is the Chinese astronauts. Do they watch this? Because I'm sure a bunch of them are huge space fans, and they want to be interested in this. But they may not want to be publicly visible of how interested they are in this.
They can watch a Starship launch while eating some fried chicken, which they've cooked on Tiangong.
Yes, that's totally possible. Oh, God, I'm going to get fried chicken tonight. I'm absolutely... Sorry, I'm feeling hungry right now.
Was it fried chicken or chicken wings?
I'll get I don't know. I'm going to get chicken nuggets or something. Chicken. Cooked chicken. Yeah.
For those who don't know, there is another space station besides the International Space Station. As you mentioned, it's called Tiangong, and that has 3 people, I believe, on it right now. And yes, they have cooked actual chicken wings or fried chicken of some kind on there before.
Yeah, the ISS has a similar oven, but they want to reserve it for experiments and don't want it to be contaminated.
That sounds good, though. From that view, though, Alex, we're seeing new frost lines form, which we're expecting, right?
Yeah, so I was looking at the pipes there because I said before one of them is not frosty. Now it is, so that is great. The one that we saw frosty before, that was the liquid oxygen line. The other one that is now frosty, the one up top of the vent, you can see one that is like half frosty, half not. There's like a gap there, not a gap, more like a what's the word? Like a flange there, yeah, and there's like a valve there that controls the flow to the rest of the arm, and so it's sort of split in the frost. One part is frosty, the other part is not, but that's the methane one. That's for the liquid methane. So yeah, continuing to do that. We've passed now that T-minus 50-minute point, so we're just waiting for official confirmation from SpaceX that everything is still on track and that they are go for propellant load.
And if they do begin with propellant load, that will start at T-minus 37 minutes and 30 seconds to go. And that will begin with the ship oxygen load there, followed by the booster oxygen load. And we have all of our cameras poised and ready to capture it. So anywhere you see the NSF, we have cameras there. So we have our river site. That's where you saw DYs from, and Max, I believe, was at one of the sites earlier, passing by the SpaceX production site there. You can see we have a couple more placed right along the road here on our highway site, also where you've been seeing those range helicopters along the roads and everything. This is Highway 4 that goes from the production site down to the launch site, and there it is. They're also kind enough to let us set some up here up in the north. And then if we swing around, again, viewing this from the Gulf waters there, towards the other side, we then, if we have our north site, we also have our south site looking at it. So all of these are different places that we have cameras set up for this launch. That's a lot. And there's multiple at each. Some of them are remotely operated. Some of them are human operated in person. And we also have the one at the Margaritaville Hotel in South Padre Island, which is where DOS was earlier, and Rocket Ranch as well, who allow us to set up cameras there too, which thank you to both of them.
And for people watching...
That view from Margaritaville. Go ahead.
That's the hotel view. I'm sure some people watching, they're like, hang on, they have a north side, a south side. They have also sites to the west. Where's the east side? And the problem is that's where the Gulf is. Maybe in the future we need to employ some kind of buoys or something like that. But it will also be in the way of the NOTMAR, of the Notice to Mariners. So that will probably have to be with SpaceX's consent. We cannot do that without any of that. So yeah.
It's kind of like the grid fins on Booster 20 now. There's only 3 of them. We only need 3, not the 4th side.
Although, I kind of lied. We do have this view, which is sort of to the east of the launch pad. I forgot. So, yeah.
East-ish, yeah.
East-ish. It's like east, south, east. Yeah. But it's there.
It is there. And I do want to say that we're only able to do this because of some massive support. I know we're getting closer to launch, and then we will focus entirely on everything going on. But I do want to thank Patrick Bob, a name we see here often, for gifting 50 Red Team memberships. And any level of membership gets to see our members multi-view, where you'll see all of those different cameras right now. And then we also had the Space Pope with a $200 tip, saying, if you need a Space Pope on staff to bless things in the official capacity, I'm available free of charge. Just need a staff shirt with my name on it. Space Pope, I think we can get you we can make that happen for you.
Just don't do what they do in Kazakhstan with the Soyuz rockets, where they sort of throw holy water, as if it was like a demon or something. I don't know.
I mean,
so can I ask, is the Space Pope in any way related to Max Singularity from EVE Online, who was also the Space Pope in EVE Online?
Ooh, some deep lore that we ought to find out.
He was at JPL, if I remember.
We need to ask.
We do, but we also see all of that venting picking up. Again, Alex, what is all that venting coming from right now?
Yeah, right now, the one on the tower, that is the oxygen chill down that they're doing there on the tower line for the liquid oxygen sign. And then on the tank farm, that is nitrogen right now that they're venting as part of their subcooling in the chill downs and whatnot. It's a bit of a weird thing that we have still not heard anything from SpaceX officially, because right now we should be like, what, under 5 minutes to go for propellant load. if they are still on track. And everything that we're seeing right now, all of these vents and activities that we're seeing from the tank farm, from the tower and whatnot, do sort of point out that they are on track. So it's interesting that we still have not gotten that update yet.
Yeah, that's a bit strange, but then again, it's not concerning because the clock has continued to count so far after we had that 6-minute pause. So rather than targeting at exactly 5:45, it appears to be about 5:51. And this one of our views that we call the danger lot. We have a trailer over there, and this is one of those views. You see how close it is, and that is why we call it danger lot, because cameras that are placed there are certainly in danger. But we risk putting them out there for the spectacular views. Last time we had one for the first V3 flight, it bent one of the solar panels and moved a trailer that had bricks holding it down. So just to give you an idea of the power of Starship V3. It is indeed quite powerful. Let's see. I guess as we get towards the final portion of the count, getting right before prop load, Ryan, can you give us one final update on just checking what you see on the weather and what you see with the range?
Very brief look, not seeing anything too worrying. So the weather, as you can see, I mean, I don't need any fancy graphics to tell you this. The weather is great. You can see that on the screen. Blue skies, it's beautiful.
Absolutely. And a reminder, as we hit the 40-minute mark, this is the 13th flight of Starship. That is Booster 20 and Ship 40 over at Pad 2 at Starbase, Texas. The goal will be to deploy 20 Starlink V3 satellites into a suborbital trajectory, 6 of which will have cameras on board. And fingers crossed, SpaceX gives us the live views from those satellites. That would be spectacular. We did get some on Flight 12, so hopefully we get even more on this flight. We will also expect them to do an in-flight relight of the engine on board, and then hopefully have it splash down in the Indian Ocean. The booster is set to then do a boost back burn, and if all goes well, splash down in the Gulf off the coast of Starbase, something they were not able to do on Flight 12 due to issues that they had with the boost back burn and it kind of going in the wrong direction. But we hope all of that is resolved. I mean, it's Alex, SpaceX has been talking nonstop about the changes that they made, and they feel very confident with this now, right? I don't know if we can hear you, Alex.
Sorry, I was muted. Talking while muted. It's the usual thing these days. But yeah, it seems like they are on track. I'm not sure why we don't have that official confirmation. I think they probably are just going to say, yeah, we're loading propellant now, once they start loading the propellant.
Yeah, because we should be coming up on that in under a minute now, if they are on track. So we are keeping an eye on that. The one thing to keep an eye on will be for the frost line, obviously. And unlike Falcon 9, where you kind of have to wait 5 or 6 minutes just to see a little bit of frost line, yeah, the fueling process for Starship goes a lot quicker. And Scott, I don't know if you kind of know the physics behind it as we get ready, hopefully, for the prop load to begin, starting off with the ship oxygen load, followed by the booster oxygen load 30 seconds later. I mean, the physics that goes into loading that much propellant into this large of a vehicle in under 37 minutes.
I mean, boy, I'm going to say that I know that there's a lot going on, because you have a lot of kinetic energy if you're trying to move that fluid through. But if you give it too much kinetic energy, you're going to warm your propellant and you're trying to keep it cold. So I have watched this evolve and get faster and faster over time, but I've never got any clues as to how exactly they time all this and make this happen. It is a lot of work to make that happen at that rate.
It really is. And that is a large amount of propellant that has to go into the vehicle. That is both the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane that they use, unlike kerosene, which we're used to for Falcon 9. And if all is going to plan, the booster and ship oxygen load should be underway, and that booster methane load should actually be beginning in about a minute or so from now. And then once that begins, the ship methane load will start at about T-minus 34 minutes and 48 seconds or so. Alex, what are you seeing? Any indications that they might be in prop load?
Yeah, it looks like that tower vent is dying down, so we might be into propellant load of the ship.
It's becoming the heavy vent now.
Yeah. It's being closed off, and as they close it off, it sort of starts
to sink.
Spitting, yeah.
And
there we go.
We have confirmation. Propellant load has begun.
There we go.
There it is. There is the post from SpaceX 16 seconds ago. Propellant load is officially underway. Oh,
that's
my
like
goodness.
the most anticlimactic post. It's like, this is the biggest rocket they've ever made. 5,000 tons of cryogenic prop are about to be loaded into this thing in 30 minutes, and they've just said, well, prop load's begun. Prop load's begun.
It's basically what I told you earlier, where it was like, oh, they're probably going to say, just, we're under propellant load. There you go. When it's like, you're going to load more than 5,000 metric tons of propellant in this thing. It's basically like a mini nuke. So, yeah.
Yeah. At this point, the methane should be loading into the booster. And there's only one part left that needs to begin on that prop load. And as mentioned, that is the ship methane load start, which should be happening in about 15 seconds or so from now. Here's the thing. SpaceX's post was just kind of lame. It was like, all right, propellant load has begun. There's no hype to it. We need hype. Chat, we need you to hype up. Commentators, we need to hype up. Kevin, we need some hype.
SpaceX make things that are hyped boring, right? They land boosters all the time. It's just normal.
Then it's our job to hype it up. Shall we do it?
Here's ignition.
We have liftoff.
We have 33 healthy Raptor engines.
Restriction cut off.
And hot staging, look at that. Wow.
Fly, baby, fly. Let's go!
The booster is no go for a catch.
There's the hype that we needed, folks. Chat getting into it, the video pumping us up, and now propellant load should be underway. So now we're going to have to keep an eye on the booster. Is probably the easiest to see it, but also there on the back of the ship, as we will be keeping an eye out for a frost line to begin forming. And Alex, I mean, that's essentially kind of a loading timer, or Ryan, that's essentially a loading timer, right? Of like how fast the propellant's loading up.
It's a progress bar. That's the word you're looking for.
That's the word. Thank you, Scott. Yes.
It's like me earlier. I forgot that what an asterisk was. We've all done it. We've all been there.
And in fact, if you look on the ship, you can see what looks like a little bit of vapor there right around above the hot stage ring. So it seems like prop load is continuing. And again, this will go up really fast because, as you mentioned, that is 9,000 tons of propellant, or 5,000 tons, excuse me, of propellant that needs to be loaded in about 35 minutes. And so it is going to go very quickly. And it is also super chilled propellants against the very hot air that is in South Texas right now. The current external temperature outside is 91 Fahrenheit or 33 Celsius. Inside, it's going to be now in the negatives. So it's going to be a lot colder there, and that's why we get that frost line. You can also see some of that venting and vapor there towards the bottom of the launch mount itself. That another good indication of it climbing. And taking a look there from the quick disconnect arm there. All of the frost running through that. And so Scott, the parts of the tower that we're looking at, which are the ones that are doing the actual prop load for people who don't know?
Well, the parts that's actually doing the prop load, that's coming from the base, right? So you've got this quick disconnect that goes on there, and there's a second quick disconnect further up on the booster, or above the Starship. Yeah, I forgot what the Starship was called there. Everyone's just forgetting what these things are called. The space flying to space thingy that lands, right? So yeah, I mean, look, you want to load these things from the bottom. What you don't want to have is stuff pumping in from the top and then tumbling down like a waterfall inside, because that adds energy to the fluid. So you pump from the bottom, and that reduces the amount of energy you're putting into this whole thing. You're not wanting to put bubbles in there, because that'll actually reduce the density.
Right.
And you'll be tapping at the top. You'll typically tap off any any of the gases that get evolved and stuff as well, because that's where the gases will end up.
Yeah, we want it in liquid form for this, for the liquid methane and the liquid oxygen.
You want it as dense as possible, because that gives you more fuel in your rocket, and more importantly, when your pumps are running in the engines, it puts more fuel in the engines more quickly, right? That's why SpaceX does this thing with densified propellants. And nobody else wants to do that, apparently. SpaceX is still the only company that's doing densified propellants. But, every single little bit helps. And when you're dealing with launch vehicles that have mass margins to orbit of the order of a few percent, having a couple of percent gain in your vehicle capabilities very quickly adds up if you get multiple 1 or 2% gains in performance. And that's really how SpaceX has worked. They've just added lots of small gains over time to Falcon 9 and obviously to Starship.
And that's why at under 30 minutes to go until launch, they can still be in propellant load and have been in propellant load for less than 10 minutes and will still be ready on time. And as a reminder, they do have the ability, if they get to the T-minus 60-second mark, the 1 minute mark, and see something they don't like or want to verify their data or just take a breath, then they can do so. They have the ability to hold at 1 minute. So if we get there and they do hold, don't freak out, even though I know chat's still going to anyway. It is indeed something that they have the ability to do. But now with that propellant loaded, once it is full, they're essentially committed to a no more than 15-minute window there from when they are fully loaded to when they have to either launch or call it off. I think at this point, though, the excitement is real. I think all of us are forgetting the names and words of things because the excitement as we get that much closer to Starship launching. I mean, it's always exciting with the Starship launching, but we want a fully successful Flight 13. And this is live views from our NSF cameras here that you see right now in Starbase, Texas, which is where this is launching from. The booster will splash down off the coast of the Gulf once it completes its portion of the mission, and the ship, after deploying Starlink V3s into a suborbital trajectory and doing an engine igniting test, will then splash down in the Indian Ocean off the coast of Western Australia. That is the goal for today's mission. Hopefully they get to all of those, and hopefully we see it splashing down. Oh, man. That frost line continuing to rise there. You can also see it a bit on the ship there, too. I just want to clarify. I know you're listening to other things, Alex, but which one is the oxygen tanks and which one is the methane tanks based on those frost lines?
Okay. So I'm watching the bit of the SpaceX stream right now, and they've just elucidated on what happened during the shutdown last week.
Yes. Okay.
They talked about how they were collecting moisture in the system, and that has apparently affected valve openings.
There we go. Yeah, I know Alex is listening intently to that at the moment as well to give us that full update too.
Yeah. And I'm wondering now, actually, hearing that, because, of course, their process for pressurizing the tank, which we all know will introduce water into the tanks.
Yeah. Well, again, we'll wait for the full update at this point, but yes. Again, 26 minutes and 45 seconds to go if all is going to plan, which seems like it is so far. Let's see. Alex, I know we got a little bit of info there on some of the information here. So we see Dan Hewitt popping up again. Alex, let me know when you're ready to give an update on not only just what they said with that, but what the testing has been since that attempt to then kind of mitigate that, what they had to do to change things out, etc.
Yeah, 4 engines went out. They found out that they had issues with the oxidizer turbopumps. The oxidizer turbopump is like right above of the engine. It's right next to the tank, basically. It's the one that up top, and that is the one that pumps the liquid oxygen into the engine, and it allows them to be able to get those flows into the engine of that liquid oxygen so that they can then power the engine, of course. One of the things that they found out is that when they took the engines, at least 6 of the engines had issues on their oxygen turbopumps, and what happened is that they found moisture in those pumps as part of some of their pre-launch flows and whatnot, that they might have gotten that moisture into the pumps, and that's sort of what they found. 6 engines were swapped at the very least. They found those oxidizer turbopump issues. We've seen 7. But remember, one of them went back to the booster, right? So that sort of lines up with what we have seen so far. And then one of the other things as well is that they confirmed that if they have 3 engines or more of the Raptor engines not igniting at liftoff, they abort the launch. So as part of their launch commit criteria, they can lift off with 2 off, but 3 or more is an abort. And so that's why when those 4 engines did not ignite at T0, they aborted, like the automatic abort system held the count, and it aborted the launch for that day. And so basically they can look at all of those different things that basically stop that. They did that little spin the other day on Wednesday. They were able to check that everything is good with the pumps and that there's nothing going wrong with those. And so they are able to proceed for today's launch.
There we go. And so that was the first launch attempt. Then the second one yesterday that they tried for, they called that one off due to weather, but it wasn't rain or lightning or anything like that. It was actually clouds, and they wanted to have better visuals of everything that was going on. And I'll have more updates on that in just a second. But Scott, it's been great having you here for the launch stream. Scott Manley, everybody, an awesome person on YouTube, been a longtime member of the Kerbal community, a pilot now, even if it's a little private pilot, all of it. Scott, thank you so much for joining. So now, with the clouds that we were talking about, apparently SpaceX is talking more about the weather. So it was cloudy yesterday, that was a bit of an issue, but apparently there's an ability for them to now launch into lightning. I know Alex is working on getting all the details on that, so we'll go to him in just a little bit to get a full update on that. But Ryan, where are we at right now about in the propellant load and the countdown here?
Well, we don't need any official percentage markers to tell you how far things are going, because we have these wonderful frost lines on the side of the vehicle. Look at that. So as you were asking earlier, Sawyer, we have liquid oxygen on is the bottom tank on both Starship and Super Heavy, and liquid methane being the top tank on both vehicles. And as you can see, I'd say we're maybe kind of in the 30% mark on the booster prop load, maybe 20 to 30% on the ship. Hopefully we get some firmer numbers to report shortly, but we are looking good on fueling progress so far, and this will only continue to fill up, because as a reminder, if you weren't hyped already, they load 5,000 metric tons of cryogenic propellant in half an hour. You know, this propellant load is only going to wrap up a couple minutes before they are scheduled to light those 33 Raptor engines and then lift off. This is unprecedented speeds.
Oh my gosh, yes. 22 minutes ago. If you're not excited, we'll get you excited. I mean, come on, this is so cool right now. Give a chance. If you have a second, just hit thumbs up. That way more people can find our stream, not the scam bots that I know are out there trying to, peddle crypto. We're not doing that. We're here for the love of the game. These are our cameras here at NASASpaceflight.com NSF. This is so cool. I say that we're all geeks here. We love doing this. We're just as excited as you are as we continue to watch the propellant load go at this point. So Ryan, when we get past the propellant load complete, once they actually load up all the propellants, which should wrap up at about T-minus 2 minutes, 10 seconds, can you run us through that last 2 minutes of the count there, the last minute?
Absolutely. So we are first going to hit the final hold point. Now, if you weren't with us for the first launch attempt, that hold point has been moved. It used to be at T-minus 40 seconds. That is no longer there. It's been moved up 20 seconds. So it's at T-minus 60 seconds, also T-minus 1 minute. This extra time just gives SpaceX a little bit more breathing room as they get through the very dynamic phases of getting ready for launch. You know, they're about to fly the biggest rocket ever built in 60 seconds time. So it makes sense why they would have wanted to move that hold point back a few seconds. Then we will get the flight director verifying that they are go for launch. That'll be the final go call. That comes up at T-minus 30 seconds. This is shortly followed by the start of the detonation suppression system. This is a system which blows mist into the flame trench to prevent any unwanted detonations. That's where the name comes from. It's meant to suppress detonations. Of course, we saw back at the old launch mount at Pad 1 with Booster 7 in 2022, they did a little bit of a whoopsie which caused a rather energetic event beneath the booster. That system is designed to make sure something like that never happens again, especially with the even more powerful Super Heavy version 3. That's shortly followed by the flame diverter activating, and then the water will actually start to fill up into the trench, followed by the top deck deluge. There are two separate systems that work together: the flame trench deluge to protect the flame trench, the top deck deluge to protect the top deck of the launch mount as the vehicle lifts off and starts, pushing 33 Raptors worth of exhaust onto the launch mount, which we saw on the Pad 1, just how bad a launch mount can look after experiencing that. Pad 2, much beefier, more modern design. Then at T-minus 3 seconds, we'll see the boot. Well, we won't see it, but we'll obviously see the booster engines igniting, and that will be a result of the booster engine startup command. And then fingers crossed at T0, we will get a launch of Starship Flight 13.
If nothing else, as we got for the first attempt, excitement guaranteed. That is for sure. As we pass under 20 minutes now, we were mentioning the first attempt we found out with the issues with those engines that were swapped out. Yesterday's attempt, it was very cloudy, and they wanted clearer skies to get better imagery. But Alex has a little bit more on weather and SpaceX's launch criteria there that we now know about.
Yeah, that's also part of what they were talking before, that when they said yesterday that they scrapped because of visibility, they really meant it. They really want that good visibility, which is why today they're going into propellant load and the sky is clear. It's a bit less blue in this camera, okay, sure, but it's blue skies, no clouds, good visibility. And that is no such. I can see now the engine chill running on that camera view right above where SpaceX is. That is there. So yeah, it's already running there. But this launch in particular, they want to run at a higher dynamic pressure during ascent, and they really want that imagery of the tiles as that. Basically, as you go through the ascent portion, the air hits the tiles, and they want to make sure that none of those fall off from the ship. And so they want to have that imagery as a backup, because they also have sensors, of course, but it's always good to have a backup visual confirmation. However, it means that in yesterday's weather, they could have launched if they did not have that constraint. So yesterday's weather was quite rainy, quite stormy, although by the time of the launch time itself, it was not really that rainy or that stormy, but it was during the morning. They could have launched yesterday if they were to not have that constraint. Dan Hewitt from SpaceX even confirmed that they have run calculations and simulations to be able to ensure that Starship can basically fly in the same kind of weather environment that you will see an airplane. Now, it is true that you don't want to run an airplane all the time through thunderstorms, right? Like, let's be clear here. I want to actually, if I had the opportunity to ask them exactly how many times do they would they really risk a Starship launch through any of those conditions? Probably not a lot of times. An airplane can survive, of course. It can be damaging, though, in certain locations. And we talked about this earlier. I mean, Ryan Weber was talking about that as well. He works on airplanes. So if anybody in our team should know, he definitely knows. It's not a condition that you will definitely desire to fly in. But if you had to fly and you have no other choice, maybe you can take it, right? And so that's basically what they're shooting for as well. Airplane-like operations where, well, there's a thunderstorm above our airport, and we need to go, I don't know, from Florida to Mississippi or something like that. Then yeah, sure, you can fly. Sure, just avoid the worst parts, I guess. But you should be fine even on a storm.
Which is amazing. That's something we talked about earlier in the stakeout stream as well of, well, how are they going to do that hourly flight cadence that they want to do if it's raining or storming? Because most rockets can't fly in it. Although we did see just yesterday a Chinese rocket take off that got struck by lightning on the way uphill and successfully deployed its payloads in orbit still. We don't want to see that with Starship, but it's good to know that they've run the calculations that it can at this point. If something were to happen, still make it into space for that. A reminder, this flight is not going into orbit, though. This is a suborbital flight, which means it will take off from Texas, which is what you see on the screen right there in Starbase, the southeastern part of Texas, and the mission will complete in the Indian Ocean. It will not do a full complete orbit. This is not going to be a booster catch or a ship catch. So as we've seen in the past where they catch the booster in those chopsticks that you see kind of at the top there, the tower on the top left, it will not be doing that for this flight. This flight, the goal is to get the booster to perform its boost back burn and come back and then splash down in the Gulf, if all goes well.
Although, I'm laughing for the back channel because I was sort of pointing out visually for our return feed that there might be, and if just saying for our back channel here as well, keep an eye on that tower for today's flight because maybe they do some simulated catch on the tower. So the booster will do its thing out in the Gulf, right? But who knows what they may do with those chopsticks. They did not move on the previous flight, but that was to be expected. It was probably a bit of a Hail Mary to expect the booster to go all the way to splashdown on the very first flight of version 3. I will have been pleasantly surprised, to be honest, but it was a bit of a long shot. On this flight, however, I do really want and hope and expect them to hit that milestone, and it will not be surprising if they were to do some kind of catch simulation with those chopsticks up there on the tower. So keep an eye on that if you want, and really, I think on Starbase Live we'll have multiple camera views as well, and we can replay those after the flight ends. So definitely lots of different camera views that we can show of that.
Absolutely, and it looks like the landing rails are up for this as well, right?
Come again?
Are the landing rails up for today?
Yes, they are up. You can see there's like a little bit of a bump in the on the chopsticks at the top of them, right? That little bump is the landing rail being lifted, and so it's up there. They are also the catch height and position, basically.
Yeah, for those who don't know, that is what the booster will be caught on, is the little rails that you see on top of those chopstick arms. You'll notice that there are grid fins on the outside of it. There's 3 of them. 2 of them are actually designed to take the weight of it and have it land essentially on those grid fins on top of that, the landing part you see there. See that part sticking up? Kind of looks like a flap on an airplane or something. That is the landing rail there. And there's one on the other side as well.
Yeah, people sometimes think that it's actually the chopsticks sort of hug and keep a grip on the booster or something like that. No, there are actually like little nubs under the grid fins where and then the chopsticks themselves have that landing rail, and so the knobs just basically land on those rails. It's sort of like a, I don't know, like a carrier landing or something like that, just without the cable. Instead of a cable, it's just like a landing rail, basically. It's what it is there. You can see it. It's lifted.
And again, they will not be using it with an actual catch on this flight. We may see the arms close in and do their thing as if it was, but not for this one. And same with the ship, that they have not caught a ship yet. They have caught a booster in the past, but they have not caught a ship, and that will be a future objective.
If they're lucky, if today's flight objectives are all successful, there's a good chance both catches may happen on the next flight. I'm hopeful. Definitely the booster, I think. If they do the splashdown of the booster, it's about time that they get started with super heavy reuse, right? At least the version 3, of course. They've done already 2 reuses, but that was with the previous version of the booster. Maybe with a new version, it'll be a little bit quicker and more faster, I guess, will be the word for that. Yeah.
Hopefully. And again, this is not going orbital, but it is going on a suborbital trajectory. And Ryan, in case people might be out there wondering if they can see Starship fly, what is the trajectory for this where they might be able to see something from it?
Well, Starship is of course going to be flying towards the southeast out of Starbase, just a little slightly different trajectory than what they did on V1. It's going to be threading the needle between the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico and Cuba. So if you're on your holidays in Cancun right now, look up when you see it. Well, you keep the stream on your phone, keep listening to us, but look up when the vehicle starts flying, because you might see something. Or if you're on a cruise in the Caribbean right now, you should also do the same. I'm not guaranteeing you'll see anything, but those sort of areas is probably going to be the best areas to try and see this ship flying, because of course it's going to be flying into sunset, so there might be a little bit of enhanced lighting on the ship compared to ground level. But no promises, no guarantees, but it's worth a look if you have the opportunity.
Absolutely, and they will be doing a payload deployment test of 20 of those Starlink actual V3s, not simulators, actual V3 Starlinks, which will not go into orbit, they will deorbit. But one of the other tests will be an engine relight, as we now pass under 10 minutes to go until launch. And that, I believe, is supposed to occur somewhere over South Africa. So if you're in that area where I believe it'll be night around that point, or close
Indeed.
to it,
yes,
might as well go out and take a look up as well.
Yeah, hopefully they get that in-space relight done today, and that will allow them to be able to do orbital flights from here on.
Absolutely. And if you do catch any video or pictures of it, tag us on the socials. We're at NASA Spaceflight over on X, NASA Spaceflight_IG on Instagram, or on Facebook, Threads, TikTok, Blue Sky. Check it out. There's also some other awesome photos and videos that will be coming from our team out in the field after launch. Looks like, what do we have going on now?
Looks like we have a little bit of flap testing that was taking place.
Yep.
Which is what we usually see around T-minus 10 minutes, which is great to see. We're also almost fully fueled on the ship, 99% oxygen, 97% methane on the booster, approaching 80%, 79% and change on both tanks on the booster. So good progress with fueling, good progress with the flaps.
And it looks like the ship header tanks are now being loaded as well. The main tanks are almost fully loaded. So the header tanks are now being loaded on the booster. It seems like also the landing tanks are pretty much all ready to go as well. So that's good, because we always talk about the bigger tanks, the main tanks, but the landing tanks are also quite important for those 2 stages. It's quite, the main point of returning them back to Earth for reuse.
Yeah, just a little bit. Anything else you're hearing, Alex? Are they working any issues that we know of, at least?
So far so good. There's nothing really of highlight. The weather, as you can see, oh my goodness, it's clear. You can see no clouds. Words. We are 8 minutes away, and folks, I'm already really bad. It's not my native language, and so when I'm also with all of my nerves inside of me, as I am right now, I'm shaking, and so forgive me. But as you can see, clear skies, blue skies, not a single cloud. The only clouds are from that engine chill line on the right-hand side there of the quick disconnect arm, of course, because they're still running that. They're conditioning the engines, preparing them for flight in just 7.5 minutes from now.
All proceeding according to plan, and hopefully, if all goes well, about 15 minutes from now, the ship that you see on the top there will be in space on its suborbital trajectory. Hopefully we see that, and shortly after we see the payload deploy, that engine light test, and a successful splashdown. of which there are plenty of cameras on the ship to see that, and thankfully they do have the live views provided by Starlink from SpaceX from space to get to see that, which is always still mind-boggling to me.
I'm really hopeful that we get some of the camera views from the the actual satellites. 6 of them have cameras on them to look at the heat shield. And one of the things that happened on the last flight, I think they just didn't get much footage because we've seen the same footage all over, but not any more than what we've already seen. Like, you don't see the ship actually rotating. They rotated the ship around so that the satellites could have a view of the tiles and whatnot during that imagery testing that they did of the vehicle. And so I'm hopeful we're going to see more of that in this flight with more satellites. Hopefully they get more data.
Absolutely. And we'll get to see how the cameras view the painted white tiles that they have to simulate missing tiles. And hopefully that's all we see if we don't see any actual missing tiles. But that's what they're doing to
Exactly.
test. That's what they're testing. That's what they want to look for. 6 minutes to go. All of that venting and everything that you see there is still normal. That is still expected. And Ryan, we have a lot of engines on board this thing. A reminder for people how many engines, how much thrust we're expecting. This is going to be quite the show.
We have 33 engines on the booster, 6 engines on the ship. At liftoff, we are expecting just shy of 81,000 kilonewtons of thrust. This is the most powerful rocket ever that has ever been by a significant margin, and it beat the record set by Starship version 2. So SpaceX continuing to beat their own records pretty much with every iteration they make to this vehicle. The power is indescribable.
Well, hopefully you'll be able to see it with your own eyes in 5 minutes from now. Alex, how are they looking over at SpaceX?
Still good to go. You can see there we're approaching the top end now of that tanks, of those main tanks on the booster. The frost line on the booster is very nice because you can see very much up until the end of the tank. When they basically wrap up the loading of propellant, there's barely any steel that you can see on that rocket, on that booster. So we are getting close here to the top of the propellant load operations. Basically in about 2 minutes from now should be the end of that. And so standing by for that, but basically we're gonna see that tower vent come back. We're gonna start seeing the purges on the service structure, on the at the base, at the basically the base of the launch mount. So we're gonna have all of that here coming up in just a couple of minutes from now. And hopefully at T-minus 60 seconds, they're going to go through all of that. T-minus 60 seconds, that's when they do their bend down of the interfaces. They unpin the quick disconnect arm from the tower so that they can swing out at T0. They clear the lines. They do what is called the pushbacks, making sure that everything is getting ready for liftoff. As Ryan was saying earlier, T-minus 25 seconds, detonation suppression system will activate. We'll see like a mist of nitrogen and water under the engines. The water deluge will come on. First, we'll see the diverter at the bottom on the flame trench will come on first. Then the top deck deluge will start. And hopefully just a few seconds later, we'll have the engines and liftoff. So stay tuned because we are just 3 minutes and 10 seconds away from liftoff.
Exactly, and as fast as the propellant load started, it should be wrapping up here in just a little bit. We are about 10 seconds away from booster propellant load completing, so that is the liquid methane and the liquid oxygen on board the booster. That is booster 20, the large part at the bottom, including those little triangles that you see, which is the integrated hot stage ring. So that should be completely fueled. And in about 30 seconds from now, that should wrap up as well on the ship, which also uses the liquid methane and liquid oxygen. 2 minutes, 10 seconds, that should be fully fueled. And if we have confirmation of that, then we will have a completely fueled Starship vehicle with Booster 20 and Ship 40 ready to go on the 13th Starship flight. And the second from Pad 2 here at Starbase. The second of
And looks like the
V3.
purges are now ongoing. You can see at the bottom there. There's a little bit of a vent in there from the bottom of the of the pad and a little bit more. So, okay, both sides of the purge is now going. Oxygen and methane purge is going on. And as a reminder, if they hold a T-minus 60 seconds, they basically can stay there for a few minutes, basically up to 10 minutes or so. The problem will be if they activate the deluge, right? If they go through and they activate the deluge and they have to hold, then that will be a scrub for today. Hopefully that does not happen. So we'll stand by and see what happens in just a few seconds. They're moving the engines. There you go. TVC checkouts. Those, gimbal checks.
So it's a fully
There should be another one at
vehicle.
T-minus 1 minute as well.
Fully fueled vehicle, 90 seconds to go, under 90 seconds. Ryan Caton, I'm going to hand it over to you for the play-by-play for launch.
Thank you, Sawyer Rosenstein. Thank you for tuning in and watching, everybody at home. We're 10 seconds away from that T-minus 60 second gate. Let's find out, fingers crossed, if we're going to hold or if we're going to push right through. And we are pushing through. No hold in the countdown. 50 seconds to go until launch. I'm not sure why our clock is showing a hold. We are not holding. We are pushing straight through. T-minus 30 seconds to go. Standing by for the detonation suppression system. There it is. Next up will be the deluge system in the flame trench and then the top deck. Here we go. Here comes the deluge. Standing by for ignition. We have ignition and liftoff of Starship Flight 13. "50 seconds into flight, if you can hear me over the rumble, with 3 engines lit on booster 20. We're pushing down range, we're passing through max Q, the maximum aerodynamic stress this vehicle will face during flight. And we look to be through that milestone without an issue. Next up is going to be most engines cut off, or MECO, 2 minutes and 18 seconds into flight. About a minute away from right now. Beautiful tracking views with this beautiful weather as we continue to push down range. Over 2,000 kilometers per hour in velocity, approaching 20 kilometers in altitude, 90 seconds into flight. Looking good. On the trackers, 1 minute 40, 3,400 kilometers per hour in speed now. Looking down on South Texas below, not a cloud in the sky. Well, only clouds left by the rocket, that is. And we're now starting the roll for hot staging. We're going to see all 6 ship engines light up in a specific pattern to try and flip the booster in the correct direction. Of course, last flight, as we look on board with the engines on booster 20, incredible view, coming up on stage separation. Standing by, looks like we've got ignition on.
Wow.
And the booster flip.
Oh.
There it goes.
Look at that flip.
Super speedy
so
flip.
Much better.
All 33 engines running on the booster for boost back burn. Wow.
Right now, the booster is going to be pulling 11 to 12 G.
Okay, the outer engine's now down. 13 engines on.
as planned.
Yep, as planned. 3 engines now on the center for the boost back burn on the booster and shutdown.
They've only done and fixed it.
That's what we want to see. That's what we wanted to see. Okay, next up for the booster is going to be the landing burn. That starts 6 minutes and 27 seconds into flight and lasts for just shy of 30 seconds. So that's going to be a big milestone if they can make that happen. Of course, not coming back to the launch site. We're going to the Gulf. We're going to be ditching in the drink. But still, if they can pull that off, then perhaps a catch is on the table for Flight 14. Meanwhile, we look to the right, we look to the ship. Over 7,300 kilometers per hour in speed right now. All 6 Raptors continuing to run. And if that thing does a good job, we could be going to orbit next flight as well. This flight is a big moment for Starship. From the ground, this is our tracking camera. We're keeping lock on Booster 20 as it begins to plummet back to Earth.
If all goes well, hopefully, as we've seen in the past, we will see the burn and potentially the explosion that is expected once it goes over the Gulf. If it hovers as planned and then comes down, we will expect to see a fireball.
My main question is whether it's going to be soft or the one that sort of hovers well above the water, because I don't think they have specified. I will guess maybe the latter, the one that hovers at an altitude so that it doesn't bob in the water for a long time. But you never know. Maybe they want to go out and fish maybe some of those engines. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
And we can see the live view from Booster 20 on the right-hand side. That is the coast and the shadow of the launch plume coming back into view from the booster. It's currently 86 kilometers in altitude and falling. That is going to be 0 kilometers in altitude in barely 2 minutes' time.
You can see the puffs from those coal gas jet thrusters, or the thrusters, excuse me, not coal gas jet, the ones that, as they release pressure from inside. So the same ones they use to relieve pressure, the same ones they use for attitude control.
It might be doing some of the chill downs for that landing burn later down the line. Sometimes they also dump a little bit of what remains on the main tanks.
And we can see from the ground the booster is got a little tail behind it, which makes it easier to identify from the ground. 5.5 minutes into flight now, coming up on that landing burn, scheduled to start in just under 60 seconds from now. On the ship side, a quick update, continuing to see 6 out of 6 Raptors approaching 12,000 kilometers per hour in velocity. So far, so good for ship 40. Look at the clouds in the background. This is just a great demonstration of how fast this booster is traveling. 40 kilometers in altitude now, 4,000 kilometers per hour in velocity, a few seconds away from the landing burn. We should see 13 Raptors light, down selecting to 5, and then down selecting to 3 whilst it hovers above the Gulf. Here we go. Deep breaths coming up on the landing burn. 20 seconds.
Lucky number 13.
Indeed.
You can see the frost, I think, which is like our patch.
You can. That's the white line that you see towards the bottom of the booster there.
Okay, 5 seconds from those engines igniting. Let's take a look at the booster. Can it do it? Looks like we had a flash, but nothing more. We had a few engines igniting, not all of them, and that is an explosion on the Gulf. An unsuccessful landing burn for Booster 20. Or is it? Yeah, plummeting into the ocean there.
Yeah. There you go. Well, it tried its best. Good job, Booster 20.
It looked like either 8 or 9 engines only ignited when they were expecting 13, and then it down selected to about 4, I think it was.
And there we go. We can see the live simulation simulating a catch at the pad. Of course, should this have been a catch attempt, the booster would be plummeting into the flats next to the pad because of that unsuccessful landing burn. But a good simulation on the pad nonetheless. 7 minutes into flight. Meanwhile, the ship continuing to fly with 6 Raptors firing, over 20,000 kilometers per hour in velocity now, 150 kilometers in altitude. Coming up on Seco, ship engine cutoff scheduled for 8 minutes and 5 seconds into flight, so we're just over 30 seconds away from that milestone. But these beautiful views from ship 40 looking back down to Earth, a big improvement on the previous flight so far for the booster. Let's see if the ship can do the same. Just a little bit further to push for ship 40.
Yeah. Should be close to RVAC shutdown and then the sea levels will shut down.
I think we just heard sonic booms on our microphones that we had. That we heard a dun dun and a dun dun. I believe that was the sonic booms. But let's take a look at the ship very quickly. A few seconds away from shutdown. All 6 go off at the same time.
Okay. That's nice.
A new change I'm getting from Alex. There we go. Suborbital insertion at 26,508 kilometers per hour, 149 kilometers in altitude.
That looked much better than the last
And that was
flight.
a
It helps
nominal
having all
orbital
6
insertion.
engines. Nominal orbital insertion. Love to hear that. Exactly where it needs to go, even though it's suborbital insertion technically.
Looks like now they're depressurizing there, getting ready for that payload deployment later.
Indeed, payload deploy coming up at T plus 16 minutes and 40 seconds. We will see 20 Starlink V3 satellites, real Starlink V3 satellites deployed, 6 of which have been equipped with cameras to image the ship like we saw on the previous flight. That deployment sequence is going to last for just about 10 minutes or so until T plus 27 minutes and 39 seconds.
There's a camera on one of the flaps, by the way. That's why it keeps moving in and out.
But so far, so good for the ship. Of course, wonderful to see the improvements on the last flight. We had a good, healthy set of Raptors all the way uphill for the ship. Unfortunately, the booster was unable to pull off, and Jay Keegan's graphic is working. Live telemetry from the ship, the live position on Earth. You can see they're just passing to the south of Cuba. Well done, Jay. It works. I'm very proud of you. But there you go. And of course, the live views from the ship as well. So on the booster side, unfortunately, we didn't get a healthy landing burn, so it plummeted into the Gulf with only a few engines running, but we did get to see for the first ever time that 33 engine boost back burn, and as I said at the time, that booster would have been pulling 11 to 12 G's of force as it performed that flip and boost back. That's just like the amount of propellant they load onto this thing. That amount of thrust is just incomprehensible. It's incredible.
But also proof that this is still a test flight, with it not doing the full landing burn as planned. But it got much further than last time. That is for sure.
It did.
It seems like that ignition sequence works.
It reminds me of version 1 again, where if you remember, Booster 9 did not make the boost back burn. Then Booster 10 did the boost back burn, but not the landing burn. And then we had to wait until Booster 11 to do the boost back burn and the landing burn and soft splashdown. So yeah, maybe that's sort of my main question now. It's like, are they confident enough with that data from that landing burn to do a catch on the next flight, or will they have to do another splashdown? That's sort of the main question that I have for the next flight. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Obviously, the ship's still continuing its thing, getting ready for that payload deployment, which should occur around 16 minutes into flight, so about 5 minutes from now.
Yeah, and hopefully we haven't had a repeat of how the ships did with the first V2 flights, at least, where the first one, so far, the first ship flight was very successful, and hopefully we see that again today, which so far, even better, with all 6 of those engines firing all the way through.
Continuing to reposition. Thankfully, we do have the live attitude telemetry as well, so we can actually see the ship readjust its attitude in real time. So it is getting into the correct position where it's going to be deploying those 20 Starlink V3 satellites. And yeah, that is going to be coming up quickly because, of course, you know, it always feels like the last 60 seconds of the countdown last forever, and then you blink, and then suddenly we're an hour into flight. That's how it always feels for every single one of these test missions. So, yeah, that's going to come up quickly in a few minutes' time.
It really does. As fast as the launch goes, the flight portion itself somehow manages to go even faster.
And you can see the limb of the Earth there from onboard Ship 40. That is just beautiful as we head towards the Terminator, of course, entering sunset very shortly. So if you are in the Caribbean or you're on a cruise in the Caribbean, you can see the live map on the left-hand picture, the live views on the right-hand picture. Go outside, look up, and Ship 40 is currently spewing, you know, RCS into the surrounding area, so it makes it a little bit easier to see, you know?
Yeah, dumping whatever remaining propellant they have on the main tanks. But what is that? Huh?
Hey.
Look at that.
Well, I mean, technically, where's the booster right now? It's just off the shore there. It's saying, "Wish you were here," splashing down with us in the Gulf. Hey, is that Mechazilla? Like the chopstick arms of Mechazilla there? It is. This is our special "Wish You Were Here" merch for successfully getting that boost back burn. And even if it wasn't the most successful landing part, it was basically on target, exactly where it needed to be. I mean, we all missed it. We all miss seeing the booster come back. Come on, especially Mechazilla, who's saying, "Wait for me! It's my turn next," with that little sweat waiting for it to come back to it. I love that. Also, I love how there's a little Tesla Cybertruck in the bottom by the feet for scale. This is just a great design from our shop team.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it got basically a bit of a, because obviously the booster did not come back for the catch, and to be honest, probably thankfully, because that booster landing burn was a bit sketchy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
By the
saw
way,
it there
for
continuing. Sorry, I was just going to say we saw it there continuing to descend. I'm just scrolling back at the telemetry from that phase of the flight, and you know it wasn't fantastic. They lost a lot of the engines, and yeah, they came into the ocean a bit faster than intended.
Yeah. Ryan Weber was checking out as well, pointing out it appeared that 10 of them ignited, then it went down to 8, then 5. And obviously, considering it was supposed to go 15 to 5 to 3, it was going a little faster than they had originally planned. For
13 to 5 to 3.
13. What did I say?
You said 15.
Anyway, I think because I saw we're coming up on 15 minutes. We're coming up on 15 minutes into flight. That's why I was thinking it at that point.
Yeah. If you saw that graphic from Ryan earlier in the stream about the launch trajectory, you can see we're getting close now to north of Venezuela. That's around where that payload deployment starts. We're about a minute, excuse me.
I was going to say, it feels like it's going quickly, but not that quickly.
Yeah, we are about a minute out from that. Maybe we'll see the payload door deploying. Or not deploying, more like opening.
Yep.
I guess. Yep, I think it's open now. I see a gap.
Hopefully some lights will turn on, maybe? Or maybe there are lights on, but it's just so bright because it's sunset that we can't actually see them.
Yeah, just get the plume interaction there from that venting that you see. The venting also the reaction control system.
Yeah, and the door is open, is confirmed now.
Okay, so we are 1 minute away from payload deployment starting. Of course, if you saw the Critical Path documentary that was released a couple of weeks ago, NSF alumni Thomas Berghardt was a key component of getting that Starlink deployment sequence up and going, and we saw him in the Star Factory, so let's hope his hard work pays off, eh?
Yeah, you can see now the lights thanks to going into orbital night.
That blue glow is spectacular.
Absolutely. Okay, here we go.
That's so beautiful.
We have passed the point of payload deploy start.
This time we'll see the real Starlink V3s, not mass simulators, not Dodger dogs, the real deal.
Hopefully we'll see them.
If all goes well.
Of course, these flight timeline events are dynamic, so we are... Oh,
ooh, there we go.
Inside the ship, and it looks like the first one's getting ready to go out.
Our first Starlink V3 getting deployed out of Starship. Huge milestone for the team out here.
There they go.
Okay, so of course there's 20 of these satellites to be deployed, 6 of which with cameras. I'm going to do some big brain maths here and assume that it's the last 6 that'll have the cameras because they'll be closest to the ship.
No, really?
Yeah, I know. That's a crazy theory from me. I mean, that's really outlandish.
Yeah. Not like they did that with the 2 Dodger dogs last flight. No. Hopefully one of them has a light on it, like we saw last time where they had the lights on the ones that had the cameras.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if all 6 have the lights. Maybe. Oh, there's another one. Goodbye.
And it's worth noting that while these are real V3s, they will be doing some testing with them to make sure they can communicate, but they are not propelling themselves into an orbit of any kind. They will burn up on re-entry.
And
there goes another. This is so cool to see live.
Especially the exterior view.
Yeah.
So that will be, what 4 of them now out? 16 more to go. We need to have like a counter. Maybe for the next flight.
Yeah. Or add a Starlink or payload deploy counter, maybe. I don't know.
Exactly, yeah.
Chat can help us keep count. How about that? Chat keeps us up to date with the number.
Well done, Sawyer. That's a great idea.
Thank you.
And another one. You can sort of see in the reflection of the door, not on the door itself, but like on the edge of the door when a Starlink is about to cross. There goes another one, and there it is. See?
Ta-da! I think we're also seeing a little glint off of one of the shrouds for the probe and drogue docking system there. Just became uncovered again by that deploying satellite. That's cool to see. Of course, they jut out a little bit from the ship.
Yeah.
And they have 2 of these stacked in a row, it seems like, similar to last time, right? Where they deploy one and there's a second one right behind
2
it.
of them.
And then they adjust the height of the deployer to line up with the PEZ dispenser.
Yep, the PEZ dispenser will be able to hold 30 pairs, so 60 satellites on in total. Right now they're only carrying 20. Well, no longer. Now 14. Sorry, 13, because there's another one going away. But yeah, once it's fully loaded, it's 60 of those satellites.
I have a theory, okay? This might be a crazy conspiracy theory, but SpaceX are showing less of the internal views. Maybe they don't want us to see some secret proprietary technology on the satellites.
You wouldn't be too far off if I were to guess. It looked very crowded inside of that payload bay. It's definitely way different when it's a real satellite rather than, I don't know, a block of concrete or something.
An old satellite with a rod stuck through it.
Or that, yes. But yeah, so you were mentioning they're testing those satellites, and that is an important part because they have not deployed. These satellites are much larger than the ones that they fly on Falcon 9, and they have big solar panels, right? And so those need to be deployed. There's another one. I've lost the count by now. I think there's still 11 remaining. But yeah, so they are very big. They need to be deployed. They also need to talk down to the ground. They need to connect to the existing Starlink constellation through their own laser system. And so all of this technology is sort of like a sprint. They really need to test all of this within the next 20 minutes because at T plus 47 minutes they're going through re-entry. And so yeah,
half of them are deployed at this point.
And one update from before, by the way, they did say that they were still on track to do that in-space relight test of the engine. They, by this time last flight, that was not the case. So they're still tracking that. So that's great news that they're still trying to do that later. What are we now? 11 satellites in now? 9 to go?
Yep.
Okay.
And that'll be critical, that in-space relight, because they need to do that to prove that they can do a deorbit burn once they do go orbital, which bodes well potentially for the next flight.
Yeah, and not throw this off into a suborbital flight for demise. Instead, they will be able to actually operate in space. That will be nice. You can see some storms, which is kind of crazy. Down on Earth.
Little bits of lightning.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I just saw a flash. I feel like I'm an Artemis 2 astronaut seeing a micrometeorite hitting the moon's surface right now.
Let's not go there.
I already missed the Artemis 2 crew.
Me too. Okay, that will be 13 satellites now, if I'm counting correctly. 7 more to go.
And that would match up with the timings because this payload deploy demonstration is meant to wrap up 27 minutes and 39 seconds into flight. So they're on target.
There goes another one.
And in theory, these next 6 are the ones that will have the cameras on board.
So hopefully we get some lighting, please, like last time.
Yeah, 6 more to go. Hopefully the one with the cameras. After that, by the way, I don't know if you guys remember from Flight 12, the ship then starts sort of rolling and rotating. So keep an eye on that bottom right corner where there's the attitude indicator of the ship, because that'll be the key to see that. Of course, in the middle of the night, as they are right now, it's going to be hard.
There we go. There's 15.
Yeah. 5 more to go.
Any lights, please?
Hang on.
16.
Maybe lights on the last ones. I have hope.
I'm wondering if we maybe see views from only the last ones, given the whole not wanting to see what's going on inside, it seems like they're doing.
Let's give it some time.
I'll be patient, don't worry.
Yeah, last time we didn't get it back live anyway. They played it back about 10 minutes after, so...
That is true. I would not be surprised if that were the case as well here, that they don't put out the footage until after, because it takes a while. When it's not the regular connectivity that they use, for example, right now here on these views of Starship, it takes a little bit more processing and whatnot. But there we can see that should be the 17th satellite and the 18th out there as well. Final row.
I did just see someone asking in chat, why is it always dark when Starship does these deploys? Well, that's because A, it was light in Starbase, and B, it will be light when it splashes down in the Indian Ocean, because SpaceX said they didn't launch yesterday because of clouds. They want the imagery. Clear skies and bright sun helps, so they wanted to launch and land in the sunlight.
And now imagine, because they'll be able to compare that. Hopefully they get imagery from these satellites that they're deploying now. And also, they're going to get the imagery from the splashdown out in the Indian Ocean. So they'll be able to compare the ship tiles across all 3 points in the flight. Where are the other two? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, we're sat here in silence because we're anticipating these satellites to deploy. It's like, come on, any second.
By the way, they have given a go for the relight, so confirming
that's what we want to hear.
They didn't do it last flight because they had an engine out on the way uphill. So with all 6 running, it's a good sign.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm obviously not going to speak too soon.
Oh,
here we go.
There's
we've got
the
lights. Let there be light.
Oh boy.
Okay. And the next one's going to come out.
Where are the other last 2?
They're being fashionably late. I hope we didn't miss them.
They're not showing the payload bay.
I'm sure we'd be getting
about
shouted at by
left.
now if we missed them.
Yeah.
Well, we are a few seconds away from when this payload deployment sequence is meant to be wrapping up.
Oh,
More lights?
More lights?
I wonder if they're waiting for all those other lights to turn
And
on
here we
for the
go.
last one.
There we go. Finally.
That one has its light turned on as well, I think. Unless it's just shining or reflecting the light. Maybe it's just reflecting the light.
It looks like the light's backing away, so it might have it.
Those 2
And
took
there's
a
the
little bit
final
longer.
one. Yeah.
They're
special,
finally
Alex.
out.
And that's 20 for 20 satellites, real V3 Starlink satellites deployed. I mean, Flight 13, Starlink finally deploying an actual payload of, substance. I mean, you can see the SpaceX teams there. They're going to be absolutely chuffed. And well done, NSF alumni Thomas Burkhart. Your system worked. Congratulations.
Thomas Fan Club, for those that remember.
Oh, wow. That's
the good old days.
Proud member. Oh, you can see the satellites. Look at that.
Oh, and the reflection.
Yeah. Wow.
Thank you, satellites. We have a great view of Ship 40.
And now we'll see how many of those were just the white painted tiles to simulate missing ones, and how many of them are actually missing, if any.
Indeed.
Wow.
And there you go, the live map location on the left-hand side, passing over Ascension Island. We're halfway across the Atlantic, and we'll be headed for the coast of Namibia.
I wonder if people around that area will be able to see the actual Starlink train as well.
Well, if it's still lighting up the ship, then, I mean, this thing is 50 meters tall and 9 meters in diameter. I mean, it's going to be hard to miss. So if you are in South Africa, Namibia, that part of the world, look up in a few minutes' time. You can see the live map on the left-hand side. And
wow. Look at the little lights. Can we show that full screen, please?
It's a huge Starlink train in space, from space.
Yeah, look at that.
Wow. The lights.
Oh, they're doing gimbal checks on the engines, by the way, right now, for that relight.
And this is that rotation you were talking about with the little thrust there, right?
And you can see the flap moving now as well.
Yeah, rotating. Look at the attitude indicator on the bottom right.
And you can just about make out the surface of the Earth and the cloud, or the ocean of the Earth and the clouds, and more Starlinks. That's beautiful.
Oh, there they are.
Oh man, I really hope we get footage of this.
Look at that.
Oh,
wow. I wonder if these are actually more visible because they have their solar panels deployed. Will that be visible? Hang on, I'm trying to look carefully. Because obviously the more surface area, the more that you can reflect, and especially solar panels tend to be a bit more reflective. Wow.
That's a live Starlink train from space.
Oh, this is going to be so cool when it's actually operational.
Gotta remember to pick my jaw up off the ground.
Yeah, that's why we're so quiet, because our jaws are on the floor.
Yep.
Wow. And you can see, thanks to the attitude telemetry, it is rolling around now. Intentionally, the ship is. So getting good imagery of all angles. Most importantly, of course, the heat shield behind.
Little bit of a barbecue roll. It also, you can see that there's like a pre-planned pattern of movement for the flaps that they're doing. I wouldn't be surprised if that was also to image the flaps at different angles. Because there's also like tiles on the hinge area and things like that in the back of the flaps and all that stuff. So probably for that purpose. And finally, views by Starlink.
Yeah, I mean,
They forgot.
They forgot to put the ad on stream.
Yeah. Hey, gotta pay the bills, right? We know that.
Which you could help with by getting the new Wish You Were Here merch at shop.nasaspaceflight.com after the splashdown.
There you go. I think we're also trying some metal prints, I think. So keep an eye on that as well. As we are keeping an eye, of course, on the ship.
It's not the fastest upload system in the world, so prints are en route. They are on the way. But poor Lindsay on the shop team is doing her best to get some awesome prints that I've seen at the corner of my eye. So do stay tuned for those if you want something to put on your wall.
I've seen a certain picture by a certain Max Evans, which is Starship next to the moon. Just saying.
Oh, I just saw it.
And I think it's already on the shop, so there you go. It's already available as a print. If you look through the merch shop there, Flight 13 passes the moon. It's cold. Really, really nice.
There it is. Look at
Yep,
that
that one.
shot. Oh man. Starship
Really good
right by
timing
the moon.
and framing.
Yep, that is Max Evans out in the field shooting that.
I just wanted to say, on the previous flight, we had one of our robotic trackers get a similar shot, and a load of people in our Discord server, our member Discord, was like, "Can we get that as a print? Can we get that as a print? Can we get that as a print?" And we had to be the bearer of bad news and say, "Sorry guys, but our robotic trackers, although they are great at tracking, they're not very high resolution. If it would just look." It would be terrible quality for a print. And Max has only, on the next flight, got the timing absolutely spot on and turned around an identical print with a proper camera taken by a person. I mean, that is just a spectacular image. shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Flight 13 passes the moon. Fingers crossed Starship will be landing on said moon in a couple years' time. But we'll just have to wait and see on that one.
Exactly. Yeah, he said he pre-planned that shot just for that about 30 seconds into flight. And a reminder, if you do get a print, a cut of that goes to the photographer who took it as well.
Yep, supporting their work.
And while you're there, check out the new, I know I mentioned it, but the Wish You Were Here merch is so cool with Mechazilla taking a look at the booster out in the water.
You're
and
like,
you'll think
"Oh,
of Pink
where are you
Floyd.
going?"
And you'll think of Pink Floyd every time you see it, too. If it's not stuck in your head, then I don't know what we're doing wrong.
About 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go to that relight test. Of course, the timing may vary a little bit, like it's sometimes a few seconds here and there, to the left, to the right, as it adjusts to real-time conditions. But yeah, should be just less than 4 minutes from now.
We'll get more stuff from the field. This is a shot from Jerry Pike.
Nice.
Oh, gorgeous. The plume on that. In fact, it looks like it's from the same type of view that you see on the top right of your screen there.
Yeah.
Now approaching the coast of Africa, that is Namibia, so I'm not sure if we'll see city lights, but if you are in that part of the world, start looking up. Keep the stream on your phone so you can still listen to our glorious commentary. But do go outside, look to the sky, and if you see something that does look right, speak to NSF on our social platforms. You'll find us at NSF, at NASA Spaceflight, official NSF, something along those lines. You'll find us. We don't have a number you can text though.
You can also see on the telemetry on the ship, the speed is picking up, the altitude is dropping. That is normal. That is part of the flight trajectory. Remember, it is a suborbital trajectory. It is currently, no matter what happens on this relight test, it is going through that. You can see on the map on the left, on the Indian Ocean, there's an area, red area there. That is the re-entry area for that ship. So whether this burn succeeds or not, it's going in that area. I think those are more Starlinks
in the
on
bottom
the back
right
of the ship. Yeah, bottom right, and I think some of them on the left as well, right? Or is that city lights? I don't know what city lights, what Starlinks.
Yeah, the bottom right ones are definitely Starlinks, given that they're super bright and in a row.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll be able to get video of the relight as well.
This is interesting because it looks like the relight, instead of what they've done on previous flights, it's probably going to be done facing south, so it's going to be like a sideways burn. On previous flights, it was more like a prograde burn in the direction of the flight. This one is sort of like to the side.
Radial?
Yeah. No, not radial, more like normal. I think it's what you will use on KSP on Kerbal Space Program will be like anti-normal in this case because it's facing south.
I already see people asking when Flight 14. Flight 13 isn't even over yet, folks.
Ask us in about 30 minutes. Okay, 30 minutes from now, that ship should be in the ocean.
Sounds fair to me.
Yeah. Definitely about the booster, you could think, well, maybe not a catch. We'll see what they do with that. But yeah, ship still 30 more minutes.
Unfortunately, I think we are just about to lose that sole Starlink satellite that remains in the background. It's about to go behind the ship.
Well, it was probably going to get away from view with that relay, if I were to guess.
Yes, that is a fair point, Alex. And I think we can also see some lights on the ground which are moving at a different rate to the light on that Starlink satellite. It's difficult to see because the bit rate is a bit... Guys, they're transmitting live from 146 kilometers in altitude, going 26,500 kilometers per hour. We can cut them some slack on the bit rate.
Yeah, as soon as we mention the bitrate, the views from Starlink text goes away.
Yes. Coincidence? I think not.
Well, don't worry, there's another Starlink satellite up at the top of the ship there, so even if we lost the other one. See, 3 of them, in fact. I just saw someone saying that they see it in Johannesburg.
Apparently, the relay might be a little bit longer than usual for the previous relay tests, up to 14 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's keep an eye on the telemetry. It's just appeared on
Probably
the bottom
white
right.
To the south.
Here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Ignition.
There's one. Oh, look at that interaction.
Oh.
I'm very jealous of that person in Johannesburg right now. And shut down. That was spectacular.
There we go. So that probably explains why it was facing south instead of facing forward for this relay, because it was a little bit longer than the ones that they did in previous flights.
Yep.
So probably not the best idea to do it in the prograde orientation, just in case it enters orbit.
And as the flap moves, you can see the city lights below. So there's definitely people there who would have seen that. And again, I'll say it, if you got a picture of that, do tag us on socials. Not because I want to do it as a plug, but because I genuinely am begging to see what that looked like from the ground, because it looked beautiful from the onboard views. And that literally happened right over Johannesburg. I mean, I'm very jealous of that person in Johannesburg right now.
I saw at least 3 people say, I see it. So...
That's so cool.
Magical.
Oh, man. By the way,
Yeah,
SpaceX did say that they are able to talk to all 20 of the Starlink satellites that were deployed.
Nice. Well, this sort of sets them up now for a little bit of an orbital flight, maybe next flight? We'll see.
Ooh, someone in Eswatini also saw it. A lot of people in the southern parts of Africa there.
Let's go. That's so cool. And we kind of need to compose ourselves slightly because we're just 6 minutes away from entry interface, boys and girls. Things come at you fast. As I warned you when we got to suborbital insertion, we're about to hit re-entry for the second time with Starship V3. I'd say re-entry was one of the most successful parts of the last flight, of course, with its prolonged Raptor burn, thanks to the RVAC they lost on ascent. They had to kind of skip off the atmosphere, showcasing the ship's aerodynamics. But they had that beautiful 6 out of 6 Raptors all the way through, successful Raptor relight. I mean, this is going to be their first proper, full-on, planned re-entry sequence, I should say, that we've ever seen with this version of Starship.
Yeah. A lot of these flashes that you see is because they're venting, and they're still, like, they're obviously in space in quotes here, like 122 kilometers in altitude, but it's low enough, and you have still some air enough there that you see ionization from how fast the ship is going. There's no proper re-entry plasma, but there's air there, and so you see a lot of those interactions between what it's venting, the ship itself as well, basically being in the way of that air that it's encountering. But yeah, not proper plasma, but still some cool light show that you can see there as it's venting and sort of changing its attitude. You could also see it earlier with
Oops, sorry. I was going to say, I wonder if people over at Madagascar will get to see parts of the re-entry coming in.
Yeah. Man, I still cannot... I don't know. I can stop thinking about that engine relight that we saw, the views from the flap cam. I remember they used to show the engines, the engine bay, and it looked cool. And I always thought, man, I don't want them to stop doing that. I may have different thoughts after today. I'm not too mad that they showed the flap cam this time around instead of the engine bay camera. 'Cause that was cool.
Starting to see a little glow.
Yeah. Ooh.
I think we both saw the same thing at the same time,
Yep.
Alex. We saw lightning from the right-hand box.
Yep.
Just over Madagascar. Okay, coming up on entry interface, scheduled 47.5 minutes into flight. More lightning.
Thankfully, they're not landing around that area with the lightning. Although they say now that they can fly through that lightning. So
Well,
yeah, sure.
Why not test it?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Lightning and plasma.
Man, this is so cool.
It reminds me a bit of the astrophage scene from Project Hail Mary.
Good attitude for entry, by the way. Just being called out. So that's great news.
And you can see that on the bottom right as well with the live telemetry. So on board with the engines. Look at this. You can see the engines being lit up by the plasma of re-entry. And the greens and the purples and the magentas and the whites and all the other hues, all the other colour names you can think of. We're seeing it right now. It almost looks like we're re-entering Eve's atmosphere in Kerbal Space Program, you know?
Ooh, that too.
I wonder if we'll see the Starlinks burn up in the background like we saw on the previous flight. I know they've done the relight test, of course, but maybe...
We'll just have to wait and see. I mean, technically they're bigger because they're the V3s and not the V2s with a rod stuck through them, so maybe that'll have something to do with it. I guess this will also provide SpaceX data on V3, on Starlink version 3, disintegratability, if that's a word, because of course these satellites...
Demisability, I think it is, or something like that.
Thank you, Alex. Because these satellites are designed to have an end of life. They're designed to re-enter Earth's atmosphere safely. They're designed to be consistently and constantly replenished. So hopefully we see something.
Also, it's worth noting, by the way, 45 minutes after launch, the road has reopened fully in Starbase.
You know, we usually wrap up when the road opens, right? So.
Yeah. Okay, let's end. See you in the next one.
Plasma really starting to build up now, especially around those aft flaps there.
Speed, it looks like it's slowing down the increase in speed. Still going up, but like 1 kilometer per hour, just a tiny bit every time.
Yeah, it's fluctuating a little bit. And of course we are now dipped below 100 kilometers, so we get that wonderful extra decimal point of precision on the altitude telemetry there.
And I think the speed now will start going down. Yes, come on.
It's gone down by 1.
We're slowing
down. Will it go
down.
to 7 or will it go to 9? Oh, it goes to 7. You're right, Alex. You're always right.
Wow.
And as we look at that flap there, I have to say, I'm seeing a little bit of warping, but nothing like we saw on the early V1 flights.
Oh, everything looking good under there as well. That was one of the issues for the early V2 Starships was fires occurring under there, although that was on the launch portion. Looks really good now.
Whoa. Was that a vent?
I think so. Yeah, I think it was venting from the methane tank there on the side.
You can see the exhaust of the vent getting dragged out from literally getting dragged out of the ship, thanks to the forces it's now enduring in re-entry.
Flaps, of course, now have control of the ship. Atmospheric drag being big enough that those flaps now have that good attitude control of the ship. Before that, it was all just on the thrusters because they didn't have enough drag to be used, basically, to be of use, I should say. Oh boy, this time, this 15 minutes of re-entry always make me very anxious. I don't know about you.
I mean, as fast as the other part feels, as slow as the entry portion feels.
Yeah. I don't know how they did it in the shuttle era, Sawyer, because, of course, the later half, they had the telemetry in their relay satellite system, but on the first half, they did not have any of that. So they'd have blackouts. They basically could not communicate with the crew for 30 minutes. Yeah.
There was still the plasma blackouts even in the return, and then you were basically looking at a dotted line on a map in mission control. There was never live views of it from space. So
yeah. But at least on the later half, I mean, they still had at least communications, which is what I mean.
Yeah.
Because they, just like Starship here, the shuttle also had its own very big shadow on its own plasma tail. And so it could be able to beam back communications through that shadow, through that emptiness that it created in the plasma trail. So Starship uses that to be able to communicate with Starlink constellation and stream this video that we can see right here, and of course send the telemetry that we're also here seeing here at the bottom of the screen as well. But yeah, look at that, the plasma warping around the catch pin on the left.
Oh wow.
I mean, we were talking back in the V1 days, like, how are they going to do a ship catch? Are they going to have a pin? They're going to have some sort of deployable pin system, right? Like landing gear on a plane, because there's no way these pins could be exposed to re-entry. Well, there you go. I don't know. I've forgotten exactly how many structural pins they've flown by this point, but that's a landing catch pin flying in the brunt of re-entry without issue.
Let's see, 37, 38, and 39, and this is 40, so 4 times. They've flown more, but through re-entry, proper re-entry, this is the 4th.
Look how
that was a view of the forward flap.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a little something coming off the aft end of the ship there. Now been blocked by the vent, I think.
Yeah, remember they had test tiles on the aft skirt for this
Yep.
flight with new attachment mechanisms. So if those came off, then that's a bit of a gap in the tile system there on the thermal protection system.
But it's also a successful test at that point too of learning what
Of course,
works and what
because
doesn't.
Exactly, because they gathered the data for that. You're right. You're technically right. The best kind of right.
And that's the best kind of right.
Exactly.
And I just want to say, if you see some, blockiness, some glitchiness in the video, don't complain. This is live video from multiple cameras of re-entry. Re-entry is famous for having a blackout period, a period where astronauts cannot contact the ground cannot contact the astronauts. Starship, thanks to its size, literally its size, has enough space in its plume to shoot up a Starlink connection and downlink these live views. This is unprecedented stuff, and my mind is just as blown now as it was all the way back on Flight 3 in, what was that, 2024? My goodness, how time has flown.
Yeah, if you were to watch a Dragon re-entry, Dragon is also a SpaceX spacecraft, but it's a capsule. Even if they were able to put, I don't know, a Starlink terminal on the nose cone, that would be weird, but if they even were able to do that, they will not be able to shoot any signals back to the Starlink constellation because the plasma basically engulfs the entire capsule. They still have even a heat shield on the back of the capsule instead of just the main heat shield at the front, right? And so it just envelops the whole thing. Whereas here, you can sort of see even some of that wake, some of that sort of the backside of where there's no plasma around the ship. You can even see its own wake in that plasma trail. So
and that vent is shut off now.
Yeah. I'm guessing they're probably about to start engine chill, if I'm not mistaken. Look at the edge of the flap there. Wow.
And the views have recovered, so we can put the views by Starlink thing back on screen now because the views look better. I'm just kidding, of course. So Alex, because they're going to start engine chill, that means we'll see the ship quick disconnect arm at Starbase start venting, right?
Yeah, sure. No, but I have not heard the call out. I just said that I imagine that it is around this time, because it's usually about 15 minutes or so before that landing burn. We're actually less than that. We're about 12 minutes away from the landing burn start, so she'll already be underway. More venting.
More venting. Jinx.
Still holding steady, which is good.
Yeah, there was that one view from the other flap where it looked a little sparky, but nothing out of the ordinary.
And unlike the last flight, I don't know if you guys have been keeping good track of this. I've tried, but of course I'm looking at other things as well. It doesn't seem like they did what they did last time of going up in altitude. Instead, this time around, they're just continuing to drop in altitude as they're continuing to do the re-entry. This last flight, they had the engine out, remember, on ascent, and then they couldn't do the relight test. And the ship ended up just lifting itself up during re-entry a little bit to extend its downrange distance.
Also worth noting, by the way, that one of the people that works on the Starlink program confirms that they were able to communicate with all sats using RF and laser links and are able to download key telemetry.
Nice. It seems like NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman liked Max's photograph with the moon and Starship, because I just saw an X post from him talking about that.
Yeah, and even quote tweeted it.
So we're now 55 minutes into flight. We are 10 minutes away from splashdown, believe it or not. We're 61 kilometers in the air, traveling at 20,000 kilometers per hour, and yep, we're going to be at 0, tipping over in the Indian Ocean in 10 minutes time. Hopefully. Again, live on board inside the engine bay. Some yellowy hues joining the greeny hues. And again, some warping on the aft flap there, but Alex, I don't know if you disagree, but this looks pretty within spec to me.
I'm wondering if that's more of a, the rainbow effect thing. The skin of the flap there as well is super thin, so any little bit of warping or even just a bit of discoloring might make it look like it's like much more warped than it actually is. You know what I mean?
By the way, we're on the quieter side because A, we're watching, and B, it's not like past re-entries where we're going, oh, is that burning through? Oh, is that? No, it's not. It's almost too smooth.
And we're now coming into sunrise. You can see the clouds on Earth below, and you can also see just how fast this ship is traveling as the forward flaps move. Flaps starting to bite into the air a bit. We're now 57 kilometers in altitude and speed rapidly decreasing. You can see there on the bottom left, under 17,400, 300 kilometers, 200, 100 kilometers per hour now. I should stop reading that out live because there's no way I'll be able to keep on top of it.
Yeah. It's picking up the G's now, slowing down much faster, and going into orbital sunrise.
There you go, the Indian Ocean below. Booking it towards Australia. Of course, it will slow down just in time before reaching the coast of Western Australia. There you go, live on the map. And according to the map, we should be starting that banking very shortly, Alex.
Yes, that... oh, sorry. I was just saying that red area that you see on that map is the intended splashdown zone and the keep-out areas.
Don't worry, we can just say that Alex did a great Sora impression.
Yeah, sure.
Flaps wiggling a little bit.
That's so cool. Yeah, they do at least one thing that they did at least on the past few flights was the stress test of the aft flaps. That tends to occur a little bit later into the re-entry path. We'll see if they do that, but basically what they do is they try to stress test the flaps by flapping it a little bit more than usual, closing in the forward flaps a little and forcing the aft flaps to do more work. So yeah, we'll see if they do that. And then as they get closer to the landing site, they simulate as if they were to be caught on Tower 2 by doing that dynamic banking maneuver, as it's called. So the ship basically turns sideways, and then at the last minute it turns into the right orientation for the tower, and then does the flip and landing burn. Okay, it looks like it's out of the plasma phase now. That's good. It's getting to the point of like almost Falcon 9 entry territory here. A few more 1,000 kilometers to go on that speed.
Yep, approaching 10,000 kilometers per hour, 44 kilometers in altitude, 5 minutes from splashdown. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, if you can please return to your seats, put your tray tables in the upright and lock position.
Oh man,
we're going to be touching
they had
down
to do that earlier.
in 5 minutes' time. I would have done that before leaving Starbase.
Yeah. You have to do that way earlier.
Just past the
And
1 hour point.
External temperatures are going down, peak heating phase out as well, so that is great. Good news.
And I have to say, it doesn't feel like it's been an hour, but apparently it has.
Somehow an hour passed, yeah. I mean, where did that time go? I want that hour back.
Dipping below 8,000 kilometers per hour, approaching 40 kilometers in altitude.
Maximum aerodynamic pressure on re-entry now.
And we will be coming up on its turn to the landing site momentarily.
Coming down now
Suddenly,
through Falcon 9 speeds. Finally.
Suddenly I'm feeling a little bit nervous again. But Alex, of course, the speeds are going to be different to Falcon 9 because, well, Falcon 9 is kind of like a pencil shooting back through the atmosphere. Starship is like a skydiver. It stretches its arms out and kind of falls back using its full belly. Oh, is that ice on the forward camera?
That's interesting. Okay, well, they need a warmer or something like that around that to burn off the fog and the ice. But yeah, the speed will drop, I think, to around a little bit under 400 kilometers per hour. So closer. I mean, it's basically even slower than the cruising speed of an airplane. Like, it's gonna be even slower. Of course, like an airplane, it's gonna be dropping straight down. If your airplane is dropping straight down, I'm sorry for you, but that's not a great idea to do that. Starship, on the other hand, it is that whole purpose, to just drop straight down as it comes down through that belly flop phase. And it looks like it's turning now, that dynamic banking. People watching, we do not recommend turning your neck 90 degrees, but if you want to do it, do that carefully.
By the way, Alex is doing that, in case you're wondering.
I am. If you were to look at our cameras, you will see.
3 minutes to touchdown. 24 kilometers in altitude, 1700 kilometers per hour in speed. Of course, now we're in the 1500s.
And dynamic pressure going down now.
Really making a hard bank there. Almost on its side, falling straight down.
Yeah. Wow.
Under 1,000 kilometers per hour now. 18 kilometers in altitude. Looks like we are now leveling out. Preparing for the belly flop.
Oh, a little something came off there. That was flapping in the breeze.
Doesn't appear to have been structurally integral though, thankfully.
Yeah, some of the ablative material seems to be peeling off a little.
And you can see the sun in the bottom right.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is just a spectacular sunrise in the Indian Ocean. And I'm looking forward to the views that SpaceX have cooked up for us, which we're about to see in 90 seconds from now, because Ship 40 is 9 kilometers from the landing site.
And then remember, for this landing burn, it lights up 3 engines, then 2 engines, and then 1 engine. Basically down selecting down to the final 1 engine at the end.
1 minute away.
Below cruising altitude of an airplane now.
And you can actually now start to pick out the ripples. Yes, you can pick up the ripples in the sea. We're doing the last minute realignment to the landing site. You can actually see the froth on the waves below in the Indian Ocean. 3.5 kilometers in altitude, 400 kilometers per hour in speed. 45 seconds from touchdown.
Come on, Ship 40.
Engine graphic
Engine
now
telemetry. Standing by for ignition of all 3 Raptors. 1 kilometer. 3 Raptors ignited. Here's the flip. Looking good. Down selected to 2. And we are in the ocean. On 1 Raptor. On no Raptors. Q explosion. No explosion!
No explosion!
Wow. No explosion!
Oh,
we've got some fire. Here we go. Methane leak, maybe?
What?
It looks like we've had a puncture in the hull. Looks like maybe some methane is now floating on top of the ocean and is now ignited. The ship is floating. Of all the things to be surprised by, that is the most surprising. The ship hasn't exploded, but it is on fire.
We're supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
What? This drone is in the danger zone. I mean, I would pull back a little bit, mate. I don't know about you. This is unbelievable.
You know why?
That's
it's not Jerry
surreal,
doing
man.
the drone.
No!
Oh, no, go back, SpaceX, go back!
Go back! What are you doing?
Go back!
Go back! I don't want to see you. No offense to Kate Tice. I don't want to see your face right now. I want to see the ship.
Oh yeah, you
dear.
can see the track there. Look at that. Wow, it did the little hook at the end. Look at that.
Wow.
That's
Super
the hazard
zoomed in.
zone.
Wow.
Yes, hey, it's back.
Oh wow.
Look at this.
That must
It
be
did not
methane
blow
that's
up.
leaked.
Yeah, or even just venting. Like it could just be venting, because if it vents, it vents gases
Oh no!
methane.
What was wrong with the drone?
There's a flap camera. Look at the top of her. There's a camera of the ship on the water.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Look at that
They're
heat
gonna have a
shield.
really good view of the TPS.
I mean, this is. Go on, Sawyer.
This reminds me a lot of when they would do the flip maneuver with the space shuttle and would see how the heat shield looked. That reminded
Yes.
me just of that.
I mean, the reason that they land in daylight is to get good imagery of the heat shield on the return, right? I mean, this is going to be more than they could have ever asked for. They've managed to make... Look at this! Look at it! A ship splashing in the Indian Ocean.
Oh, there's the
Hey, there we
with
go.
the ship.
The camera. I think that's
Only
the
for a
flap
moment.
camera.
Yes, that must... It was in the sea. At least we know the cameras are waterproof. On board with the ship, you can see the body of the ship when it bobs above the water. There it is for a moment, for a couple frames.
So this may be a weird
How are they
question.
going to be... Oh my goodness.
Yeah, how are you going to bring that back if you're expecting to bring it back in pieces or sink it?
I think, you know, there's...
It's time to bring out the big gun, I guess.
Quite literally. I was going to say, there's a humane way to put your starships down. Unfortunately, it's a bit big to take to the vet, so I think they're going to have to employ some energetic methods to dispose of Ship 40, which, you know, don't ask questions you don't want to know the answers to, but SpaceX have built a rocket
Still more
strong enough...
views, look at that.
Showing it.
Let's bring
There
it
you
full
go.
screen. There you go. Oh,
Yeah.
This is
We
unbelievable.
cannot predict when SpaceX shows these views, so...
What?
Wow.
The ship is still alive. You know, it's not only intact, it's alive. It's still transmitting data back to SpaceX, despite it being horizontal, bobbing in the Indian Ocean. On board with the engines!
Oh,
That
look at the
is-
splashing in.
Whoa!
And remember, it's sending these views through Starlink. And you know how I told a bunch of times, there are 2 Starlink cameras facing from the leeward, and there are 2 facing sideways. I bet the leeward ones are not sending these, because they will be looking down on the water. The other 2, however, they will be able to look to some of the satellites sideways. So these are probably being sent thanks to those. So thanks to whoever thought about putting any of those antennas more, or like rather less leeward. Because these views are amazing.
And
You
this
need
is
booty
just
cam when
a
you're
spectacular view of the heat shield here. I
Ooh,
mean, zooming
on
in,
the tiles. Yeah, thank you.
it looks like a reptile with the different colors and the different streaks and the tiles. I mean, I can't see one missing. This heat shield is
There are
just...
a few broken-s, I think.
Or maybe there's
But
one
it could
spot
either
there.
be from the splashdown, it could be from the re-entry.
Look at that.
Wow.
I mean, if NSF made a newspaper, that would be on the front page. I mean, that is just unbelievable.
Ship 40 splashes down and stays afloat.
For the record, I think this should be on the front page of all the newspapers, but I'm sure they'll find something more grim to talk about.
Oh, there's flames on the ship. They will say that, probably.
I mean, that thing's just gonna... I don't want to preempt things, but if it was gonna go boom, it probably would have already gone boom, right?
I
Flight
think
10?
so, maybe.
SN10, I mean?
Let's not tempt the fate.
No. But Sawyer, I just want to ask, can they land a ship in the water?
Yeah, probably.
Oh.
I love how you see the flame pop up and then the water comes over it.
I mean, it's literally they've landed in a
Oh my
fire
goodness.
extinguisher.
Are those the aft tiles though? Oh my god. I need to go back because I think the aft tiles survived. The ones with the new attachment mechanisms, I think they survived. The benefit of being in the water though, if there's any flares, like, you know, remember the flare stack and all that, the water can put it out. Any fire.
Oh. I don't want to be a downer, but I do just want to note one thing, that unlike that during the previous flight, they showed the Starlink imagery during the stream, and we haven't seen it yet. So they did say they made contact with all 20 Starlinks, but that's yet to be seen whether they've actually managed to downlink anything of substance from those satellites. And there we can see NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman quoting our own Max Evans with that amazing moon shot. You can see, you can get in the shop. Pretty clear from this shot that SpaceX knows where we are going. Fantastic.
Wow.
Unbelievable. And yeah, that shot is available in the shop because
Is that a tanker truck going
very
down to the
print worthy.
pad?
2 of them actually, 2 tanker trucks.
Guys, you're late. It launched 72 minutes ago.
Guess what? Here's the replays. I'm being told we have, what is it, over 30 different 30
Yeah, it's gonna be a
views?
long replay time here, I think. So I wanna,
Yeah, stick
I wanna
around,
have
folks.
yeah. Should we make a polling chat or something about that status of the ship? They need to refly it, right? Tow it to port somewhere in Australia and refly it. Yeah, look at that. It's a great shot when he passes through the sticks.
So clear. Yeah, being told it's approximately 33 playbacks, I think.
30. Well, yeah. I think we've played already 2. This is the 3rd, so 31 remaining. 34 in total.
So keep sticking around, folks. There's still more to go.
Yeah, this is...
People in chat saying they should call the ship Bob.
Ah.
Good
token.
thing, chat. Yeah, good pun.
I mean, look at this from the north. I mean, the size of the plume. You can see the force of the engines with the shockwave. This is 120 meters tall, guys.
Also, this one of our robotically tracked, I believe. Again, that's not a person that close to it. It's one of our remote camera operators doing that.
And this is this is the specific camera that caught the Starship flying by the moon on the previous flight. The what Max has a print of right now in the store.
I mean, it looks like it's flying right to it between the live view on the left and the replay on the right. I know our teams are already going to be out there trying to see how the Danger Lot cameras did, how they survived the 33 Raptors. And again, it did not throttle down for Max Q for this, right?
Well, we don't know. Only thing that we know is that it had a higher dynamic pressure during ascent, but you can achieve that either with a different flight profile or just not throttling down as much. Like it maybe still throttle down, but not as much. You know what I mean? Like maybe instead of throttling down to 80%, maybe it's like 90%, right? But still throttle down. I don't think they fully confirmed that no throttle down. So, I have a question here while we watch the replays. First impressions of this flight, apart from being gorgeous, as you can see there. What do you think for Flight 14? Ryan?
Wow. I would guess right now, without having any information whatsoever on actual collected data, but purely based on what we saw, I don't think a booster catch is on the table. I think they will want to do a controlled splashdown in the Gulf. I mean, obviously, they made great progress, don't get me wrong, great progress, great boost back, and re-entry to the specific targeted site in the Gulf, but that landing burn, they need to sort that out, because if that was a catch attempt, that would have, pile drived itself into the sand next to the launch pad, which wouldn't have been great. So, yeah, if I were SpaceX, which I'm not, and I am, not an engineer by any means, I would do another booster offshore test before coming back for a catch attempt. On the ship side,
ship profile?
on the ship, ascent, perfect. Deploy, looked perfect. Raptor relight, looked perfect. Re-entry, looked perfect, bar, a couple tiles that may have gone, but that could have been splashdown. Splashdown, we got the correct Raptor sequence this time. We saw 3 engines, 2 engines, 1 engine, and it didn't blow up. It tipped over and it didn't blow up. Again, I'll say it. Of all the things to be surprised by, if I had to bet on something, it wouldn't have been that. Because they always blow up. Like, that's just... I am flabbergasted. I'm absolutely flabbergasted that thing survived. I'm going to do a hot take. Now, I don't know if SpaceX would do it, but I'm going to do a hot take. I would be confident in catching the ship next flight. I would not be confident in catching the booster.
Wow.
That's my hot take.
You think they're going to go to orbit on the next flight?
I think they'll go
With
to
the relay and everything?
I think it's unlikely that they'll try and catch the ship, but I think they could give it a good go. And I think orbit is on the table. Definitely. They need to be going to orbit. This thing is a rocket designed to put things into space. And you can't put things into space if you're only doing suborbital flights, which the last 13 have been. So, kind of need to go to orbit. Kind of important.
And in this flight, they demonstrated that they can deploy those satellites, do the relight burn, and then re-enter. So it kind of gives them more of a proof that this thing is now ready to go into orbit, and then do that the orbit burn and re-enter and do maybe that catch. We'll see if they go for the catch or not. They would be able, in theory, to go into orbit and then say, well, the heat shield doesn't look that great for a catch, or any, like, the systems might not be fully ready to go. So let's just do like an entry over the ocean just to be sure. And they have areas over the ocean to do that sort of thing. They can basically just expend it out there and do another splashdown like they did today. Maybe they can bring it like closer to Hawaii or closer to California and they tow it back if it survives again. But yeah, the rare chance, we've always said this, that it's very rare for one of these ships to survive that tip over, because it's 52 meters of tipping over. But the rare chance happened today on this flight where it actually survived the tip over. Wow. Yeah, we'll see. I think very similar thoughts as you, Ryan. Although we'll see if they actually try to do the booster landing. There we can see, ooh, we have more metal prints now, right?
Yes, we have this one that just came in from Jerry Pike out in the field as well. I know we previewed it a bit earlier, but we have this one, and then we have Max's moonshot, both of them already in the shop. And I'm sure we'll get more in the coming hours, and probably even more than that as they go and pick up their cameras. But all of the Flight 13 stuff already starting to pop in at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And of course, there's still so much excitement around this right now. So much so that we're actually going to need a breaking space video on that. And Ryan, Caton, I think you're going to be the one that's doing that, right?
Absolutely. I will be heading off to report on the news as we do here at NSF. But as always, it's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to be on the launch stream and been helping out with the stakeout stream today. Third time is indeed the charm. So you know what Daz was saying at the top of the stream? Is it going to be Flight 13 or third time's the charm? Third time is definitely the charm. It was such a charm, they didn't blow up the ship. I'm not gonna let go of that. They didn't blow up the ship. All of the mainstream media outlets are like, oh, SpaceX, Starship, Elon Musk blew up another Starship. What a waste. What a waste. What pollution. It didn't blow up. They have nothing. They have absolutely nothing. They're going to be so fuming when they try and write in their newspapers.
There's the booster. They'll probably talk about the booster.
Oh, they'll talk about the booster. They'll talk about the booster.
Yeah, even though it's only the
thank
second
you guys
time
so
they've
much.
done
It's
that.
always a pleasure. Yeah, I mean, go Starship. Flight 14 can't come soon enough, as long as it's not on August 12th.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Well, it's not like there's an eclipse or anything at that point. No.
No.
But yeah, we're
don't talk
still
about
staying
that,
live.
Sawyer. You're invoking. No, please.
Yeah, I know.
I want to
We're
see
still-
that eclipse with those two eyes.
We are still staying live. We got plenty more replays coming your way, and we can discuss this all more after a what looks like very successful flight. And yeah, I have what was it? Ship 35 was the one that I had the shirt that said didn't blow up. I think we need to update that to say 40. Take a look at this. Everyone watch very carefully. Similar to Max's photo. See the moon there? Wait for it.
I realize
You all asked for it.
I think the moon is in the same phase as Flight 12, or at least close. to the same phase?
Blink and you'll miss it. Wait.
Now you're showing me.
Yeah.
Blink and you miss it, but you showed me.
I mean, so
we're
we'll
working
check
on
that
the
out again.
on the good replay. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll try that one again in a bit. So you got another reason to stay around as we continue to watch the replays here.
Yeah, exactly.
Live internet TV for you folks. Oh man, these views are still stunning. Oh, I love the close-up view, and I already know. I think this is from our Danger trailer over in Danger Lot there.
Can we have a status report from the field or something like that? Somebody. Oh, look at that!
Oh, the engines!
Oh, that is cool. That needs to be in the intro, probably.
Yeah, here's the wider view from that. I know Max was just asking, how'd the trailer do? Well, here's your answer, Max, if you're watching. Take a look at that. Doesn't get much closer than that, and the trailer survived before it gets enveloped by the exhaust plume there. That water deluge doing its job. Also getting our cameras a bit wet there. Take a look at one of the other views a little farther away here, but this is the this is the security camera on the trailer, by the way, during launch. So that's the solar panel that last time we had it there got folded like a taco, as DOS said.
It's good for another use. DOS was already bidding goodbye to this trailer so soon.
But wait.
Remember before? Right?
Look at that. Shout out to the NSF team for strengthening all of that.
You can say that it lived to stream another day. Or something like that. Whatever. No, but really, I mean, DAS was already saying, oh, maybe this is the last flight that we use trailer. I mean, if it survived, maybe you can put a hole on the new trailer. Or use both, who knows? I'm saying ideas here out there, and I know Das is not hearing me or listening to me or whatever. But just saying, if it's still around, might as well.
Yeah. By the way, for those wondering, the Gateway to Mars sign was taken down after after Flight 12 took down most of it on its own. So.
Yeah.
Oh, look at these views. Let's see if this is one of our steady views or if this is one of the tracked ones. Again, we have a lot of cameras out there.
Man, I'm bummed about that booster landing burn, because if it had been successful, this would have been like a 100% round flight in terms of all the milestones.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't put it past SpaceX that I would say there's an unzero chance that they may still say, okay, let's go for a catch on the next flight, even though the landing burn kind of failed. But the re-entry and everything worked. And the boost back burn. Because one of the problems of Booster 10 back on Flight 3 was that the boost back burn also shut down early. Like, it kind of worked, but it also kind of not. The landing burn also failed on that one. So we'll see.
I mean, yeah, I guess worst comes to worst, they could always abort if they needed to. Again, depending on when they would divert, whether it be into the Gulf or end up in, the nearby uninhabited lands. But
that's my big question mark here, because it's like it got close enough that if it actually had worked, it will have been a catch, right? In terms of like if it had actually been a catch, but if not, then it plunges in the flats, and sure, it's not great because it will be a bunch of hardware out there, but it definitely doesn't hit the tower or anything like that. I don't think so, at the very least. It didn't get to the point of like transitioning. Basically, that's the point where it does the transition, and that's when it gets close to the tower, and that's dangerous. But the startup point, when it actually failed there, I don't know, man. And if it actually succeeds, they can then catch Booster 21 and reuse it. which is kind of important.
Yeah, and again, I think it's safe to say at this point, with how well the ship performed, I think we can say that Flight 14 is going to go orbital. I would be surprised if they. Yeah. I would be surprised if they don't go orbital and deploy operational Starlink V3s, given that they deployed these and they worked. SpaceX saying they were able to get both RF and laser link communications with them. So I would be surprised if we see that.
Yeah.
I don't know if they would try for a catch of either one yet. I think if your goal is orbital at that point, you focus solely on orbital and work on finalizing things with the booster. Although then again, they said that they would want Flight 15 to be out of Florida. At least Gwynne Shotwell was saying that at one point. So then do you go for Florida if you haven't caught a booster yet? I don't know.
That's also sort of the point here as well, where it's like, would you really go to Florida if you haven't caught a booster yet? Because it feels to me that if you go to Florida, it will be ideal if then you can catch the booster right away, right, on the first flight from Florida, because then you don't need to ship any more boosters. You keep reusing that one, and maybe in the future, just for redundancy's sake, you can send another booster. Oh, there we go. This is from the field.
Does that need a LUT, Kevin? No, I'm kidding.
It probably does, though.
Yeah.
But yeah.
By the way, you can get that sun shirt. That's UPF 50 plus. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Just saying.
Who's that, by the way?
Can't tell who it is from behind.
I don't know either. Okay,
Caesar. And there's the range helicopter coming back in for refueling in the top right. That's live. The big box to the right of our heads is the replay. All the other boxes above our heads are live cameras, just so you're aware. This looks like it's going to be from the roof of the Margaritaville Hotel. Just based off of the distance and the haze.
I'm so used to...
Yep, it is.
There we go. That's a tracking view.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I'm used to the Pad 1 views from hotel, where you see it's like this perspective instead of being like the tower is right in front. You can see there that roll maneuver that it does.
I was going to say, it's a lot clearer to see the roll from that vantage point with the way the light's hitting off of it and everything.
Yeah, glinting from the thermal protection system.
Yeah, for those who were here for the beginning of the launch stream, you saw DOS showing Scott Manley what the setup looked like that he uses to track this, with both the tight view and then a wider positioning camera that he has on top, where if you lose it, you just look up at the smaller view and can help center it. And this is controlled by DOS with an Xbox controller. Sorry, we're all just enjoying these. This is the first time we're seeing all these replays with you. It's not like we get a preview in the back channel for those. We're watching them live with you and reacting live. Oh, man.
It's booking it. Look at that.
It really is. By the way, I know we have a whole bunch of people that have supported us, some amazing gifted memberships and things. We are going to go through all of them. Remember that one flight when Ryan Caton was here sitting through, going through all of them, and he kept making his life difficult by having to read off every single one of them? It's my turn. Are you ready? Brace yourselves. This may take a bit. Ben Vision, thank you for the super chat, saying they'd like to see a pickup minivan sliding door type mechanism for a dispenser. Matrick, thank you for the $50 support. That's very much appreciated. Pax to you with the 20. And then we had Brain Controller 666. Is thermite a good way to boil your tea? It's better than a microwave. Also saying it would be possible to dock 4 starships to a bigger starship. I guess kind of like a Skylab deal, maybe? Like a space, I don't know.
But I need more docking ports for that.
Yeah. Joaquin, thank you for the support. Same with SCJDG, Raptor ATMK. There's a bunch of people watching at Epcot in the break room. That's cool. Dan getting a bunch of Flight 13 merch from the shop at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Bummer that they aren't at Starbase for launch today. Just picked up all of your gear. Awesome. Enjoy it. Eric, currently watching from South Carolina. Been watching NSF since SN4. Wow. Patrick Bob with a $500 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com with the message, just because. Thanks, Patrick Bob. I know we have so much more of yours to get through as well, which, wow. No joy in my office at AMSAT Engineering, eating Ruffles and onion dip in Texas. Nice. Hopefully you got to go out and see it. Saffron, thank you. John, getting some stuff from the shop here. Getting the sun shirt for Flight 12 and the UPF 51 for Flight 13. Again, our teams out there, I'm sure you saw some of the photos. In fact, the Caesar one tracking, that's what they're all wearing out there. It really is great from the heat. It's supposed to block out about 98% of all the UV light and keep you cool and not get sunburned when it's 90 plus degrees Fahrenheit out. Let's see. Skip gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Joseph becoming a member. Bjorn, good luck from Germany.
Hi, D.
Speaking of, hey, that's D Wise. Hi, D.
Speaking of Germany.
Shout out to D.
German-looking person in the team.
Which I know D has uploaded an ultra slow-mo, which, again, I have not seen yet. But we will all get to see that, too. So that is something to stick around for. If you've never seen a DY slow-mo, you're missing out. You must. They're spectacular.
Yeah. I'm just going to say, in our own preview, it's not the only D-named person in our team that I'm seeing getting ready to appear in our cameras. Just saying.
Oh, is Dalix Dalcantaria Damera here?
Yeah, we'll see. It's another member of the field that, you'll see later. Continue with support, please.
Yes, Shazbert, watching from work in the Big Easy. Woodworker Don, nerdiest space friends, NSF. I like that. Tyler, thank you for the support. ODST Moody, yes. Scott Manley is real. Resistojet, not much, but thank you for all the hard work. We appreciate you watching all the time. It's a name we see here regularly. We see you chatting, so thank you, Resistojet. Gresh getting a new tumbler, the Raptor 3 etched ones, which again, that's stuff that we do in-house. That's not where we send it out, they etch it and send it back to us. That's our team that puts it into the machine that actually does the work on it to get the Raptor design in it. Sensible, thank you for the support. Dennis becoming a Padrat member. John with the thanks, also getting the solar long sleeve shirt and the solar hoodie. Those UPF 50 ones, I'm sure somebody that you might see later is wearing one of those too. Ben X Cool becoming a Padrat member. Rankley with the $20 tip saying, I feel like I have to sign an NDA after seeing Das's setup and behind the scenes footage. Oh no, you're okay. Michael getting the 13 patch, love it, go Arvax. PubChain becoming a Capcom member. Capcom Above gets access to the NSF Discord, so we will see you in there. If you're not a member, there's all kinds of cool geeky stuff in there. Channels for all the different countries, the different rockets, different space agencies, and then the fun stuff, food, sports ball, all of that, and we're all in there. So, Scott getting an L2 subscription, saying, for my dad, whom I lost in 2024, who took me to see STS-114 when I was 15, never got the chance to see a SpaceX launch in person. Thank you, Scott. All the best to you and your family. Hope you're doing well all these years later. And we were talking about that DY slow-mo. Check this out. I'm going to stop doing sport for a sec so I can watch this.
All of the vapors coming down.
Now let's take a look here at the bottom, because it seems like at one of the points in the flight there, it looked like there was some flame coming down from one of those engines.
Yeah,
I know we saw it in the fast mode.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I think it was actually tiles coming off from the ship and hitting the exhaust. Well, we'll see, because I did not see the close-up though. I only saw the tracking shot that we showed during live stream, and I saw like a little flash And I think it was from that, but we'll see. We'll see.
Here's the beauty of close-up slow motion.
Yeah.
Again, DY, so you saw waving from the car, the one who does this.
Probably the only few things that can shut my mouth. See, I also
there it is
myself. Yeah.
That looks like it was from one of the center engines.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh.
That's odd because the engines themselves don't look odd. It's like the exhaust. So something it's trapped, like a draft of something. You know what I mean? That's odd.
Yeah. It looked like it was one of the 3 center engines there, but again, it's hard to tell completely. But that's what it looked like. Oh man, passing through Max Q in that slow-mo when you get the trail behind it as it's going supersonic. I love it. Alex enthralled by a 2, having a quick snack here. A celebratory.
Sorry.
What are you celebrating with? Jelly beans?
Yeah, it's a few jelly beans. I need some substance because I only ate before our stream. We're like, what, 4.5, almost 5 hours into the stream, and I actually ate like an hour before the stream. So, yeah, I need a bit of substance. I also have my mug here with a Flight 12 patch as well. Just saying.
Oh, here's the hot staging in slow-mo.
Yeah. Look at that. And the flip of the booster, I noticed this flight was so much more better and obviously in the right direction.
Yeah, that kind of helps. Oh, look at this. Hey, that looks like the patch. It's the patch. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, Alex's shows it better. The only difference was the 13 engines on it, not all 13 igniting. Now, this is the one that Kevin... Unless that was it. But this is the one that Kevin teased earlier, that I was also teasing, where you got to look at it very closely, blink and you miss it. You blinked and you didn't miss it yet, but... Oh, I'm being told that you guys are going to have to hang around for that. For which one? For the moonshot or the rest of D's? The moonshot. Oh, okay. I don't know. It's the teaser. You guys are going to have to stick around, apparently, for more of that.
Somebody wondering about Twiz. I see that in chat. I got to write about that later. Just saying. Yep. But yeah, we'll do a breaking news tomorrow by Ryan. And then that'll be released on Twiz. This week in Spaceflight.
And this week in Spaceflight, Saturday edition, if I'm understanding rightly.
It should have been issued about an hour and a half ago, but there was this thing called Starship in the way. So tomorrow we'll do it.
Actually, half hour, but yeah.
Or half
anyway,
hour. Yeah. I always get it confused.
I'm also being told by Kevin to continue through the support, which that's a lot. You remember Ryan did that one time, it was on for like an hour because then people kept adding to it. So here we go. Also, by the way, the poll just wrapped up. For Ship 40, 82% said tow it back for reflight, 18% said torpedo it. Skynet's Uranger 6615 becoming a flight engineer. That is the highest level of support that NSF has as our part of our member program. Thank you so much for that. You get all of the perks that everyone else gets, including the Discord access. You also get your name at the end of all of our NSF live shows and the Flame Trench in the largest font size of the ones we have. And if we ever get a parking lot, you will get a reserved spot in it. Steven, thank you for becoming a member. Coral Lene becoming a member. Sabrina Smith with a $50 support message saying third time's the charm for Flight 13. And indeed it was. Pacific Northwest Johnny becoming a member. Real Luke Danger was hoping we could have gotten a fly safe from Scott Manley before. And I'm Scott Manley, fly safe. I can't do it. I sound Australian. Tim Leslie, thank you for the support. Jeffrey saying you guys rock. Well, you rock, getting one of the pins as well. Yeet becoming a red team member. Grayson gifting a Red Team membership. Space Pope was go for Prop Load at the time that Prop Load started. Always appreciate you, Space Pope. XL Inventor becoming a Capcom member. See you in the Discord. KRD, thank you for the support there as well. Tenny becoming a Padrat member. Need more space, more optimistic Scott thoughts. Hey, it worked. Jay Guile, can't wait to see some sound, which in some of those replays you could see the acoustic energy, which is always so cool. Sue Maggie becoming a Padrat member. We're supposed to ask Scott about deep fried Mars bars, apparently. Neek getting the patch and pin for Flight 13 at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Elliot Slater becoming a Padrat member. Tanks in Space as well. LJP Michael, how come DOS always gets the hotel spot? Because he has the giant heavy robotic tracker. I guess. I don't know. We'll have to ask him. Shane gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Juan Briza with the 25 euros. If you could add one item on the first official payload on Starship, what would it be and why? Cameras. Live streaming cameras that actually stream. Just saying it. Space Pope, the trailer is in danger a lot. Hey, it survived danger a lot. Mobius, please have anyone on your staff with force.
About that.
Yeah, it was. I got it. Please have anyone on your staff with force powers push this bird into space. It worked. Here's a name you're going to hear a bunch more as we keep going. Patrick Bob gifting 50 Red Team memberships. David Fitzpatrick. Oh, wait, there's a lot more from Patrick Bob, who is unbelievably kind and generous, and we appreciate Patrick. David Fitz with the $50 saying, why don't they load from the top of the tank? Seems like pushing up against the weight of the fluid would be slower. Wouldn't that be more bubbly, since it's kind of like how you aerate a pond?
Load from the top of the tank. Why don't they just pour it in the top of the tank, Alex?
Who's that?
Oh, it's me. I'm
Hi,
back.
Das.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi.
No, I was watching y'all. I'm paying attention to what's going on, but I figured I'd hop in for a minute here. We're about to unplug the last cable, which means we have like 80 other things to do, but we're still here. You were talking about pouring propellant into the top of the rocket. Alex, why don't they do that?
Yeah, well, there's a very easy reason. When you have a scrub like they did last week and they have to drain back the tanks, how do you do that if the thing is on the top? If you have it at the bottom, but no, it doesn't work that way. If you have it at the bottom, you don't need any straws. It just falls down in the thing. It just comes back to the tank farm. It's very easy. You just drain it back. And so that's one of the reasons. I can give you 1,000 more, such as ice ring and that kind of stuff. But I mean, we'll run in support, right? So let's keep running support.
Well, Sawyer speed running report is support. Is that what was happening?
He seems to need a break or something. He sounds tired. I don't know.
If you want to, so these are still from when you were hosting. Wink, wink. So.
Well, you know I'm not supposed to. We don't spend all the time in the entire show on the support. So I did my job. I didn't make the entire show about support. How's that?
And neither did I, and now we're all paying for it.
No, we're all paying for it with a scroll bar that's like this big, like a teeny tiny little scroll bar on the bottom of the support screen, right?
Yeah, it's like that stream, I think it was Flight 10 or one of them, where everyone just kept inundating Ryan with all of them. Well,
yeah.
Now it's my turn, apparently.
I love how we're like, we've got a helicopter track right above us. We're watching a roadblock over there. Then we've got the moon in a box. And then we've got the launch pad over there as well. All the cameras are still there. The rocket might be gone, but the cameras are all still around. Hi. Well, Sawyer, don't let me slow you down. I mean, keep reading support.
All right. Take the next deep breath. Brian getting the solar hoodies, the UPS 50+ ones with the Flight 13 logo on it. Hey, Das, can you show us what one of those looks like? Or at least one of the sun shirts?
No, the solar hoodie, like the sun shirts, like save our life on the roof of the hotel. They're the super lightweight material, but we've been wearing these constantly. And y'all saw me when I was on the stream earlier, I had the whole hood up and everything. It doesn't fit over my headset. But I had my headset over the hoodie, which also helped my ears be less sweaty. because it's 1 billion degrees on the roof, and you got these little like pleather ear cups or whatever. But the absorbent hoodie, so it's not really actually that absorbent, just kept my ears from sweating and being disgusting.
Well, apparently we have a shot. Yeah, we could not show the shot until you were on, DOS.
What shot is this that we haven't? I'm looking at my computer over here. What shot is this that we couldn't show? I see the moon. It's lower than the moon is currently. Yeah!
There we go.
Oh, that was Max over. Max actually pieced out and left the river property and went to that spot. Yes! Trying to line up that lunar transit. It was close enough, honestly. Y'all have seen that, though, right? Have the viewers seen that yet?
Nope, first time.
Really?
I feel like it needs some kind of sound for that. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna go that way. It's gonna go to the moon in the future.
Here, I got it.
Hopefully not too long from now.
How was that? I don't know if the noise suppression got that. That's the Starship sound.
We're going to use that underneath the launch audio.
Yeah.
Use that under the launch audio on the next Starship update.
That is too cool. So it was a plan, like Max let us know, like, hey, there might be an opportunity for a transit, and we were lining it up yesterday, right? And yesterday the moon would have been, I think, higher, if I'm not mistaken. And then because of the 24-hour delay, it actually ended up lower, so the moon is a little bit more hazed out because it's lower. It's got more atmosphere. You're looking through more atmosphere to get to it, right? But we talked about the plan, and it's like Max gave up his spot over at River, which is less than 4 miles away from the launch pad, and went all the way over here, which, if I recall correctly, was 6 or 7 miles away, 8 miles away, something like that, and set up on the side of the road, tested this out a couple days in advance, set up on the side of the road to try and get that shot for y'all. So I am so happy that it got so close. God, it's like right there. Oh. Hey, but that's like a serious thing, right? Like when y'all show up and you hang out in the stream and you support what we do, you help us create these opportunities, right? Like that's an opportunity for Max to try and go and like swing for the fences and get that shot. Max doesn't have to like, just stay here and get this one shot. We have such a team and we have enough people here, and because we've got everything else sort of covered, Jerry and I over here on the hotel, Dee and Dan and Caesar and all of them over on the side by River, Max was able to cut out, and we were able to create this opportunity for Max to try and go and nail this shot. I think the shot still got nailed, quite frankly, even though it didn't go right in front of the moon. It's like, how exactly? Not a lot of Starships have flown, right? And every time they do it, they fly a little bit different. So how close is it going to get to the moon with the calculated trajectory? But here is another example of cool opportunities. This is from the slow motion camera, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. This is Dee's telescope with the slow motion camera. The same sort of thing. Like y'all's support lets us. Oh, look at that! What? It's 420 frames per second. Look at that, D knocking it out of the park. I'm not looking at y'all. I'm looking at the screen over here.
Oh, there's more. We did see this one. You are going to be blown away.
I didn't see that one. No kidding. That is too cool. That's we'll just punch in a little bit.
Check this. He caught some. They caught something with one of the engines there.
I think the engine flamed out, didn't it? I'm still
kind
looking.
Of. Here, take a look at the center engines.
I'm watching. Oh, look at that. So the engine didn't okay, correct me if I'm wrong, Alex, and y'all have seen this a lot more than me. In the field, it's tough to watch all the footage when we're also creating our own footage. But we noticed the flaming plume, like something got brighter, and we saw that in our feeds, but we didn't know if an engine flamed out or what happened. Alex, did y'all conjecture what we actually saw there with that flame?
At first, I explained this before that when I saw it live, because I have my return feed here, I have a bunch of other feeds here to my left, and so I was looking at our program, basically at what we were showing to the public right now.
Yeah.
And I saw that. I saw on the tracking camera that we're showing at the time, I saw the little flame. I was like, is that an engine out?
Yep.
My first instinct was maybe that's an engine out. So I went back and I was looking at the telemetry on the SpaceX feed. And I was like, is that an engine out? Okay, no engines are going out. Maybe that's a tile that fell off. Because sometimes it happens. There's tiles falling off from the ship, and then it hits the exhaust, and it poof, right. It turns into a bunch of just
like tile plasma.
It explodes. Exactly, it explodes in tile plasma. But then we saw that first, maybe like 10 minutes ago, we saw the first replay, and it seems almost like there's some kind of draft, like something getting pulled into, because it doesn't seem to start right on the start of the engine. Okay. I don't know if we can pull it back. It's a weird thing.
There's our patch. That's our patch.
It is.
We need the engines to light up. Yeah, that's the patch. A little bit different angle. We'd have to be
and
in
all
the,
13 engines as well. Not 13 engines. They did not light all 13.
Yeah, here, Alex. Here it is.
Let's see. Third time.
I think it's the clip
To be
directly
fair, on the
after.
second time I was looking at
Yeah,
another
yeah.
view.
I don't know.
See? That's a weird thing.
But that seems like it's coming from a center engine, or is it just further back?
It will be the one on top there.
There was a little flash there afterwards that looked like it. Not the big main flame, but there was a little flash that looked like that might. Look, watch, not that.
In the shirt.
Watch the bottom. See if I saw this correctly.
Yeah.
Right there. Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah.
Huh. That's awesome, though. That is some killer footage from D. But the same sort of thing. The reason we have that robotic tracking rig that D was using and the slow motion camera that D was using, like all that stuff is because y'all keep showing up to the shows. That's too cool. It's like Starship, so we're still tracking the helicopter above us. Nice. Well, I am not reading my phone right now. Should I be reading my phone?
No, I don't think so.
Just making sure I'm not missing any messages in the back channel. I'm sure Kevin will jump in and tell me if there's something I need to know. What am I missing? I'm delaying Sawyer from finishing support. Are you going live right now, Kevin? Not live to the public. Okay. I'm delaying Sawyer from finishing support. Sawyer, you only have 682 more supports to read.
Thanks, Das. Thanks for the encouragement there.
343 messages to go.
Unfolds to go. Yeah, supports to go.
Indeed. But yeah. No, but the thing is, I don't mind it because this is all of your generosity that allows us to do this and put these on and improve every single stream. So I will read through these till I'm blue in the face. I have no qualms about it. Hey, it's D again.
Oh, is that D?
Hi, D.
That's D driving.
Hi, D. Your slow-mo was amazing.
Did we get a wave? We got a little wave, it looked like.
Both hands on the wheel.
10
right
and 2.
behind more tankers.
Very safe driving behind the tanker. Yeah, nice.
Anyway, I love how it's the D track. Normally D tracks the rockets. Now we're tracking D. Oh boy. All right. Shall we keep going?
Hey, go for it, Sawyer. I'm reading some chat too while you do it.
Cool. Feel free to interrupt me if you see anything good.
Cool.
Country Nerd, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Bodger1058 gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Nyberg also gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Christopher getting the Starship Flight 13 shirt. You guys are awesome. Love watching NASA spaceflight. Thank you so much. Sam Bahi, 09F,